Hello, everyone. Sorry, we've had a little bit of a rocky start. But I think we're now live, and we are, oh boy, ready to check out some Day 4 action in the World Bridge Games. So here we go. We're checking out New Zealand against Argentina, and Craig might be waiting for me. I apologize to Craig if he's already here, but I know he said he was going to be here this morning, so let me make sure to give him the voice call in case he does show up. And we'll get with you in a second on the first board, which appears to have quite a bit of action already. North-South getting to 5 diamonds, which looks exciting. East had 8 clubs in his hand. All right, here we go. So, New Zealand, Argentina. Now, New Zealand, I think, might have barely squeaked into qualification last night or yesterday afternoon as they wrapped up their matches. So they're going to need a pretty big win. I think Argentina is also kind of on the bubble here. They might be a little bit ahead of them in the rankings currently. We haven't seen this East-West pair for Argentina, so we're going to see how well they do. We did watch Tisleval and Meyer earlier in the week, but I think we've seen quite a few of the New Zealand pairs. 10 of clubs lead. Declare on the club preempt, or, kind of club preempt, multiple club bids, decides to take the finesse. Cashes the ace of diamonds, gets some sort of bad news in the diamond suit. And I think Declare may end up going down at this point. There's no effective way to get back to South Sand to cash the club ace after trumps are drawn. And I'm pretty sure Declare is just going to expect that clubs are not 8-1. So he's going to ruff a heart, try and cash the club ace to pitch a spade. West is going to ruff with the low trump. And, Declare can still ruff the jack of hearts to get back to the south hand to try a spade finesse, but that's also not going to work. So this will just be one down. King of diamonds and 2 spades to come for the defenders. Looks like the club lead might have been necessary. Because otherwise Declare could have pulled trumps, well, ruffed a heart, pulled trumps even if he had to give up a trick to the king of diamonds, and then taken a club finesse to pitch a spade loser later in the play. So we're going to see this jack of hearts get ruffed. We might actually just be seeing a claim right now. Declare is announcing that he's leading a spade to the king for the finesse. The 5 from West? I don't think that happened. There's no way the 5 of spades got played from West there. It would have been funny if Declare ran the 6. I mean, it honestly might not be that crazy of an idea if the if West did play the 5, but sorry, YouTube chat, I forgot about you. I always do. This is on me. I will make sure to pull you up right now. Okay. Apologies. Loud noises as I pulled up my own stream and got an ad. Classic. Great website design, by the way, to give streamers ads on their own channel. If 5 is the sort of play you can see costing double dummy, no Declare will run the 6. I mean, like, let's put it this way. I have run the 6 in similar situations before. Because you know from the auction that the ace of spades is offside. East didn't overcall 2 clubs and then rebid 3 clubs on a hand with like 8 clubs to the king, the queen of hearts, and the queen of spades. You know the ace of spades is offside. But yes, I mean, it's like playing your opponents to have made an elementary mistake is probably not the right thing to do at this level, but if it's guaranteed that the finesse is losing, then you may as well try something else. Alright, East preempts 2 hearts. South doesn't really have a good way to come into the auction, so 2 hearts pass 3 hearts. North has 14, but you know, even if he thinks the opponents might be stealing from him, once again, you know your partner's short in hearts. They could have made a takeout double or bid something if they had a real hand, so North just lets it go. I wonder if South is going to balance 3-0 here. You know, and he doesn't, which I think seems prudent. You know, the 3-heart raise could have some values. The preempt could be a little bit heavy. You don't guarantee that you have a minor suit fit. Leads a diamond. Queen 10 fifth seems like a pretty good opening lead against this kind of contract. Usually your partner's going to have at least 1 fitting honor, and then you can set up some diamond tricks. I'm generally a fairly big advocate of underleading ace fifth in suit contracts, but here we have a pretty sensible alternative of the queen 10 fifth and diamonds. So diamond to the ace, diamond return. We'll set up a couple of diamond tricks for the defense. They also have a club, a spade, and a heart. So it looks like this is going to be down 1. Now what were they making? They have a heart loser, they have a spade loser, a diamond loser, and a club loser. So they make exactly 3 clubs. So they've done pretty well to just stay out of this one, earning themselves a plus position. Oh. Declare tried the diamond hook, which I guess is reasonable. You know, again, it's imps. Man, I don't... Yeah, I really don't know about taking that diamond finesse. The opponents are leading 3rd and 5th, right? Or 3rd and low, or whatever. There's a serious risk that it just goes ace of diamonds, diamond to the jack queen, and a diamond ruff. So this feels like East was putting all of his eggs in the basket of the diamond queen being on side, whereas realistically, if the heart king was on side, he could just rise king of diamonds, pull trumps, and then hope that the black suits were friendly enough to allow him to play them for just 2 losers. I guess additionally, you might even make if the club ace is offside. Because ace of diamonds diamond, if diamonds are 5-2, South might have no more entries to put a club through. You can safely take spade and heart finesses into North's hand. Well, first board out, looks like Argentina got the better of things early on in this match. 4 clubs doubled down 2 in the other room. Wibbly, being a little bit conservative in his old age, bid only 4 clubs on the 8-card club suit. And Madala decided to go after a penalty. a diamond, four clubs, pass, pass. North understands that he needs to protect his partner in this auction, and also I think it is important to know what your opponent's style is in these spots, and obviously I'm pretty sure everyone understands that New Zealand, most of the players on the team are very, very, very aggressive in almost every position, so even more of an incentive to go after a penalty if your side has one. Madala pretty happy to take advantage with two natural trump tricks sitting behind the club bidder. So good result for Argentina, good start to the match. Three hearts going down two, though, I think may well be a shot in the other direction. South opens a club, 11 count. Hey Johan, hey Yves. A club, a spade, a double? What's double? I feel like I haven't learned enough about negative doubles to make it on a hand like this, so is it possible that North's double is not negative? Maybe North missorted his hand? I'm not sure. I mean, South obviously doesn't have a heart fit, but it seems a little bit strange to me to make the negative double with three hearts. Or to make a whatever North's bid is with three hearts. Etienne says you can play double, shows no four hearts. Aha, aha. See, that would make more sense. I mean, if you're basically just playing transfers, then maybe double is like a transfer to no trump. Or, you know, denies four hearts, basically. One no trump would show clubs, two clubs would show diamonds. I could understand that. So this is the second time in this segment that... Wow, East never bid. I'm just noticing that East is like 6'4" in the red suits with two aces. His partner overcalled vulnerable against not, and he never took a call. Whoa! I guess it's possible that they have no way for East to show diamonds. Two clubs would be a cubid for spades, and two diamonds might be a transfer to hearts, and two hearts might be a, you know, strong raised to two spades, and two spades would be weak. So, yeah, maybe East actually just didn't have a way to show his hand, but he's got to feel like the opponents might just be stealing from us. Their side could have a game, and I think he's right. It does look as if four hearts is making for their direction. The thing is East, if you make a call at this point, it's probably going to be three diamonds. You don't have clubs stopped. He just lets it go, which I think is honestly a sensible action, but man, I would be really nervous passing throughout with this hand. Yeah, East does know he has another chance to bid, but if we don't start bidding early, how are we ever going to show our hand? I mean, I would be a lot happier if we could bid two diamonds directly over the double. It's probably just a little bit too hard, but you know, if we bid two diamonds and the opponent's pass, our partner might bid two hearts with this hand, as opposed to rebidding two spades. I don't really know why West chose to rebid the spade suit, as opposed to bidding two hearts. I think when you overcall spade and rebid hearts in this spot, your partner should know to correct back to spades most of the time if they have at least one card disparity, because with 5-5, you would start with a Michael's Cubid, or some sort of way to show 5-5 in the majors. So you're more likely to be 6-4 than 5-5, for example. Although maybe that depends on what your agreements are if about the Cubid. Anyway, 2 spades, not going to present a problem for declare. 3 rounds of clubs now, forcing declare. He can pull one more round as a trumps, and then he'll have a guess for the heart queen. Still losing a spade from here. So it's either going to be 8 or 9 tricks, depending on how he guesses the hearts. He probably gets this guess right, I would think. I think he gets this guess right. Or maybe better said, I think he should get this guess right, because it looks like South has already turned up with enough values for the opening bid. Yeah, there it is, King of Hearts. He does it relatively quickly. On the double, wouldn't East 2 diamonds show diamonds and spades? Show diamonds and spades, spade misfit, and a weak hand? Sure, but like you have to like compare bidding 2 diamonds there. Let's say 2 diamonds is natural. Again, I don't know their system, with what actually happened. What actually happened was East never took a call. Their side is making a vulnerable game. They played in the wrong suit, and West never really had a chance to get their side to a game. With, like, let's bid 2 diamonds. Sure, maybe partner passes 2 diamonds, we get there instead of 1 spade or 2 spades or whatever it is. But at least we have a fighting chance, right? Like, we bid 2 diamonds, partner can bid again. If partner bids again, we're really happy. Now we might get to a game. I know it's supposed to show a weak hand, but sometimes you just have to make a bid that shows a weak hand, and then if partner does something, then you do something impossible next, and they figure out you have values. Plus 140, though, for East-West. Okay, Matt, that's really funny. When I was first reading it, Matt says Chile's been expelled from the seniors for leaving their mobile phones on tables 3 times. Which, okay, sure, rules are rules, and I assume that they were told multiple times not to do this, and yet they kept doing it. And I get that they're seniors, and maybe they could be a little bit forgetful. But at least it's not some, like, huge controversy, right? At least it's not like, oh, they had left, like, some sort of thing and it looked like they were cheating. I don't think that's at all what's going on. They just forgot to follow the rules 3 times in a row despite being told over and over again. They were in last place before the expulsion. So I wonder what happens to their opponents in upcoming rounds, because if they were in last place, that's actually kind of a big deal. I guess they're just going to get their results thrown out, right? Their results will just be vacated from the other teams, which also kind of sucks for the other teams who have already played them, but that's probably the most fair. Oh, never mind. Denmark automatically got awarded the same number of VPs that would have happened. I mean, that's basically like getting the results thrown out, right? It's the equivalent from a mathematical standpoint. North opened a no trump. Wait a second, look at this. Now that is a very strong 1-no. Hey Chuck, yeah, I just found out why a team was expelled too. We learned that it was Chile for leaving their mobile phones on the table, so it was nothing nefarious. They just didn't follow tournament policy. Maybe I can pin a message. Boom. There we go. Now if people have that question and they keep coming in, Matt has answered it for him. So no trump, transfer to spades. South has to decide if his hand is worth an invite. He says yes. And, I mean, rightly or wrongly, he's gonna get his side to 4 spades here. I mean, North just has, like, an absolute maximum. I think the North hand is way too good for 1 no trump. The 6-card suit, you have a maximum and high card 17 count. You have decent spots, like the 9-8 of clubs, the Jack, the 10 of spades. This hand just looks way too strong. I don't know, maybe they're playing 17 to 19 and the hand is like right smack in the middle of the range, but I'm pretty sure that's not what's happening. Let me actually pull up convention cards because I've been a little bit lazy on that. There is a new bingo card up, so I haven't taken a look at what it actually says because I've been a little bit busy trying to get the stream started. But I will get to that in just a second. So Argentina is playing 5-handed. Camberos is like wheeling with a bunch of people, I guess, which is interesting. I wonder why that happened. Maybe they lost a player at the last minute or something and just had to form the partnerships this way to keep all 5 members on the team. So heart opening lead. Declare can cash the heart ace. I assume we now go ace king of diamonds, diamond ruff to ruff a heart so that we can run the jack of spades, which will at least protect us against some 4-1 trump splits. Eric said in the World Championships in Estonia, they had one person pick up their phone because it was ringing in the middle of the round. It's pretty funny. I've seen people answer their phone at a table, like in the Spin Gold. I was sitting out for a set, and I went to Cubids. Dennis Bilda, and he was playing with, it might have been Medalla, who's currently playing for the Argentinian team now. And they were playing against, I know the guy's face, I just don't, the name is, I'm blanking on the name, but it's like a relatively famous old US pro, playing with a sponsor. And the sponsor just like has his phone on the table. Now this would have been like 2014 maybe. And so, like, the sponsor just, like, has his phone on the table and he's, like, texting people in the middle of play, right? It wasn't Bob Hammond. No, it was, I'm thinking the name is, like, Greg something, but I don't... I'm sorry. I'm not going to remember, but, you know, and, like, everyone's a little bit more lenient with sponsors, especially if you're a pro player, because, you know, if you treat them well, then maybe you get hired. Yes, Greg Humphreys. That had to have been it. It was not Greg Humphreys. But the guy just like has his phone on the table. He's like texting people in the middle of the round, and eventually he like gets a phone call. He picks it up, and then rather than like walking away from the table to like take the phone call, he just like sits at the table and is like shouting on his phone. And like the players at the table were not getting disturbed, but every other table in the vicinity, because this was like round of 32 or something, and they were still playing in this like jam-packed ballroom in a hotel, was was like looking over and being like, shh. And he was like looking around being like, I don't know who's making the disturbance. It's not me. Great times, great times. Well, 4 spades been made, so we do get 2 pushes back to back. Board 3, the other room also got to spades. Although there, I think north-south did a little bit better than in this room in terms of being able to preempt. There, north-south were actually able to show clubs. And so south was able to preempt the auction to 3 clubs, which meant that west didn't really have a natural 2-heart bid available. Now, I don't know why west over partners double bid 3 spades instead of 3 hearts. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me because, again, if you bid 3 hearts there, your partner's not going to think you're 5-5 in the majors, so partner will always be correcting back to spades. This reopening double could be based on a hand that has extras with diamonds and spade tolerance. Sure, you bid 3 hearts, partners like shrug, okay, I guess we'll correct back to 3 spades. So, missed opportunity, I think, for east-west in both rooms causes the push. Diamond by east, spade overcall from south. West makes a negative double. North gets to show a spade raise of some kind. Now, I wonder if this hand, as a passed hand, is good enough for 2-no, or if the queen-jack 4th of hearts is just a little bit too soft of a value. So maybe you could make a mixed raise by jumping to 3 diamonds or 3 hearts, depending on what your agreements are. Decides to make the mixed raise, 3 diamonds. I think probably a reasonable assessment. Good morning, Craig.
Good morning. I overslept.
Yeah, no worries. We're at Meyer and Tislevol's table against Camberos and Rizzo.
Cool. 1 second. I'll hop on.
Now,
Any action so far?
I mean, there's been some missed action. There was a classic New Zealand preempted and got doubled hand. So that's kind of the difference in the match so far. But we're only on board 5. I wonder what East is spending so much time on. I mean, the singleton spade is great. And yes, 3 hearts in this type of auction would tend to just show at the bottom end a minimum opener with 4 hearts. Maybe a suitable minimum opener with 4 hearts. But 4 hearts feels like an awful lot when all partner did was make a negative double at the 1 level. So he does bid 3 hearts after a bit of thought. Maybe there was some discussion back and forth about the 3 diamond bid. That's possible.
Right. Yeah, I mean, if they open like super, super light, maybe at some point you have to think about a 4 heart bid, but yeah, and your hand is pretty horrible.
ATN says 3-no was making on the first board, north-south. That is so true. That is so true.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's not like 5 diamonds was such a bad spot. Declarer got very unlucky with the diamond split. Otherwise, he would have had some legitimate chances to make it, and regardless was still able to like take a spade finesse at the end of play. But yeah, 3-no trump would have been rather straightforward.
Yeah, and 3-no, I mean, I'm just glancing at it, but 3-no looks better to me, right? Like, if 5 diamonds is making, probably 3-no is.
Yeah, you're probably right. All right, 3 spades in the south. So east-west did not push on to 4 hearts, which looks like they would have had a little bit of difficulty in that contract. I mean, technically you can pick up the hearts for 4 tricks, but it requires an awful lot of work to do so.
Can you?
Like, technically. I don't know if you have the entries to do it, but...
Yeah, I was gonna, yeah, so you could do it if you can get to the West Hand unlimited times, but, that may be a problem, because you also need to rough some diamonds, and every time you do that, you're taking away one of those hearts you need to lead through North.
Yeah, you're also getting overruffed, so it does look as if Hearts was going to offer a bit of a problem for East-West, but they're defending spades, and this offers an opportunity for surrounding play in the club suit. I think East is going to have absolutely no problem switching to the 10 of clubs when they get in with one of the heart honors.
Yeah, when you're looking at the 9 like that, it certainly makes that play easier. Also, declarers started out by misguessing spades. That'll be good for East-West.
Yeah, and
I don't think there's really any way to get it right. Particularly when East doesn't bid 4 hearts, there's no reason to think the spades are 3-1.
Well, I agree with that. It does make a bit more sense, though, to start the spades from North's hand, I think, because East is more likely to have the spade ace than West.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Lapras. Yeah, I don't have any Pokemon commands in the chat. Apologies.
Yeah, and I think he just decided that the spades were probably 2-2, because also East might have been forced to go to spade, but he might have been 4 hearts on 3 spades, knowing his partner had 1 after the mixed raise. So he probably just didn't care which hand he started from, if that was the assumption.
Hmm. Well, Declare seems to have made a couple of errors on this one. I mean, not just misguessing the spades, but now that, as you say, maybe assumed that spades were 2-2, but now he has a diamond problem. He can only rough one of those diamonds in North's hand, so it looks like ultimately he's still going to lose a diamond trick from here to go with 2 more clubs and a heart. West needs to switch to the 10 of hearts here. I mean, needs is a strong word, but West should switch to the 10 of hearts here.
Yeah, I mean, he can just force out a diamond, but of course doing that loses a trick that he can't really afford to lose at this point.
Yeah, so vulnerable, this is actually going to be relatively costly. The defense can get, 4 more tricks?
I was going to say, it kind of feels like down 2. He's got a heart, a diamond, probably 2 clubs. I mean, I think he might get out with 1 club loser if the defense screws up and lets him take a heart trick, which is possible.
Yeah. Well, I mean, East isn't going to go Ace King of Hearts because...
Well, no, never mind. So what does West do now? So let's say it
10
goes
of hearts. 10 of hearts.
Right. That's fine. Declare plays a diamond pitching a club, gets in. If East doesn't play the 10 of clubs here, Declare can play 10 of diamonds pitching a club, get in, play the 8 of diamonds pitching another club, because that's a winner.
Yeah. Oh, I certainly agree. I mean, we're definitely going to see the 10 of clubs.
Right, if East doesn't play the 10 of clubs here, he'll get out for down 1. He'll just lose 1 diamond, and he'll have 5 winners. He'll be able to take 3 spades, a club, and a diamond.
Right. Yep. Did they need to bid three spades? Matt says, I mean, your partner makes a mixed raise. You have a singleton in the opponent's suit. Even if Craig's on with the idea that it's no longer forcing when the opponents come in, I think South has a pretty clear competitive three-spade bid.
I mean, I think it definitely can't be forcing here, right? Like, we're red-white. We said that we have competitive values to the three level. Like, I don't know. Why does that mean that we're in a force?
Yeah.
Like, the other's a little different. We've shown limit raise values. Here showing mixed raise values. I think there's just no reason to be in a force at that point.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we show a limit raise to the two level. Yeah, sure. Like, once we're showing a raise in high cards, maybe we should be forced. I still don't think we should, but I think there's a better case for that than here, where all we've said is that, like, is that we can bid to the three level. It doesn't necessarily show that we want to the way a limit raise does.
Right.
Anyway.
Okay, club return. I mean, West has to be aware that the reason partner led the ten of clubs is for this surrounding play.
Yeah.
Although maybe he's just working out that if he continues a heart, does this cost in some way? And it in fact does.
Yeah, I mean, East heart pitch may turn out to haunt him later.
Wait, hold on. Does it?
I guess no, because East can't. Yeah, he can't set up and catch the last heart.
Wait, so does any of this actually matter? Why can't Declare just win the ace of clubs and pitch a club on the ten of diamonds anyway? They can, right?
Right. Yeah, East needed to play that club earlier.
Well, I wouldn't say East needed to play the club earlier. There was just nothing that the defense could do, right?
I mean, if he had played a club at
Trick one,
his first opportunity. No, just when he got in with the diamond, right? Or I don't remember what he got in with first, but I think or was that the first time he got into
that was the first time he got in. West needed to lead a heart at trick one, and then East needed to switch to the ten of clubs.
Well, somehow in the other room they made three spades, which feels shocking to me.
That's not surprising.
I mean, I guess if you guess the spade, you're in good shape.
Yeah, guessing the spade is maybe all it takes. They got a heart lead. West led the five of hearts at trick one. East actually did well to stick in the six, which held. Did switch to the ten of clubs. Wow, is this really not good enough to beat it? They did everything right.
Nice play by Declare to play low from dummy to try to force East to hop up with a hard honor. East not falling for it.
Mm-hmm.
I guess East shouldn't fall for it because the 5, if it's 3rd and 5th, South can't have the 10.
Yeah, Declare actually... So, again, this thing that I talk about all the time, Declare saved his guess in the spade suit until trick 11 and had enough information to work out who he thought had what in spades. So played West for the jack of spades and got rewarded, making 3. Well done.
Yeah.
Two passes go around to West, who opens a no trump. 15 count over there. I don't think North should bid.
Are East West a 2/1 type pair, or are they playing strong club?
They're 2/1.
Yeah. And I know 2/1 is quite popular in South America. I don't have a great sense of what other systems have a following there.
Yeah, I'm not sure. We saw Medalla playing 2/1, I think, the other day. Transfer to spades, passes back around to South. That's just going to end the auction.
Yeah, North-South, both of them probably like their hands for defense. South obviously a few trump tricks and North with two ace jacks behind the no trump bidder, but no one has any reason to take a call here.
Yeah, club opening lead. And when South gets in, he might try club back, but eventually I think he'll switch to a diamond, which will net the defense 6 tricks, 2 diamonds, a heart, and 3 spades.
Are we so sure about that?
Yeah.
I mean, what if West just, oh, I see. I was going to continue clubs, but North can rough in front. I was thinking like, oh, I'll have to rough with a spade on her, but yeah, can't do everything.
Yeah. Now, if Declare had a 6-3 spade fed, it would be important for South to switch to diamonds immediately. But on this layout, it's perfectly safe for South to continue clubs at trick 2 or trick 3 here. Maybe he's going to switch to diamonds anyway. It's probably better to switch to diamonds.
I mean, the 2 of spades should be a super preference card if North-South are on the ball here.
Okay, well, then that might suggest clubs. But,
well, I mean, should it though? Because, well, I don't know. I mean, like, I don't know whether North knows that South is going to be able to read it. Like, South knows North only has 2 spades at most.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, so he cashes the ace of spades, which this is going to give him the information he needs. North is going to pitch an encouraging diamond or pitch the 10 of clubs or something.
Yeah, I like the encouraging diamond. Like 10 of clubs kind of clarifies he doesn't have a club trick, but doesn't necessarily point South in the right direction unless he really believes that 2 of spades.
Yeah. So there's the diamond switch. Declare tries the king. That's not the play. Oh, actually, maybe this is the play, right? South's a passed hand. There's no way South could have ace, king, queen of spades, and the ace of diamonds. All right, fair enough.
See. I mean, he probably can't have the queen, jack of diamonds, but yeah, it's true. That's more likely than the absolutely impossible opening bid that he didn't open.
Yeah, so North just cashes out. 2 spades down 1, a push in both rooms. All right, board 7. So Argentina off to a good start in this match, which this is, I think, a really important match for both teams. Let me just try and make sure that I have the standings correct going into this round. So after round 9, New Zealand was in 9th place and Argentina was in 5th, although there were less than 10 VPs separating 5th from 9th. So if Argentina has a big win, that's probably going to solidify their position in the top 8. And if New Zealand is able to win, they would overtake Ireland or Romania for the top 8 spot.
And I guess we're getting sort of towards the end of this, right? There's all of today and all of tomorrow, but the end of tomorrow concludes the round robin.
Really?
I think. I'm not sure. I thought there were, because this. Oh no, there would be some play on. Or this. Yeah, no, I'm wrong. I think if there's 17 teams in each group, then I guess we would have 2 matches Sunday, and then maybe Sunday evening is captain's meeting in the draw.
Why do we have a 17th round on the calendar for the round robin?
Sorry. No, there would be only 16 rounds. It would be 1 match on Sunday.
Why? Wait. Hold on. Someone else look into this, because I'm not going to right now, but there are 17 matches scheduled for the round robin. in groups of
It,
17 teams.
they're definitely both 17. There wasn't a 17 and an 18.
Oh, there's a bye. Of course there's 17. Okay, I'm dumb. I figured it out. Yes, there's a
Oh,
sit
right,
out.
right,
So you do play against 17 other teams, one of which is called BYE.
right.
Okay, okay, okay,
Oh yeah,
okay.
yeah, yeah, right. You can't do it without that. Yeah. So then Sunday evening they'll set the draw for the knockout and start playing the knockout on Monday morning. I think.
Yeah. All right, this auction in front of us, West opens a club and rebids a weak no trump. North finally able to make a takeout double of spades.
Yeah. So East possibly is thinking about whether two clubs is still a transfer to two diamonds here if they're playing two-way check back.
Yeah, that would be great if they have it available.
I mean,
Otherwise,
it's
East would
possible
just
to
have to
think about it.
pass.
It's possible. Well, yeah, unless you can make a three diamond preempt, or though, like I think who knows, and obviously the Argentine team does have some top level experience, but I don't know how new this partnership is. So it's very possible that they just like aren't 100% sure what's going on over the double as far as their methods.
Yeah, well, this is the partnership that's wheeling, or the threesome that's wheeling. Camberos is
Yeah.
playing with Rizzo and I forget who the other third is in that collection, but they're five-handed. So
Yeah, so that kind of does add to the the possibility that they just don't have a firm handle on their methods.
okay, East bids two diamonds.
Like praying that it ends the auction or that North South take them off the hook here.
I mean, South is definitely going to bid two hearts because South has a heart fit.
Right.
So the real
And we'll
question
see.
is, what does West think is going on? If East bid shows
Right.
spades and diamonds, West might actually bid two spades here. And
I think if it does, it probably doesn't imply a fifth spade, right? But again, who knows? Like East might have just tried two spades with five of them.
maybe. I mean, I feel like West is probably going to bid two spades. He has the best possible spade support for having bid one no trump already.
I mean, he is pretty happy to get to defend a heart partial vulnerable.
Yeah, that's a good point. Two hearts. That's going to pass out. East is,
East has
if
to be done here.
if
Yeah.
you're uncertain about what the auction means and you're in a new partnership and you get away with one bid, you don't risk a second bid that your partner might misinterpret. I don't think he's going to
True.
balance three diamonds. Yeah.
So I actually think this one's different because now if he bids three diamonds, that definitely has to be non-forcing, and he knows he has an eight card fit because he could double. I'm not advocating for it, but I think three diamonds here is safer than two diamonds in the previous round if they're not on firm ground in this kind of auction.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, he just does decide that he has no reason to compete further, and who knows, like he has to stiff hard, his partner could have length, in fact he does.
So West leads a diamond.
So good start setting up their trick there. Declare can try to win and play clubs to pitch a diamond away, but East can rough in. Doesn't really gain anything, but it preserves their diamond trick.
Yeah, I think I really like that start for Declare, though, because you still pitch a diamond on the third club. East roughs with the ten of hearts, and on this layout, it could be really important to start pulling the opponent's trumps. Like in this case, East won't be able to then push trumps through Declare, so Declare is going to be able to just safely cross rough.
Yeah, and West can win the ace of spades and play a low heart without giving up a trick there, but Declare will still have three hearts and dummy to rough spades with. West can rough up in front of it eventually, but every time he does so, he's doing it with a trump honor and can't continue them without giving up a trick.
Mm-hmm.
And Declare obviously does need to win this trick, but I don't think that's going to be an issue.
I mean, I could understand ducking this trick, winning the second diamond, and exiting the spade king.
Well, yeah, but there won't be a second diamond, right? East will just shift to a trump.
Yeah. Yeah, so I definitely like winning this trick and just playing clubs, pitch the diamond, even if they rough in. You probably expect East to rough.
And sometimes in 3-3, right? A club doesn't.
I don't think so. Then West has like 5 hearts or something.
Oh, I see. Yeah, like what East could be, maybe 4. Well, no, on the 6 of diamond lead, I guess East can't be 4-2, 5-2. Yeah, so maybe Declare actually should suspect the trump split.
Okay, decides to go heart to the ace to now play clubs, which, like, this is going to work in terms of pitching the diamond loser, but now West is going to get in with the spade ace and pull all of the trumps, and then you're going to be out of tricks.
So I think so that heart to the ace does pretty strongly suggest that he did figure out hearts are 4-1. I think the problem with that is it's kind of a bet that the ace of spades is with East because obviously he needs it, I'd say to avoid West pulling trumps. And if that's true, then like what's everyone's hand? East is marked with the king, queen of diamonds, probably from the lead. I mean, I guess it can't really be a third best 6 if he's right about the heart split, which means West has to have it for his opening bid.
Yeah.
So,
oh, this actually works out fine, right? We just have 8 tricks. So I guess Declare worked out that...
Right.
I mean, it's a little weird because West could have had the 10 of hearts, in which case we're just down 1, but maybe Declare thought that was okay. Or sorry, I guess we would be down 2 if West had the 10 of hearts. Yeah, we'd be down 2. I don't know, something about this feels really weird to me, the way that this hand played out. It looked a lot more natural to just try and pitch a diamond on 3 rounds of clubs, but scoring spade roughs in the dummy just feels like a really good thing to do. That's exactly what I want to do. Rough losing spades with losing trumps.
Declare's down.
Oh yeah, sorry, you're totally right. I thought West was going to play 4 rounds of trumps and Dummy was going to have a club to cash. No. West will just play a diamond.
West is just going to tap Dummy out of the last trump, and then the East-West hands are high.
Yeah. Okay, so Declare is down 1. All right, so this line of play was crazy.
Yeah.
It's not crazy. Yeah, I don't know what the mistake was from Declare on this. It feels really unnatural to not just to preserve your trumps or to like relinquish that ace of hearts,
Yeah. I don't know. This kind of seems like a little bit of a bridge 101 hand. You don't have a lot of high card winners. You do have some shortness in both hands, so you try to do some roughing.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah, exactly. Well, the defense doesn't mess up the end position, so East held on to both of his winners at the end, minus 100, and add that to the down 2 and 3 diamonds at the other table, also for the New Zealand squad. Argentina has opened up a 19-imp lead in this match, which is, I mean, quite a bit, considering we're coming into the halfway mark. New Zealand really needs to make some headway, otherwise they're going to find themselves kind of sitting back of the pack, fighting for that 8th place position.
Yeah, the other room, I think East balancing decision to try three diamonds was totally reasonable, but he knows his partner doesn't have four spades, and probably that means he has a weak no trump with enough of a diamond fit to make three diamonds playable. So I don't fault him for it, but obviously, didn't work out for him. I shouldn't say that because two hearts should have made, so minus 100 basically should have been a nothing.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it could have been held to 3 imps or 2 imps, depending on how many over tricks were made in two hearts. But
Right.
All right, on to board 8. We got 12 count in North, gets to open a club. East has a little bit of an awkward bidding decision, just 14 passes. Partner's a passed hand.
Yeah, if you switch the red suits, I'd probably overcall a heart. Here, overcalling a diamond is kind of pointless. Like, yeah, I guess it works because partner has 4 of them, but I don't see any reason to do it.
Yeah, so South bids a heart. 4 or more spades.
Yeah. North will just bid a spade, and probably that ends the auction unless West wants to come in. I mean, East might double this, actually, since now he's got 4-4 in the unbid suits, yep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so take out double, finally East gets involved. I saw, and the rest of chat saw, Craig didn't see, East be hyper-conservative on a previous board, costing his side a potential game swing. For not getting involved with the best hand at the table. But here he does make the takeout double, 2 spades by South, just kind of preemptive at this point.
Yeah, just on the strength of his presumably known 8-card fit, 1 spade, I assume, for them, guaranteed a 3-card suit for him to make this call.
Yeah, and now kind of an interesting question, what would 2-0 from West be? If 2-0 trump is both minors, then I think West would like to make that bid. If 2-0 trump could be interpreted as natural in this partnership, especially since it's a newer partnership, then you probably don't want to make the bid. West does stick out 2-0 trump. It even gets alerted. I wonder how confident he is that this is really both minors to his partner.
Yeah, and I don't think natural is a possible explanation here. Right, you would just make a responsive double if you had that hand.
Oh my god, North. North is like, I am not letting you guys play 3 diamonds. So bids 3 spades, also preemptively.
Yeah, I didn't anticipate this, but I was wondering whether South 2 spades was a little aggressive. Like, is he, he doesn't really have anything extra. Is he confident about declaring 2 spades opposite, a hand that only has 3? Maybe. I don't know how aggressively these guys open, but, like, are you okay defending 2 of a red suit if, if partner doesn't have a 4th spade? I don't know. Like, probably. It turns out the opponents don't really have any playable fit. They have 8 diamonds, but you've got 10/8 of them.
Yeah, I get your point. You have the misfit in clubs, so it looks like this hand is not going to produce as many tricks on offense as it might on defense, and the hand is fairly weak. I think South just bid 2 spades because he wanted to preempt the opponent's auction. He thought that there was some chance that the opponent still had a possible game and wanted to stop them from finding it, which I understand the sentiment at imps. But it does look like he's gotten a little bit too high.
Yeah. I mean, 2 of a red suit, presumably 2 diamonds, was probably going to make, declarer's not in great shape, but you don't have that many top. You have, a spade, 2 hearts, a diamond, and, probably no clubs to lose. You'll pick those off after the opening bid.
Mm-hmm. Okay, how does East want to defend? North is declaring, and East probably knows about the diamond singleton, not just because the jack was played, but also from the auction. So it's very
I don't
possible he
know.
might go ace and a spade here.
Yeah, I was gonna say like not knowing anything and like he might think the South has a six spade to. Oh, sorry, never mind. To mid two spades, like maybe but like probably just plays another spade. It's only wrong when this is the layout and when declare is either gonna misguess it or well, I guess here it doesn't matter if he misguesses it because if he rush diamonds, then he can't do it. Yeah.
Yeah, there's ace of spades and a spade.
Well,
Good
if
defense
it
from
costs a trump
East.
trick, if it costs a trump trick, it'll get it back as a diamond trick.
So how's Declare gonna end up? Wins the king of spades, crosses to the heart queen, roughs a diamond, gives up a club. Man, that doesn't look like a very good line of play. um, but maybe it is just what you have to do.
I mean, you really desperately need that rough, so not much else you can do.
Yeah, okay, so there's the diamond rough, gives up a club. Um, and now the defense can cash out. Ace of clubs, two more diamonds. Down one. Really not the
Yeah,
end of the
again,
world.
like no, again, it's basically a nothing. East West we're gonna make 90 at least in diamonds, probably 110. So maybe you competed a little aggressively, but I don't think it cost your side much.
Yeah, and I mean, it looks like it's probably just a good result for North-South. Obviously, it's not going to be a win 7 or anything. I'll maybe I should hold my tongue on that, but
Yeah, right.
but it very well might win 2 or 1.
Yeah, I think East West we're probably gonna make three diamonds. So if they do, and if they don't compete as aggressively at the table, yeah, the New Zealanders will pick up a couple of imps.
All right, there's the club exit, so East is just going to win the ace, diamond to the ace, diamond to the queen. I am not sure what the delay is. Okay, there's the ace of clubs. Queen of diamonds. Then diamond to the ace. 3 diamonds does make in the other room, so this will be a 2-ump pickup for New Zealand.
Yeah, Westall put Declare and dummy just to make him do something, but Declare was rough a club and draw trumps.
Yeah.
Yep, there we go.
Alright, well played. And the aggression looks like it kind of pays off because 3 diamonds did come home, despite the poor diamond split over there. Clubs are easy to pick up, especially if South leads the singleton queen. So halfway through the match, Argentina's up by 17, but New Zealand have shown some promise on a few of the boards. East gets to open this time, finally happy that he doesn't have to be the one overcalling. Good morning, Ilurian. So pass by North, East will open a diamond, I assume? Yes. Well, wait. No, I think East is going to open a club. I can't really tell from their convention card, but it does look to me like they play a club could be short, and yeah, there it is, 1 club. So do you overcall diamond as South?
Maybe. Probably not. Like I do like to keep that to the majors, but I don't hate it. Yeah, he does it here.
Yeah, so diamond, negative double by West. Or, wait, it got alerted. Maybe this is just showing hearts then. It's possible.
Yeah, what are me? Honestly, he made us be from a part of the world where you alert negative doubles. I think that's still a thing in some places.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, it is their home country, so if they're supposed to alert negative doubles usually, then it would make sense to do so here.
I
But
mean, it is, but it's their home country, but not their home country rules, presumably. So
yeah,
I don't know that that implies anything.
yeah. Um,
The one spade continuation does make it look like it was a transfer.
yeah, I think so. So, a little bit unusual. I mean, I've never played with this treatment where you don't have a negative double to show 4-4 in the majors in this spot, but
If you can do this, you don't need it. Well, I
yeah,
guess you do need it if North is about to raise diamonds.
right.
That is a pretty awkward position.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate spot. But here with West having 12 and North not competing, they're pretty safe, so they get to 3-0. And man, I think a diamond lead is real bad from South here. So I don't know what I would lead. It would probably be one of the majors. I guess spades. But this is the type of auction that the opponents are prepared for diamonds, and that means it's not like you had overcalled Ace King fifth, where fine, the opponents are prepared for diamonds, but we might still set up tricks. Yeah, South gets off to the spade lead.
Yeah.
I like
This
this.
spade is fine. I think a high diamond is also fine. Like probably it's not going to cost a trick.
Yeah, I hate it. I think it's
Yeah,
terrible.
maybe catch on or doubleton and dummy. Just get to set up three tricks. I don't know. I mean, yeah, like I don't love it, but I also don't love either major suit lead in a club. I think is totally out. So leading a high diamond also does buy you time to see whether there's some unexpected weakness in one of the majors rather than just guessing one.
Yeah, I don't know what the agreements are about the one heart bid from East, because if the double showed 4 hearts, it's possible that for these players, one heart just showed a weak no trump, and therefore East could still have a doubleton heart. But if East's one heart promised 3, a heart lead is clearly out. You don't want to lead the suit that dummies turning up with 4 of them when it's 4-3-3 around the table.
I think the spade is the alternative, but I don't think that a high diamond is as bad as you think it is.
Hmm.
Honestly, probably with the south hand, you're not going plus most of the time. I think he knows that it's a long shot to the other partner's going to have a hand where he can beat it.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So,
ATN says, isn't South squeezed on the 4th heart? Man, we are just not there yet. We're at trick 1, buddy. So, 10 of spades, queen, king. Ace, low.
and you can pitch a spade, right? North has the spades guarded.
How many tricks does Eclair have? So we have 2 spades, 3 hearts because the suit splits, 2 clubs, and 1 diamond. That sounds like 8 to me.
Yeah, I think Declare probably will take a club finesse at some point.
It is an interesting question. Yeah, ATN makes the
I
point
see.
that South pitching a spade would get South strip squeezed, which is correct.
Yeah, I see that in the chat. Um,
So, I mean,
and
I do
again,
think
like,
Declare is going to play heart to the 10 right now. That seems
yes.
pretty likely. like cashing the ace king of hearts would pick up, say, honor 9 doubleton and north sand, whereas heart to the 10 would be bad in that case. But South might just have queen jack third hearts. They did overcall. They probably have a lot of missing values.
Yeah, obviously, if South has that honor 9 doubleton, then you just then you just pick it up. The 8'll score on the third round, and you've still got an entry. Or 2 entries, really, because the queen of diamonds is almost certainly an entry.
The entries are a little awkward. Okay, he starts with a diamond. South flies king.
I'm not sure I like that play. I mean, it's sort of safe, but I guess, he just wants to lead another spade. But it's like, when you hop up like that, it doesn't cost a trick in the diamond suit, but you sort of need a plan, and, I don't know how productive this is. Maybe it's fine. The spades are blocked, which isn't ideal for the defense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, switch the 6 and 4 of spades, and the defense would be a lot happier. I mean, Declare does have this issue that
just duck this.
They might duck this trick. Hey Raj, I have no idea what the mobile phones being left at the table means, but the way that it sounded to me with my short conversation with the chat, so this is like fifth-hand information, is that there wasn't like any sort of collusion or cheating or anything of that sort going on. They were just like forgetful and left their phones at the table.
Yeah, so Declare does duck this, but now North has an entry with the queen of hearts to catch a spade. So a heart earlier would have been better for that reason.
Yeah, that's a really good point, actually. Although Declare might just stick in the 7 of spades here. I mean, South did lead the 10, and then the 9. You don't really expect...
But if he does that, all of a sudden he's lost 3 tricks. He still has the ace of diamonds outstanding. He still hasn't set up another heart trick. He hasn't set up an extra club trick. He's just, this is not a very good position for him to be in.
No, certainly not. I definitely would not be thrilled to be in this spot as Declare. I do agree that the phone situation is pretty ridiculous. It was in the seniors event.
Well, that's fine. They can't cheat if they don't know how to use them.
Yeah, but it happened 3 times, presumably with them being reprimanded both previous times.
So when you say it happened 3 times, what was it?
Them leaving their phones at the table. I don't even understand what I mean. Okay, I don't know what happened, but
that to me honestly suggests that there may have been misunderstanding about the rules rather than they just did something dumb and senior-y.
I mean, they're neighbors, Chile and Argentina are next to each other on the... You figured maybe they needed to make a phone call to check and see if the rules applied to them. I don't know. All right. So...
Were there penalties or just general hilarity?
I have no idea if there were penalties earlier, but they've been banned from the tournament, or expelled from the tournament.
Wait, there were players expelled from the tournament over this?
Yeah, because it happened 3 times.
Oh, it happened 3 times to the same people?
Yes!
Oh my god.
I know.
This was just happening at 3 different tables, and that a bunch of different teams didn't understand the rule. Not that the same people were warned a bunch of times and just kept doing it.
I mean, yes, there's going to be a Bridge Winners thread on this later today. Everyone make sure to get the popcorn ready.
I guess the good news is Since they are expelled and get their phone back, the players involved in this can weigh in on the thread.
Yeah. um,
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, I definitely support strict phone related security of these things. I think visible in a bag at the table or whatever is a good rule because otherwise, like, I got to use the can. Um, but yeah,
Man, Declared
I think
just
it's
doesn't have
whatever.
very
If
many
people really
tricks
want
on
to,
this
they can have
hand.
burners.
I'm sorry. Can we come back to Brit? We can talk about the senior issue later. Um,
Yeah,
like
Declare's just gonna take a while and then go minus a bunch.
yeah,
Not much
yeah,
different.
that's what it's starting to look like. Man, it felt like Declare started with approximately 8 tricks, and somehow now Declare is down to like only 6 of them. Is that what's happening?
Uh, 6 seems like a fairly small number. I think he's gonna take at least 7, right? He's got this
Okay.
trick,
Yeah, he'll get
two
a
ace
diamond
king.
trick.
Yeah,
3-0 did go
yeah,
down a trick at the other table. So if this does go down more than one, New Zealand will pick up a few umps.
yeah. I'm curious. Let's see how the play went to the other table. Whether they did adopt the suggestion of playing a heart much earlier than Camberos did.
Well, South made the ridiculous and horrible lead of the ace. Oh, he had never bid
Well, he
diamonds. It
he
makes a
never
lot more
bid diamond
sense.
lead. A diamond on that auction is automatic.
Yeah, yeah. So he leads the ace of diamonds, switches to the 10 of spades. Another diamond
Passing
comes to the
declare.
queen. Declare then cashes the ace of hearts, king of hearts, and plays another heart. Again, without any bidding, it's less clear to lead a heart to the 10. So Declare does kind of just play the percentages that, like, sometimes North has queen 9 or jack 9 doubleton, or queen jack doubleton.
And declare in entry trouble, right? So he's in with the ace of spades at trick 3, or whatever, after winning trick 2. If you play a heart to the 10 now, like, suppose it loses and the jack or 9 doesn't come up. Like, yeah, whatever, they lead something back to you, you play as king another, but, um, you don't really have any entries to either hand, like ace king and another. Like maybe it goes ace king and North drops a doubleton honor, and now you use one of your very few hand entries to lead a heart toward the 10.
Oh, yeah, for sure. So Declare eventually just took the club finesse at the other table, which makes a lot of sense. Again, no bidding, so you don't really suspect
Right.
South has most of the missing honors, and
Yeah,
does go
particularly once you
down.
know about the ace king of diamonds.
Hmm. Declare did handle the end position very well at the other table, though, to get out for down one. So here we go. Wins the jack of spades, ace of hearts. Pause.
Yeah, I think he was hoping to see a bigger heart in this trick, but I guess it doesn't really matter once he pitched the 8 from his hand. I think that he's also kind of realized how bad his current position is.
Every trick is gonna be slower and slower as Declare goes down. This always happens. When Declare is like going
Yeah.
down, they start playing incredibly slowly.
I think that's not always true, but when they go down in a way that makes them realize that they played it poorly earlier, that's true. Like if you just like go about your business and you're making or not, then fine. Like just playing tempo. This is the oops, like trick 2 was really dumb, wasn't it? Kind of pause.
Hmm. This is a cool play by South, the Jack of Hearts. Declare might now think that exiting a heart, North has the Queen 9 remaining, and so
Right.
he might be a
Well,
little bit
no,
more afraid of doing that.
he knows that's not possible, right? He's seen every other heart. Oh, I see. You mean he might make declare think that's what's going on? Yeah.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, maybe. Like make declare afraid to play a third round.
Yep. Not that it really matters because the South is going to use the Nine of Hearts to get to Partner's Queen to cash that Eight of Spades later anyway. But
Well, declare might exit a spade now.
yeah. Or,
Nope, let's
just do
continue.
this. Take the club finesse. Or not take the club finesse. That's cool too.
I guess, yeah. Oh, he's
This is great, actually, for the defense, because Declare thinks South has one more club and one fewer heart.
right.
He's going to try and end play him by exiting a diamond here.
Yeah, so he is going to be down 3.
Yeah, the defense is going to get 2
No, we're down
diamonds.
2.
So 2 diamonds, a heart, and a spade. Down 2.
Yeah, so the same down 2 that we were predicting if Declare had gotten everything right. Oh, guys, we were predicting down 2 because we thought Declare would take the club finesse. He's going to be down 2 in a more high level bridge way by playing for an end play.
Yeah. There's the ace of diamonds, and Declare is like, okay, I take 2 more. South is like, not so fast, buddy. 9 of hearts.
Yeah.
Shocker. All right, but he does get the king of clubs at the end. 3 amps going back to New Zealand.
Yeah.
They've done well on some of these defensive hands, just collecting a couple extra under tricks.
Yeah, I mean, that was a little more Declare going down an extra than them taking an extra, but, they certainly defended well.
Mm-hmm. 12 count from East. He'll open a club again, I believe. And what do we overcall as South? I think 1 spade.
Yeah, with the 6-5, I don't mind too. I think if I were like 6-1-2-4 or something, I would definitely only overcall 1 with such bad spades and nothing on the outside.
Mm-hmm.
And again, a hand where some people play intermediate red, if North South do, they won't have any choices.
We're very unfortunate that New Zealand at this table doesn't have Wibbly sitting South, because then we would see at least 3 spades on the South cards, and that would be very exciting for one reason or another.
It would end the auction, but it would not be very fun for him to play, even with North having such a good hand.
Okay, 1 spade by South, 2 hearts from North. South gets to rebid 2 spades, I assume. And I wonder what North is going to do at that point, because North does have this big hand. I mean, this might not be forcing. Maybe South will pass 2 hearts.
Yeah, I think it's not forcing, but you might bid again anyway, since probably you have at least 7 spades and, at most 7 hearts.
I'm just looking through their notes. I mean, I don't...
Like, your partner is King, Jack, 5 of hearts. You'd probably rather bid 2 spades.
Yeah, 2 hearts is non-forcing.
No, he does pass. Nice enough.
Yeah, I like the pass, just because your spades are so bad and you don't want to encourage further bidding from partner. Like, you bid 2 spades and your partner bids 3 hearts, and you're just like, okay, that was ineffective.
Yeah, and this is certainly my preferred way to play that, after you overcall, same level advances are always forcing, and if you overcall the 2 level, everything is always forcing, but that this specifically, these 2 over 1s are non-forcing.
Yeah, no, this ace of clubs lead is actually really helpful to Declare, but the diamonds split, the hearts split. Wait. I haven't been following the bingo, so do we have any bingo squares that we can tick off? Let me pull that up, because this is very important.
I mean, 2 hearts was never really in jeopardy with the diamonds. Easy to bring in and the heart splitting. The club.
Right.
Club needs an extra trick, but not a meaningful trick in context. Yeah, but nicely done to North-South to, to stay at an extreme safety level on a hand like this. Where's today's bingo card?
It's still in the same section of the Discord. I posted a new one.
End play since it didn't work.
Oh, did I not post the bingo card? I'm sorry.
Well, I see it up now. Assuming this is today's.
October 25th? No, I did post it. It's in the bingo section.
In the bingos, I don't see the bingo section. I just saw it on your screen for a moment.
On the Discord. There's a bingo
Oh,
channel.
on the Discord. Got it.
Yeah.
Now, are you using the same squares every day, just shuffling them, or do you have different squares each day?
I have
Or
a
some
list of
some different
things
squares
that
each
can
day?
be squares.
Got it. So you have more than 24 things and just some, like, site that shuffles it and
Yep.
does it for you?
Yep. I don't have many more than 24 squares. I think I have about 32 or something, but
Enough to get a little variety from day to day.
yeah. So Declare takes quite a few tricks here. Looks like 10 of them. The other table got to 3 spades in the south and made 9 tricks, so this will just be a 1-up swing. Yeah, North has this really awkward problem. It went a club, a 2 spade overcall at the other table. North decided to advance 3 hearts and then just pass out 3 spades when South rebid the suit. To me, that kind of feels conservative because I think South is often going to deliver a nice quality spade suit opposite the singleton 10 that maybe you should just try the 4 spade game. But works out better here when South's hand really doesn't fit with North's. 6 boards to go. I guess we'll see if West is feeling like preempting that hand. Jack 10 6th and a spade void.
I don't think I would do it in second C, but I don't hate it. You know, maybe it's a good hand if you're playing 2 ranges of multi, and then you can make the bid, but not feel like partner's gonna bury you for it.
Yeah, the hand does have, like, okay offensive strength with the void, but it is certainly a little bit weak. I mean, Queen Jack 10 6th of hearts and 3 small diamonds, and I think everyone would do it.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean the you know, the spade void kind of goes both ways. You know, you might not be so unhappy to see the opponent's land of spades if they're breaking horribly.
2 hearts double pass? Not redouble? Man.
Maybe they play like a parking lot type redouble where you know, where redouble starts showing your own suit, and on a hand like this, you just have to pass and double later.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
That's kind of a popular treatment where you play lead directing raises, redouble, says you have your own suit, and, you know, with the good hands, you just have to pass and hope to get a chance later.
Yeah, seems reasonable. So South does to go through Lebensal. North, despite the 17 high card points, doesn't feel like they want to push things, especially when partner shows diamonds on this auction.
Yeah, I mean, if South is limited to, you know, like 8-ish at most, then, you know, North is going to be, like, maybe very, very slightly nervous that South is top of his range and they can make a game, but it's white, who cares?
Yeah, Jack of Hearts lead. So this is going to go around to East, Singleton, Ace. And East might have a little bit of thinking to do. But one thing East knows is that West doesn't have a Singleton spade. He would have led that. So West either has 0 or 2 spades. East switches to the Queen. And now the defense is just going to set up their cross ruff. Spade ruff,
Yeah,
heart ruff, spade ruff. Heart.
I mean, not that West probably was going to do anything else, but this Queen is suit preference. You know, this is not just I mean, it's also like West could have had a spade, but I think, you know, Declarer was hoping for this, and now West will play a heart.
Yeah.
And if West
Four
had
of
a
Hearts
spade,
is a little bit
you might as well
weird
lead the
from
queen.
West. Again, as you say, when you're giving partner rough, you want to give suit preference. So I would have expected West to return like the Eight of Hearts or something. Not that it really matters. Jack of Spades comes back. Please, more hearts, partner.
Yeah, so after a heart, roughed and over roughed and another spade, they're going to take every one of their trump tricks. Yeah, I think the last time I saw upside down suit preference was when Meckwell played it for a while, and then they eventually abandoned it. Well, I think they did it mainly because it was like kind of confusing for the declaring side a lot of the time. Like, I don't think, there's no technical reason to do it. I think they did it, to make life harder for the opponents.
Mm-hmm.
There was a famous hand against, well, I guess I won't say who it is, but someone of our mutual acquaintance where they ended up in a committee because they were playing this way, and Declarer asked what their signaling methods were, and they said we play upside down.
Uh-huh.
And the declaring side was quite miffed that to find out they played upside down suit preference and hadn't specified it was all three, since that's such a non-standard treatment.
Yeah.
So after that, they were forced to say every time we play upside down counts attitude and suit preference, and not long after that, they abandoned it.
Well, the King of Clubs is not going to take a trick, but you were so right. East-West scored all 6 of their trumps separately. And that is down 3. I feel like North could have gone down a little bit better in no trump if they had elected to take a further action over partner's 3 diamond call, but
I mean, if they knew that West preempt was, potentially this, maybe you overcall 2 no trump natural and apologize when they run the first 6 hearts against you.
sure. So East-West each have a 7-card minor here. West gets first crack at it. Schmeebel asks 1 club or 5 clubs. I don't think those are the 2 options.
Yeah, I don't like 5 clubs at all. For me, 1 I think is okay. I like 3, and I really don't mind a pass.
Yeah. Yeah, the reason Craig likes 3, I'm going to elaborate for you. Don't worry. You can sit back and enjoy. Is that one of the big...
You know the answer to it.
Yeah, I mean, one of the big targets that you can aim for when you preempt in a minor is 3 no trump. So, like a 4 club preempt bypasses a potential game contract that your side could make, which is a little bit dangerous.
Yeah, I would like 4 clubs much more if I had 7-4 with like Queen 10-9 7th of clubs, because their partner's Ace Doubleton of clubs isn't a 3-no game. Here, if partner is Ace Doubleton of clubs and just a little bit of stuff in the other suits, we've probably got 8+ tricks and no trump.
Yeah.
Like, I think, to me, that's a really important consideration in minor suit preempting, is if partner has Ace Doubleton or King Doubleton, can we bring in the suit for all of them? And if the answer is yes, I really don't want to preempt past 3 no trump.
Mm-hmm. What would Wibbly do? Good question. Maybe we'll find out. I don't know which seat he's in. I think yesterday we saw, or 2 days ago maybe, we saw Matt Brown sitting west.
Yeah, so north-south have landed in their side's best spot pretty quickly. Michael's by south. Happy correction to 4 spades by north, and I don't think this is going to present too many problems.
No, the Ace of Hearts is on side. Declare can just pull trumps and eventually lose, I guess, a couple of heart tricks.
Yeah, I mean, basically you have 10 top tricks. 5 spades in a rough, a heart, ace, king, ace.
Yeah.
And probably he'll just start by leading a heart at trick 2. kind of sort of for the wrong reason, thinking that West is more likely to be short. So if he roughs hearts, that it won't matter that his trumps are so low.
Yeah, that probably makes sense. Um, Also, just in case the spades split badly, like 4-0, in which case, pulling 4 rounds of trumps, you wouldn't be able to ruff any hearts, which might cause you to go down, I suppose. Um, okay, heart to the king, heart back to the ace, and
Yeah, I think maybe like a couple of rounds of trumps, a couple of rounds of diamonds to score them. Know eventually you'll ruff a heart with the jack, which will be your 10th trick, and depending on what's going on, maybe somehow manage to take an 11th. Like at match points, this might be a little more interesting.
yeah, but it doesn't seem like Declare actually has anything to do. The 8 of spades is a little bit too big of a spot card. You can't ruff 2 hearts in dummy, and if you pull 3 rounds of trumps, you still can't ruff 2 hearts in dummy. So, it's gonna be 10, but that's good enough. Wait, sorry, it's going to be 11, right? That's what you mean? You can't make 12.
No, 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 no. My question was 10 or 11. I think 10 is still a possibility here.
When we ruff a heart, we just have to give up 1 heart. So,
Oh, right. You just rough a heart. I draw trumps, and yeah. Oh no.
East tries to give his partner diamond ruff. Reasonable.
Yeah, quite reasonably. I would say we'll see Declare draw at least 1 round of trumps here, probably 2. I was going to say you could draw 2 rounds of trumps, unblock the ace. If they split, now you do have 12. If they don't, unblock the ace of diamonds, ruff a heart low. If it gets over rough, that's fine too.
This is a huge mistake.
It's still fine.
No, okay, you're right. It's still fine. Even if a diamond rough came, it's still making 10 tricks. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I thought he should draw another round of trumps before doing that, but I thought that he might do that and lose an over rough with a small spade. Trying to make 12 and knowing that he was never taking fewer than 10. Or 11 at that point. Anyway. In the end, not that exciting a deal.
Yeah, but I mean, you could just rough the 3rd heart with the jack of spades. Anyway, yeah, moving on. 4 spades making 11 tricks. We got 13 count from south, a 14 count from north.
I think this is going to be a pretty quick auction. 1 diamond past 3-0.
Yeah, that does seem a club past 3-0.
Oh, yeah. If that's their opening bid with that hand, sure.
I don't think North would ever open a no trump with this hand. I'm gonna check their no trump range just to make sure. Yeah, they're 15 to 17ers.
For some reason, I got it in my head the South was declaring, or the South was the dealer. Yeah, so a club past 3-0, whatever. Yeah, I guess if you play 14 to 16, it's in range. South obviously has no reason to start with the diamond on a hand like this.
Well, they can't, is the thing.
No.
Okay, South bids a spade, so
yeah, that's fine.
I think this is fine. To start with a spade, like North is unlimited because they're playing like a 2-over-1 style. So if it does go a club past 3-0, North might have some awkward hands that they would otherwise rather have described a bit more slowly. But at this point, with North bidding a no trump, I think South will now just raise to 3-0.
You may also, right, he might want to find out if partner has really long clubs, but also he doesn't have a hand that needs the lead to come up to it in no trump, so maybe you might as well let partner declare it.
Yeah. The other table, supposedly West opened 4 clubs, and it went pass, South balanced with a double. North decided to bid 4 spades, so they get to the same spot.
Yeah, nicely done by North. Passing had to be a little bit tempting with 2 tricks and a pretty weak spade suit.
Well, North doesn't have the 10 of clubs. If North was sitting on ace 10 fourth, then...
Oh, for sure, yeah.
They might go after it.
I mean, it's not so much going after it as just gambling that you're more likely to get a plus on defense than offense at that point.
Yep.
Like, you're not trying to get a number. You're just trying to get your side's best possible results.
Right. So Diamond opening lead against 3-0. Declare is going to take quite a few tricks here. 3 diamonds, 3 clubs, 2 hearts, 3 spades are available if Declare takes the spade hook at the end of play.
Yeah, I mean, so the Cubids points out that, red against white, is not a great vulnerability for passing. I mean, that's sort of true as far as your game bonus, but, it also means that the West hand might be more likely to be ridiculous and you're more likely to get a plus score.
and you're playing against New Zealand.
You're playing against New Zealand. Like, is that a hand that you're so excited to play a 4-4 spade fit? Like, I mean, if you have to, opposite no preempt, sure, on this kind of bidding, it feels dangerous to me.
I don't know. I think I like 4 spades.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that the North hand is a pass. I just think it's a hand where you would consider a pass.
So Declare has decided to go after hearts first to lead clubs up towards the king, queen, jack, which seems very reasonable.
I think he might play a diamond to the 10 now. I think he figured that probably the heart would score no matter where the ace was. Like, that's kind of natural for everyone to duck it, and you just, bank a heart trick and then start playing the other suits.
Yeah, I do agree that at this point you do want to play a diamond. If you play another heart, the defense is going to duck again, and then when you knock out the ace of clubs, they get to cash a couple hearts. So, diamond covered to the ace.
If you don't want to take the spade finesse, then ace king is, or bank on ace king of spades, 1 heart is 3, 3 diamonds is 6, and then hopefully 3 clubs by leading them toward the king queen jack as many times as possible. So starting a heart's a good way to accomplish that.
Why did he duck the ace of clubs here?
That is a good question.
I mean, this looks like a really good play because Declare might now set up an extra trick in ace hand when they cross to dummy. He doesn't have to. He could play a spade to the king. But yeah, I mean, it does seem natural to lead a heart towards the king and now lead a club, and ace can cash an extra heart.
I mean, is this so natural? Because a diamond to the 10 also sets up at most 1 diamond trick, where this sets up at least 1 heart trick.
Yeah, but I mean, you also set up a heart trick for your side by playing a heart. Anyway, I mean, that play ducking the ace of clubs, I'm not sure that would have occurred to me. Because, what if partner just has the jack? We blow a club trick. Right. Declare could easily have had king, queen, fourth, and was just trying to set up the suit himself.
Yeah.
Takes a club finesse, crosses back, takes another club finesse.
Can't argue with both accurate card reading and at the table imp success.
No, certainly not. I mean, it's a very interesting play because you are making quite a large sacrifice that when your partner could have the jack, you might just blow up the club suit, help Declare out. But here, I mean, Declare maybe a little bit sloppy crossing in hearts. It feels very natural to me to cross in a red suit, but playing a spade to the king would have been the more productive play.
He may have thought that given that he had ace king in his hand, that the only real chance for it is if partner didn't have the jack of clubs but did have something where Declare had some opportunity to, to talk himself into doing something unlucky later.
Yeah, makes sense. All right, on to board 14. We got 3 boards to play, and both sides have an 11-card major suit fit. South opens a spade, West overcalls 2 hearts, so both pairs have found their big major suit fits.
Yeah, so North-South can do pretty well. They can make 4 spades, it looks like, since Club Finesse works, and with diamond splitting, you can pitch South's 3rd club on a diamond. East-West, do they have a good save in 5 hearts? And there's 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so East-West actually have a peg save in 5 hearts, although only for 4 imps.
Yeah. So, you say that they can make 4 spades. Let's see, on Ace of Hearts and a club switch, you win. You have to knock out trumps, otherwise if you play on diamonds first, East can buff. And then you play another club when you get in with the spade ace. I think 4 spades would go
4
down.
spades, you're right, does go down on good defense.
And in the meantime, in 5 hearts, the King of Hearts singleton on side, so Declare's not going to misguess that one. The defense will take 2 clubs and 2 diamonds for down 2.
Yeah.
Do we have Phantom Sack on the card? I don't see it. Not today.
Yeah, so I think North will probably double this on the strength of the raise King of Diamonds and Partner's opening bid. Yeah.
5 spades by North. Yeah, it's...
Well, I think this is South's fault.
You think South should double 5 hearts?
I think South does not want to go to 5 spades opposite a singleton heart. And I mean, it's obviously he doesn't have great defense, but passing 5 hearts, this has to be a forcing pass situation. So, he invited Partner to bid, and Partner has extra offense and a 5th trump. I don't blame him for taking the invitation.
Yeah, that's a really good point, that North actually has a hand that looks like it plays really well. King, Queen, 5th of spades, Partner probably has Ace 5th, or something like that over there. The Ace, King of diamonds are in the long suit, so you can produce extra tricks on offense by setting up your long suit. And 3 small clubs is whatever, but
he also, if he thinks that South has, more than 1 heart, which he often would here, that probably means that he has, fewer minor suit losers.
Mm-hmm. How did the defense go? What order were these major suit aces cashed in? Okay, West cashed the Ace of Hearts and then cashed the Ace of Trumps, which makes a lot of sense to me because he's defending 5 spades. I think defending 4 spades, he would have beaten that contract as well. Because West just doesn't want to get end played. He doesn't want to win the Ace of Hearts, exit a club, Declare wins, then Declare plays a spade, and now he's end played into breaking one of the minors. ATN says now West must unblock the club jack under the queen for down 2. But there isn't going to be a down 2. Declare is just going to set up diamonds.
Yeah, Declare's going to play diamonds and pitch a club loser anyway.
Yeah. I mean, it turns out that Declare is looking around to try and make this contract. And to make the contract, he's going to need the diamond queen to come down.
That's not even good enough, right?
Well, it's not good enough yet, but if he can...
Someone with 4 diamonds and the jack 10 of clubs? Come on.
Yeah, but he might not have the entries to do so, right? Yeah, you just can't do it. he could have done it if someone had 5 diamonds,
anyway.
5 small diamonds, and the jack 10 of clubs. That would have been his only hope. Oh, he plays a diamond to the queen. But West doesn't unblock the club jack. I mean, again, West is just trying to beat 5 spades, so, you know, zero fault to West for not beating this 2 tricks. And I do think against 4 spades, West would have been a little bit more careful about how he played the first few tricks of the deal.
Yeah, and given that they didn't double it, like, quite reasonably, but once they didn't double, you know, at this point, all they care about is getting a plus score.
Mm-hmm. So given that this was plus 50, it's probably not going to be a large swing. Again, if 5 spades got doubled and went down 2, and 5 hearts in the other room got doubled and went down 2, then that would start to add up to a lot. I mean, 350 is nothing to laugh about, but we'll see what happens at the other table for sure.
Yeah, and you know, it's 8 imps in a match that's, you know, sort of close at this point, and, you know, if Argentina picks up 8 imps on that, all of a sudden it's not so close. It's 23 imps with a couple boards to go.
Mm-hmm. Alright, South passes in first seat. West does not pass in second seat. West opens a club.
So, North is going to bid a spade, and...
Do you think a spade's a good bid on North's hand?
Yeah, I mean, your suit's a little weak, but your hand is plenty strong enough for it, and it's a little preemptive. Well, North agrees with you.
Yeah, I think I like passing. I mean, your partner's a passed hand, you're vulnerable, your spades are bad, you're 5-3-3-2. Like, what's your upside? You get to bid to 3 spades and go down 1, and your downside is you go for 1100.
Possible. Here, obviously, your side does not have a great spade fit, but you have a diamond escape, which plays just fine.
Yeah. But with North staying silent, East-West get to 3 now. South is going to lead... Oh, North's on lead. I mean, you lead the King of Diamonds.
Yeah, I certainly like the King of Diamonds lead.
Yeah, sometimes partner has ace-fifth, you know? Like... How do you beat 3 no trump? You take the first 5 tricks.
Yeah, certainly neither East nor West has shown any red suit stoppers. Like, you know, they're not both going to be unstopped, but there's no reason why they should both be stopped either.
Right,
You know,
I mean, even if...
Diamonds East had 3 little, the auction would be the same.
Yeah, and like, if the auction had gone a no trump, 3 no trump, and North had this hand, I still think you lead the King of Diamonds. Like, I would not lead Jack 10 fifth of spades. Like, sometimes partner just has ace fifth. It's...
So, I would lead a spade on that auction because the ace of hearts is going to give us probably the timing to do that. If partner has ace fifth diamonds, we get desperate. But we have 2 entries, so if partner has as little as 1, you know, of the ace, king, queen, or spades, we'll have enough time to lead them again and also get in again to cash them.
Yeah, I mean, a spade lead could work. But on this auction, I like East bid spades, so you know that 4 spades are turning up on your left.
Right. And, you know, the weaker the North hand gets, the more I like the diamond lead over the spade lead, because at that point, we're more interested in hitting partner's strength than setting up our own if we can to cash them in the end.
Yeah.
But, you know, when our hand is strong enough that that we can set up our suit and partner might not be able to cash his, like as would be the case here, where Claire can duck twice, starting spade seems more attractive to me. But yeah, on this auction with spade length and dummy, I agree with you. I hate the spade lead.
Yeah, I mean, I think a diamond is automatic from the North hand on this auction. I still think a diamond is the right lead against 1 no 3 now, and I think it's not close, but I understand your argument. Oh boy, we see 10 imps actually on board 14. North-South were allowed to play 4 spades. The auction just kind of timed out a little bit better for East-West in the other room, at least to some extent, because they were able to bid to 4 hearts, get their preempt in, and then both of them had a chance over 4 spades, and they said, no, we want to defend, which is not necessarily so clear from either hand, but they elected to do so. West did lead the ace of hearts, but then cashes the ace of spades. I think this is this to me seems like a little bit of a mistake. I understand the temptation to like get that card out of your hand to avoid the end play, as West did against 5 spades, but you really got to question, where are we getting 4 defensive tricks, right? It's not match points. You don't care if you get end played and they score an over trick for 450. You really need to collect 4 defensive tricks when your partner has showed a preempt on this hand. So,
right, against 5, avoiding the end play is good because the end play is for trick number 11. But yeah, against 4, you really need to generate tricks and not just avoid getting end played out of them.
Yeah, so, ultimately the decision to sit for 4 spades was probably a good one, because I think West, more than one time in 5, would have found the correct defense on that hand. And so rather than losing 8 by betting 5 hearts and getting doubled, they had the chance to actually win 3 if they had defeated 4 spades. But on to the last board. 3 no trump does make on board 15.
Generally, equal vulnerability sacks generally are not a great proposition unless you're pretty sure you're going down 1 or extremely sure that you can't beat them.
Yeah, I hear you on that. Oh, Orca Wolf earlier, I saw your message and I think I was busy, but yeah, Switzerland, Turkey, 3 hearts redoubled just made. So it wasn't even just that we had a redoubled contract, which is that on the bingo? I think I took that off the bingo card because it was I thought it was a little bit too difficult to get one of those, but the contract makes. Wow.
Was it like a 2 no trump transfer, redouble or penalty kind of situation?
I have no idea. We'll have to see if we can pull up the records.
Yeah, I feel like redoubled and making it a 3 level, that's got to be the most likely way that happens.
Mm-hmm. West opens a no trump, East with the 7 count, 4-3-3 obviously decides to just let it go. And yes. North on lead, we'll get off to the King of Spades lead, I'm sure.
Yeah, this is the old, lead the Deuce of Spades and, Edgar's at your door before the end of the hand. I mean, that was a hand, a very similar situation did actually get flagged by Edgar, and the pair that did it got expelled.
Wow. Yeah, there's the high spade lead.
Yeah. I think it was maybe it was King Queen 10 4th and they led low or something. It was some holding like that. Yeah. It might have been King Queen Jack 4th and the partner at Ace 1. Anyway, the King of Spades obviously is the only normal choice, so.
Yeah, West plays low. I think if East-West had gotten to 3-0, South might have overtaken this at trick 1 and hoped partner was leading from King, Queen, Jack 10 5th. But King of Spades, low spade. That was kind of fast by North, but I guess when defending a no trump and dummy hits with 7, you really need to take some risks to try and beat this thing.
Well, he knows his partner is either the ace or the 10, because Declarer would have won if he had both those cards.
Maybe, yeah. Diamond to the 10 looks pretty natural. Crosses and hearts to take another diamond hook. And looks like Declare is going to score quite a few tricks here, losing just 1 more at the end. So plus 180. And that is going to, I guess, wrap up the play at this table. Let's head over to the other room while we can watch the final hand play out. Also a no trump all pass. North should lead the same high spade, and I imagine Declare is going to take a very similar line of play. If 2 rounds of spades go to South, and South switches to clubs, which looks pretty natural. Club finesse, diamond to the 10, heart over, diamond to the jack. This will probably be a pretty quick one.
Yeah, and the hand really does kind of play itself.
Yeah.
Declare knows what's going on in the spade suit that, you know, that he wants to take the Diamond Fist to South, not really caring whether it wins or loses when he's only in one.
I am going to make sure that I get myself some food because I am hungry. I skipped breakfast this morning, which was not necessarily my own doing, but I also woke up a little bit late and just didn't have time. See, South does overtake trick 1. King of Spades overtaken with the ace, just kind of hopeful that partner has King, Queen, Jack 10. Very hopeful, but he does not. Either way, it doesn't really cost, because Declare was kind of going to play the hand the same way. So now they just get to set up a spade trick, as opposed to losing the spade eventually at the end of play.
Yeah, so now Declare can guess the diamond either way, since it doesn't matter who gets the lead at this point.
Yep.
And I guess that's a technical way to play it, so might as well do it that way.
Yeah, diamond to the 10, heart over, diamond to the jack. And now we'll see a claim. 180. So Argentina.
10 tricks, but also 10 tricks.
Yeah, so Argentina wins by 25, which is going to solidify their position in the standings. Now, we saw some excellent bidding decisions all around at this table. And if you want to learn how to bid as well as these guys, I think that you all should be using Cubids. Craig, would you like to play some Cubids hands with me?
I would. So I may be a little slow starting out. I'm aware of it, but the one time I had a partner who wanted to practice on it, we were too disorganized to actually do it. So you're going to have to talk me through the setup here.
Yeah, sounds good. So head over to cubids.com.
I do know several people who like it very much, so I'm kind of excited to have an excuse to try it out here.
Yeah, so this is a sponsored segment. Just FYI to viewers, I put it in the Twitch thing, but also a link in the YouTube chat as well. And if you use my link to sign up, you'll get a few bonus deals if this is your first time signing up for the thing. It is free to use, but there are subscriptions that you can purchase which allow you to construct specific types of hands if you want to work on like Michael's Cubids or no trump openers or something of that nature. Let me get rid of this little black bar at the bottom of the screen so that we all can see. And one of the cool things that they have is not only do they have a super awesome if I can find it, ranking system. I'll find it. Don't worry. I did a little bit of searching. Is this it? Top 10? Here we go. Yeah, so they have a little ranking system, which is ELO based. It's not based on like the master point style, where the more deals you play, the higher your ranking. You're competing against some of the other top players, and we can see that all of the yellow names on the list, these are real, tried and true professional bridge players here. I actually don't know who Skurzat is, but
1 and 2 I don't know, but Ola Rimstead,
Ola Rimstead, Anam Teba, Sebastian, I'm not sure who that is. Marian Mikkelsen plays in the Swedish trials, I think. Per Ola Cullen, I think Marian and Per Ola Cullen play together quite a bit. Lots of really strong players. There are other lists for... We have Nikolai Heiberg Evenstad. Skurzat is Klukowski. Great advertisement then. So Klukowski uses the site. I mean, a bunch of the top pro players use this to practice. I know I've seen Kevin Dwyer on here as well. But not only do they have these ranked games, on the... there's a compete button, and you can play in daily and weekly challenges, which is actually super cool. You get compared against a lot of pro players and also a ton of other people across the world. You get immediate feedback as to what you could have done. There's also a couple of other neat features, like they have a polls section on their site, very similar to the Bridge Winners polls that you have. You can click on this. It pulls up a hand, you take a look through, decide what you want to open, pass on your right. You got this 21 count with 6 hearts. We would like to open 2 clubs, I guess, and then you can even give a little explanation if you want. Hand is too strong for any other action. So 2 clubs. Add in our bid, and then you can see what other people have said. So a few 1-heart openers, a bunch of people opening 2 clubs on this, and you get a little percentage breakdown of what everyone says. There are some pros that will suggest actions. You can compare with your friends, and so on. But yeah, Craig, so have you created an account?
So I created an account. I have kind of clicked through and ignored the settings. So I'm now on a page that says somebody's looking for a challenge, practice, compete, store, and etc. So tell me where to go.
Let me figure out how to add you to my friends list.
Okay.
So what is your...
GANZ, G-A-N-Z, same as on Bridge Base.
GANZ. Boom. Alright, I think I sent you a friend request. Try and find it in the friends at the bottom of the page.
Got it.
And we can try and compete in, let's say, a daily challenge to see how this goes and show off a little bit of the site. Also, worth noting that if you do have a subscription membership, I think the lowest subscription level it looks like Leah has this little diamond symbol next to it. So I think if you're at least a diamond subscriber on the site, I think there are levels, Club, Diamond, Heart. You can play the challenges with Leah from Into Bridge, and she will be the best partner because she won't complain about any of your actions. But here we go.
Yeah, in fact, when I started, I got you have a 3-board something with Leah. Is Leah the site bot? Is that what's going on?
So Leah's the bot from Into Bridge. But yes, it is a robot. Here, I'm going to click join. And make sure you're not watching my stream.
So I see, hang on, so on my screen I see, like, partner Rob Brady, progress 0 completed, but this is for us to bid individually and compare later. This is not partnership bidding?
Well, so it is partnership bidding. So what's going to happen is, and here's how this works for people who are unfamiliar, when it's my call, I'm going to get kind of notifications. And by the way, there's a mobile app for anyone who prefers to do this on the go while you're at work or just like walking around. You can use it on your phone if you download the mobile app. But so I get all of these hands. So I'm going to make my call on this one, and
I see. So is it like kind of Challenge the Champ style where you make all 8 of your calls, I make all 8 of mine, and like we don't have to be bidding only one hand at a time. We just like see the other's action in response to ours, and can just do all 8 simultaneously?
Yeah, exactly. So it's very fast paced, and you can
This will not be that fast paced. at the moment, but I apologize for that. That's on me, not the site.
Yeah. But so like you can, it's like you do things at your own pace. So it could take a week or something to go through like a set of deals if we're a little bit slow about responding. But like I can log in or I can get notifications on my phone when it's my turn to bid on like one of these hands that I have, and we can just kind of roll through. And then afterwards we can take a look and we'll get info. We'll see once we end some of the deals what everyone else did, and we can have a little bit of a discussion about it. The bidding's asynchronous. That's what Mark tells me to explain it.
Yeah, in the old Bridge World days, they would like right, you would just sort of like get your 10 hands and get bidding slips and pass them back and forth. And some players were like really good at optimizing that, so just like go down all 10, pass the thing, go to. So just so I'm sure that I'm doing this correctly, I pulled up hand one, and it looks to me like you've already taken an action.
Yes.
Excellent.
Yeah. So I'm going through and I'm just making my calls, and I guess I didn't actually look to see whether or not this was imp or match point scoring. I assume imps.
Oh, I'm going to assume match points.
Okay, I assume match points. Great. But yeah, probably something worth looking into. But so this is the daily challenge. And I guess apologies to site creator, because maybe I've screwed something up. People could get info about today's daily challenge since these might be the hands. But
I think it looks like you're well ahead of me.
Yeah, there are a couple of things we can talk about once we get to scoring, as Schmeebel points out, but we'll look into that when we get there.
Yeah, it looks like you bid every single hand, and I'm a little behind here.
Yeah, I've just been bidding while I've been talking through how things go, and so now I can do a little bit more focusing on the hands a little bit. Matt says he thinks it is imps by default.
Okay. So now, I've now completed my first action on all 8 boards. So I see a fast forward button, but I've been using the buttons at the top to navigate. What's a better option for me here?
You should still be able to just click the buttons at the top to go to the next hands.
And I think the fast forward button also scrolls directly back to hand 1, so okay. Yeah, so once again...
everyone knows more about the site than I do, which is understandable. I haven't used it all that much. But...
Yeah, so cool. So I hadn't realized, that you didn't need to be seated simultaneously to do this. When Franco and I were talking about using it, it was because he was in Europe with his family and wanted to get some practice before Toronto. Mm-hmm. And I'm sure he knew that, we could just, catch up at our leisure, but I didn't. So I was like, oh, fuck, I don't want to schedule with European time, and it turned out that wasn't a thing.
Yeah, okay. So on board 2... since we just completed our bidding on this hand, and I do want to take a little bit to talk through what all we can see on the screen.
Tell me how much you hate my bidding.
So we got to a no trump. This is us over here. I'm not entirely sure what the numbers. Okay, here we go. The contract is calculated based on double dummy play over 1,000 simulations. Real-life expectations and double dummy scenarios might differ. So it's not like a perfect form of scoring, but it's still quite good. And, 1,000 simulations is a reasonable number. So I think what that means is that if we had defended a diamond doubled, we would have expected to earn 151 points. Is that correct? Someone correct me if I'm wrong about this. Whereas by playing in a no trump, we're expected to score 97 points on this hand. So that means one no trump is most likely making. We were awarded a 68% on the board and 3 stars, whatever that means. I'm going to take a look at some of these other buttons just to see what they might do.
Obviously is basically impossible to get to single dummy. I think my non-frivolous choices were pass, which I think is very weird, although could work if it's par square deal. We got plus 200. One no trump, which obviously isn't ideal because my diamond stopper requires some help for you, but you'll often have it. Or 2 clubs, and I think this hand is pretty misdirected for 2 clubs. So, one no trump kind of seemed like the best of a not great set of options.
Sure, yeah. I mean, we don't need to go into, like, the actual discussion of the hands. Yeah. I'm just trying to show off the site a little bit.
Yeah, I got it.
So, yeah. Oh, hey, this is one of the Cubids, I guess, founders here in chat, telling us that it's very close to imps. You use expected value to get the bridge scoring, like 120 or 400, but then expected value to imps to get the stars with some adjustment for match points. So it's a little bit of a custom scoring. But, I mean, I think the scoring system is fairly well designed, given that there's never really going to be a great way to go about it. Hey, Lunaire, what site is this? It is Cubids. And if you look in the description of the stream right now, there should be a link if you want to sign up using my link. You'll get a little bit of an extra bonus for being a first-time member of the site. And it's totally free to sign up, so make sure you do sign up through my link if you want to use it.
Yeah, and this is cool. I just saw so I clicked the fast forward button, and it took me back to the screen where I see all 8 of my hands, which I assume, and the site person can probably confirm this, means that if there was a hand where you had acted, it would take me there, and otherwise it takes me here to wait on you.
Yeah. I think that's exactly right.
Yeah, it's a nice feature. Otherwise, I was just like flipping back and forth to the top, like, oh, which one do you have a bid on? And I didn't need to do that.
Mm-hmm. Emmanuel. Yes, sorry. Cool. I apologize. I have so many open windows. I just could not find your name on our conversation from yesterday.
And Emmanuel, this is my first time on the site, so if there's any like cool site tips and tricks that I'm missing, please fill me in. I am not great with technology.
Yeah, fast forward. So Matt says fast forward will take you to the next action that's waiting for you. Man, I have a bidding problem. I wasn't prepared for bidding problems today.
So
I guess I'm going to do a thing, but I'm not happy about it.
So now I'm back on the screen that shows me all 8 hands, and on the right I see for each deal there's a flag and a mail button, and the mail button I assume is so I can like send a note to Rob. The flag, I'm not sure what that would be about. Is that just a flag for myself as a note to myself to discuss it later?
That's a good question. Okay, I'm gonna pull that up so that we can take a look at the interface.
On 3 of them I see there's an alert. Oh, the alert means it's my turn to bid. Cool.
Yeah, it does look like on the red ones, it means it's your turn to bid. On the ones that are kind of grayed out or blued out, then it's you've taken your actions. So let me go back to my bidding problem. I have issues. Oh God, I hate my life. All right. Cool. Okay, we have completed another hand, so we get a little bit more info.
So this is a little interesting. So most of these I've been taking my action, and it gives me a 30-second undo window. on board 6,
Hmm.
it asked me, I said pass, and it asked me to confirm.
Oh,
And
because
I'm
that will
curious
end the
why.
auction. Yeah, so
Oh, I see.
both of the boards that we've actually completed so far, I've been the one who passed out, and it has given me a confirm to make sure that I know
Okay.
I'm ending the auction. There might be a way to turn this off in settings. I'm not certain about that, but do. All right, way to go, partner. Thank you so much for your service. Um, yes.
Right, so, I
um,
see.
oh, I
I
see.
see.
So
Best contract.
if I keep
Best
clicking through
contract,
the
one spade.
arrows,
Fantastic.
yeah, awesome. Sorry for transferring. I could have passed a no trump.
I mean, obviously, I didn't have a great super accept, but particularly playing 14 to 16, we're just trapped into getting to this contract. And,
Mhm.
the opponents do have a 9 card heart fit and more high cards than we do. It can't be so bad to buy the hand in 3 spades and a 9 card fit.
Yeah. Okay. Once we let's actually just finish up the bidding on the last couple of hands, and then we can take a look
Yeah.
at this comparison where we can try and compare what we did with pro players on some of
Oh,
these
that's cool.
boards.
Yeah.
Um, blah blah blah. The opponents are just having an uncontested auction on this one. Can we let's say all pass? I don't know. Maybe we would double at some point. I don't even know what's going on. Oh, they have a garbage statement auction. I see.
Yeah.
Um, okay. Club, a heart, 2 hearts. Quick question, partner. Not cheating, by the way. Are we playing two of a major +1 or two no trump as our check back?
Hang on. I'm sorry. Let me, uh, I don't understand the question. I apologize.
Hand 5, a club, a heart, 2 hearts. Is 2 spades asking or is 2 no asking?
Sorry, I'm having too much trouble multitasking on different hands.
No worries.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I think 2 of a major +1.
Okay, great.
I think 2 spades would be, or 2 no would be a spade game try, right?
Yeah, sounds good. Blah, 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 blah. God help me. I hate this hand. This hand's the worst. Um,
This hand is the worst.
um,
Are you on board 7?
um, I. This is so bad. This is all fine. It's okay. I should have just passed 2 hearts. Um,
I mean, like as we were saying before, though, like I made a forcing bid, and I know what I have and you don't. Like, I don't think you can mastermind at that point, no matter how ridiculous your hand is.
yes, my fault. It's all good.
Yeah, this actually is consistent, but I think passing 2 hearts there would be really bad. You know,
Okay. We have one more board to complete. 2 spades, 3 hearts, maximum with 4. I'm happy to take a shot at the game. So here we go. And I think that will complete our set. So how did we do? 3 clubs is our best contract. Yes. Yes.
you do.
My bad.
Yeah, I mean, I don't hate the overcall, but sometimes it just gets away with from you.
Yeah. Yeah. Which
Like
is
I like my hand with 2 aces and the queen of clubs. I think you are not allowed to disrespect my force there. Just because your hand sucks doesn't mean mine does.
I'm with ya. Yeah, you decide that you wanted to try for game, and unfortunately, I knew that 3 no trump was wrong, so I pulled. Okay, but there is a compare button. Let's compare. So we can look at what some pros did on these hands, and we can take a look at. Oh, it's my boy Tim. Look, Tim Verbeek passed over Diamond, and
So
then
I'm sorry. Just
what?
no. So the Twitch is just like slightly behind what I'm looking at. So I didn't see Tim. Where do you see him?
Oh, I just pulled up the compare on that four heart bid, the very last hand. Well,
Oh, because Tim is one of your Cubids friends.
no, I have no friend. I guess I have one friends, which is you, and Steve
Oh,
Rain
so I understand.
apparently. But
Okay, so this is a little. You know what? I'm sorry. You know what? I'm accidentally flipping around from hand to hand unintentionally. Remind me what board number it was.
I was
Board
board
seven. All right.
seven, hand
Yeah,
seven.
so let's do this a little slower because when I pulled that up, I did not see. Oh, I see. So I used Three Clubs South. I didn't realize Three Clubs North was listed separately. Okay, that explains why I didn't see Tim.
Yeah, so if you go over to the tab, so 93 players it looks like might have completed this hand so far. 15 pros have completed the hand, and you can pull a little drop down to see the auction. So Tim was playing with Klukowski on this one. He passed over a diamond and then elected to balance three clubs over when the
Sorry,
opponents get to two spades, which
Rob, can we do this a little slower, please? And maybe this will be a good tutorial for people in chat. So, okay, so I hit compare, and I see find Three Clubs North. I see Wise Guy Tim Verbeek. How do you see who he was playing with? All I see is the auction.
I clicked on the tab that says pros. Do you have this?
So I clicked. But when I clicked on that, now I see all the contracts, but not the names.
Right, and so I clicked the arrow drop down on Three Clubs North.
Oh, I assumed that meant that they weren't playing together, that they just coincidentally had the same auction.
Oh, you know what? You're so right. Maybe Tim is playing with Wise Guy. I have no idea who that is.
And I was thinking that maybe it meant Wise Guy was Tim Verbeek's handle, but that's not right, because I don't think Lukowski would use Justina as his display name. So that
Fine,
must be some partnerships.
fine. So Tim's playing with someone else, but
Got it. Okay,
but
we're learning. This is
the auction they
a
had.
good educational experience.
There was also another pair that passed over a diamond and then came in with two no trump over two spades. That would kind of be my preference if I were to pass. There are a couple of pairs that defended two spades doubled.
And that would make sense that Wise Guy is Deweese. It's kind of a pun, and I believe the Kibitzer is correct. I think Kloskowski is married to someone named Justina.
Yeah, and so then we can see all of the actions from a bunch of pros on this hand. Getting to five clubs, some getting to five diamonds, some to three no, but it looks like a lot of them are starting out with a pass. You can, of course, compare against a bunch of other players in the field as well for where they ended up on this deal.
Yeah, so...
Yes?
So I'm having... Yeah, so now I'm... Oh, never mind. I see there were drop downs. I was like, well, I clicked on the 3-no thing to see how they got there, and nothing happened. I didn't realize I had to scroll down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and so you can do this for all of your hands. So we got awarded, looks like 19 stars, and for our set today. And I guess, let me see, is there a... There we go. So we can click on the little trophy there, the little green trophy, to compare our star counts with other people who have played in the events. Looks like there's quite a few people with 22 stars. No one has scored the perfect 24. But these are the top 10 scores for today. We are in 74th out of 141 pairs, so somewhere in the middle. But that's Cubids. So
yeah, cool.
Cool site.
Certainly play with this at some point on my own. So thank you for introducing me to it.
Yeah, you're welcome. Did you sign up with my link? If you didn't, maybe you should have done that. But
no, I did.
Okay, nice.
I used the link for the chat. You may want to post it again now that it's scrolled off after all the discussion of it.
There you go. Chat. And obviously there's the exclamation point Cubids command if you come in. So I highly recommend using this if you're in a serious partnership and want to get practice with bidding with your partners, or if you just like practicing. But I think the ranking system is super cool, and also, I've enjoyed my conversation with Emmanuel. He seems like a great developer and really cares about the community. So I fully support Cubids. I think they're great, and you guys should check it out. I will be doing another... So I'm going to be showing off Leah later in the second break, so we can check out what doing one of these competitions with Leah will look like, just so that people can know. But that concludes the sponsored segment for now, at least. Let's check in on where the teams are. Hey, Emmanuel, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. Big shout outs to you. I mean, this is an awesome site, and I wish that this was available back when I was playing pro. Unfortunately, I think Cubids had barely come out by the time that I was retiring from the scene.
Yeah, I didn't become aware of it until about a year ago or so, but I'm sure it's been around for much longer.
Yeah, I feel like it probably was around 2015, maybe. I could be wrong about that, but I vaguely recall people saying they were using something like this back in the day, and I was just like, oh, I'm about to give up playing Bridge forever. No need.
I mean, I've used the bridge base, just sit down and bid hands feature before, but this is obviously much more powerful.
Mm-hmm. Cool. So I'm taking a look at the standings for Group A after this match.
Yeah,
so
seeing some real separation here.
I know, and with Argentina getting that big win over New Zealand, they've kind of solidified themselves in this 5th place spot. There's still a massive gap between the top 4 teams in Group A and the remainder of the field, and it's not like New Zealand is out of it. They're currently sitting at just over 100 VPs, whereas Ireland in 8th is at 107, but they still have some work to do. Germany has in fact moved up into 7th place, so nice from them. They do have a close match against Ireland, one of their competitors, but the USA had a decent score against Hong Kong, China. Israel, for the first time, has taken the lead in the standings with a huge win over Pakistan.
Is it for the first time? I thought they were in first at the start of one of the earlier days.
Maybe Israel had been up there, but the USA and Sweden have been kind of trading off first and second for a little while, and all of a sudden Israel has vaulted both of them, but it's still very close between Israel, USA, Sweden, Netherlands for the top 4 spots.
And if you want to pull up the cross table, we're kind of getting to the point of the round robin where whether you, if you're New Zealand, it starts to be really important whether you've played, the 6, 7, 8, 9 teams yet or not. Who's left is starting to matter more and more because, those, sort of count double.
Oh my god! In Group B, France dings 100 imps in their match. That's more than 6 imps aboard.
I was going to say against Kuwait, but yeah, of course it's against Kuwait.
Holy crap! That is an enormous number. 109? And they even gave up 13. Which, may have been on one board, but it could have been on multiple. I was going to say
probably on one board.
Yeah,
that feels like one where maybe the Kuwaitis, did some bad slam they made.
109, so France has now overtaken first place. They might have been in first place for a while, but they're up there. Italy in second. Poland,
I'm a little afraid to.
China, Switzerland. So the top 5 actually have a huge separation between themselves and 6th place. The 13 was over 4 boards. Hey, Warwickshire. I don't think I'm muted.
That means that the 109 was over 12 boards.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's enormous. That's 8 imps aboard. That's crazy. 9 imps
I think
aboard?
It's more
yeah.
Just over 9 imps aboard, right? 90108.
Yep. But yeah, so Switzerland's still sitting at the back of that pack, but it looks like they will be qualifying. Finland, Denmark, Turkey, India, Norway, Korea, all in striking distance of 8th place over there. Canada even. Brazil has fallen a little bit. Over in the women's...
Of course, it would be a little annoying if Switzerland somehow does stay below fourth place, it would be a little annoying for the teams in Group A to like fight their way into one of the top spots and then have to play the Swiss unexpectedly in an early round.
Yeah, that would be unfortunate for them, but I mean, everyone's still going to try and do as well as they can because it's not like you can know in the last round that if you dump, you get to be in fifth place. Sometimes you dump a bunch and you still end up in fourth, and that's bad. So you would rather fight for third so that you don't have to pick Switzerland for your first round match.
Yeah, in real life, people don't try to game these things. Like, there's like in small groups, maybe do like in a 3-way with 2 survivors, absolutely. In a 17-way with 8 survivors, no.
Yeah, Matt questions whether or not Group A or B matters for knockouts and whether or not there's like reseeding that happens. I think it's possible that they'll be reseeding. Again, I haven't read the conditions of contest. I've been a little bit busy. But I suspect what's going to happen is that they're going to take the top 4 teams from each group and ask them in order of ranking which team from the bottom 4 of the other group they want to play against in their first match.
I think that's probably right. I know in the Rose, or I should say I know, I believe in the Rosenbloom when I've played it, that the knockout seeding is initial seeding. So they do seed the qualifying groups, but if you're the 1 seed in your qualifying group and qualify last, you're the 1 seed coming out of your group regardless of, where in the qualifiers you finished.
Mm. So Poland, Sweden, Italy, Australia over in the women's, standing at the top. Canada currently sitting in 16th place, and Argentina just behind them. They might have a little bit of a late push, Argentina, from the home crowd to make their way up into the top 16 over there. Over in the seniors, Sweden still hanging on to that top spot. Actually, I thought France was in the top spot earlier, so France must have had a couple of bad matches. But USA in second, Sweden up there in first, Scotland, Israel, Brazil, Germany, Australia rounding out the top 8. Again, 16th place, Morocco, currently in qualifying position over there. And then off in the mixed, Germany up in first. USA has made a monumental climb in the mix to get up to second. I know that they weren't qualifying after day 1, but wow, that is quite the run for them. I mean, I have some friends on the team. Oh, they added Jeff Hampson? That's who they added? I didn't even notice.
Oh, yeah, I've seen him on the roster. I didn't realize he wasn't on the trials roster.
Yeah, well, they played 5-handed in the trials. And so Janice Seaman-Molson got to choose who... sorry, not Seaman-Molson. Who,
I think Lynn Baker is Lynn might be the sponsor of the women's.
Lynn's the women's sponsor. Susan Zhang was but
oh yeah, she's right. She often plays with Eddie Wold in high level events.
Right. Yeah. Okay, I was right. It just took me a while to process. Janice Seaman-Molson got to decide who she wanted to partner with. Well, kind of. I mean, based on availability and fit.
Best available player that she wants to play with.
Yeah, and so I'm sure that like no one would have turned down the opportunity if given to play on the team, but she elected that she wanted to play with Jeff Hampson as her partner in the event, and he's obviously a very strong pickup for the team. They have Corbell and She is a partnership that's played together quite a bit. And then obviously Eddie Wold and Susan Zhang, and I'm sure Eddie's going to be a lot happier about this. He only has to remember 1 convention card now instead of 2.
Right.
And he also gets to play a few fewer boards, which gives a little bit more of a rest to everyone on the team. So...
and I think Hampson and Janice have played some over the years. Like, probably not a ton, but I think it's not their first outing. So, so they have some footing for what they're doing.
Yeah.
And I think, neither of them is that hard to play with. They're both, they're both pretty flexible partners.
Right, and so that's looking like a strong team if they can make this run. I mean, maybe they just got a little bit unlucky with pairings in the first few matches. We haven't really been following some of the other events, but
and they may have front-loaded the segments of the sponsor plate also.
Yeah, that's true, and I think I mentioned before that I think the sponsors for the U.S. women's and mixed teams are fairly weak in comparison with the field, and especially in a field where a lot of the teams will not be playing with sponsors. So it would make sense that there will be a little bit of like a polarization between the results in those matches.
The USA women's sponsor has a tremendous amount of top-level experience. So, I think, certainly probably, not one of the stronger players on the team, but, there's not going to be any jitters there. She's played just a million boards at the top level, including a bunch of world championships.
Yeah. So, as you said, pulling up the cross table, it currently looks like Israel's sitting on top of Group A, but again, they have not played up against some of these top teams. They haven't played against USA. They haven't played against Netherlands, Argentina, Romania. They haven't played against China, but they have played against Germany and Ireland. USA has a couple of the top teams already taken out. Sweden, Argentina, Romania, they've already played. They still have matches against Israel and Netherlands and Germany. Sweden actually looks to be in quite a good position because they've played Israel, USA, and Netherlands and have defeated all three of those teams. So they're going to have some of the lower seeded teams. Sweden might come out top of the group based on what I'm seeing. Netherlands still has Israel and USA to play. But we'll see. We got about 30 minutes until the next round starts. I think my food has just showed up at the door. I'm going to step out for a minute. I'm also going to use the restroom. So I will be back. I'm going to pull up Germany against Australia women's, since that's on, and I will be back in just a sec.
All right, well, I'll head over there and see what's up with that. I do have some work to do today, but nothing urgent, so they can play hooky for a little bit longer. So Germany versus someone. This is the... I'm actually getting a phone call, so let me see if this is junk, and I'll be back in a moment.
Alright, hello, I am back. But I am going to be turning off my webcam in just a sec while I eat. Hopefully I can finish eating before the start of the next match. I got some McDonald's for anyone who's wondering. I actually forgot what I ordered. So it's going to be a surprise, and I'm very excited to find out. But we'll see. Did I miss anything good while I was gone? Oh, Lunaire asked a question earlier about squeezes. I also see Leon in the chat asking about, or talking about the hand where they got to, what was it, 5 spades or something? Forcing pass versus non-forcing pass. I know I didn't spend any time thinking about forcing versus non-forcing pass. I feel like maybe Craig said something about it, and I was not focused on the deal. Let's see, remind me. What are you posting, Matt? Go ahead and post your link, but I don't know what that's for. So this was the one where both sides had an 11-card major suit fit. You opened a spade, 2 hearts on your left, 4 hearts splinter from partner, 5 hearts on your right, and you pass.
You're now talking about the hand from the previous segment?
Yeah, well, Leon asked about it in chat. He says he doesn't think pass over 5 hearts is forcing.
You know, I play fewer forcing passes than anyone in the world, and I think that should be a forcing pass. I think the Splinter should set that up. I mean, maybe for any given partnership it isn't, but I think in the absence of any discussion it should be.
Mm-hmm. So I wish that I had a helpful way to explain this, but I saw a post on Bridge Winners, and this probably would have been months ago, and I think it was either by Kevin Rosenberg or I don't know, some like really strong player who gave what I thought was a very clear, concise explanation for when pass is forcing and when it isn't. And I thought it was really well worded, but I don't have a link to it, and I don't remember what it said. But there was like a really good explanation. I think it was even just in a comment of some thread.
So a very simple rule that I've seen is if you've shown game invitational or better values in high cards and have a fit, that you should be in a force. And I think essentially that is if you've shown game forcing values in high cards in a fit, then you're definitely in a force.
I think one of the points was if you have game forced without bidding the game. So like
yeah. That's kind of what I mean. Yeah, that's a nice way to put it though.
Yeah, so like if it had gone, for example, 1 spade 4 hearts, 4 spades 5 hearts, passes not forcing. But if it goes 1 spade 3 hearts, 4 hearts, 5 hearts, now passes forcing because the 4 heart bid was game forcing but below game. Similarly, if you are in a 2/1 auction and the opponent's save, 1 spade, pass, 2 clubs, 2 hearts, 3 clubs, 4 hearts, passes forcing at this point. Something like that. So from that perspective, if you have that agreement, then passing 5 hearts should be forcing there. I understand your perspective that, like, if you're going to open light, which I don't think you guys necessarily open all that light. I'm still talking to Leon as if he's here, and he might not be. But if you are opening light, there's a lot of reason to play fewer forcing passes, because now opener needs to have a way to say, sorry, partner, I feel like I shouldn't have opened anymore. But regardless, I mean, having good rules for what's a forcing pass and what isn't is probably more important than getting everything right. That would be my general advice.
For sure. I mean, I think, if you're just kind of looking for a simple back of the envelope, rule of thumb that'll get you by in most situations, if we've in some way announced that we believe it's our hand in high cards, and that kind of gets along with what, Raisin Group is saying, like, once we've said it's our hand for a game in high cards and not just in distributional strength, then we're in a force. And you know what? If they have enough distribution to make it sometimes, what can you do? But like, four hard splinters says it's our hand in high cards for a game, therefore we're in a force.
Yeah, it was kind of interesting. So I think additionally on this thread that I'm like now recalling details about, I'm going to turn my camera off while I eat, was I think I had made a comment. Maybe this wasn't. Dude, sorry. I'm just going to keep talking though. The thing that I had said, I think, was I don't feel like we should be forced to double the opponents and let them score up 750, like 950 on some hand just because this is our forcing pass rule. And whoever it was, like Kevin Rosenberg or someone, was just like, yes, we should. Like, period. End of sentence. They're like, sometimes you just have to double them and they score over tricks. And that's okay. Because this rule is simple and it works out most of the time, and otherwise, like, bidding is just too hard. And that's an interesting perspective, and I think that brings into light this idea that, like, you just can't find a system that works for every single hand. There are going to be some problem hands, and you just accept that and move on. So I feel like a lot of people, and myself too, I have this fault in bidding. I have this, like, expectation that I can work out the right bid because I play process of elimination, and I quote-unquote know that there must be a winning action. And sometimes our system has just dictated that I have no winning action, so I have to take the least bad choice. And sometimes that is to play this sort of forcing pass that sometimes forces you to double them when they make it. But anyway, end of rant. I'm going to start eating, but enjoy the... Craig, you can talk about whatever you want.
Yeah, I mean, I think, we kind of... the tail end of your comment that, like, sometimes you just get a bad result, I mean, I've said this a lot, that to me, one of the most interesting things about Bridge is that system construction. Like, there's no optimal answer. If there was, everyone play the same system. You have to decide for yourself where you're willing to risk losses and where you want to prioritize not having losses. And, that's one where, like, whatever forcing pass rule you have, there's going to be some hands it's really good for and some hands where you wish you were playing the opposite rule, and you just have to, decide for yourself which situations you think are most important and design your rule accordingly. Yeah, that's also kind of a classic Bridge, axiom. Like, if they don't make it some of the time you double them, you're not doubling enough. Which I think is true. Obviously, a lot of those are poor judgment and not, we judged well and oops, they had such a surprise they made it anyway. Like, same thing with, like, opening bidding theory. Like, opening light is really great and it has a lot of wins. You just accept that once in a while you're going to miss some games because everyone's at the top of their range and you cater to everyone being in the middle of the range.
Yeah. Sorry, no, Lunaire had asked this question and I brought it up like 3 times and haven't gotten back to it. The question is obviously unrelated, different tangent. I did just want to make one comment. What's a good way to realize you have a squeeze is the question. And
that's a really good question, yeah.
So the thing that I would suggest is that if you're at the point where you're like, first, you think squeezes are cool and it's fascinating, I would say kind of focus on fundamentals, because you're probably not to the point where, like, you're going to be able to pull off squeezes yourself, and the fundamentals are really important because counting is so valuable in a lot of squeezes. Sure, there are some simple squeezes that just happen automatically, but for the most part, like, you really need to get good about counting out the distribution, working on what people have discarded and what sort of shapes your opponents can hold. But if you're at the point where you have all of this stuff sort of mastered, then the best way to recognize if you can have squeezes is probably to get experience with squeezes. Look at a bunch of squeeze positions. I would recommend do all of the Bridge Master deals.
I was just about to make the same suggestion, yeah.
Yeah, like the level 4 and 5 deals for Bridge Master have a lot of squeezes in there and show off a bunch of from the simplest variations to some of the most complex ones that you could possibly come up with. And to work out that a squeeze could be present, I'm not going to suggest you must have seen it before. It's not true. These are problems that you can work out on your own independently, but it definitely helps to have seen an idea before it comes up, because once you realize that it's possible, it's easier to recognize the situation that might happen again. And it's going to be a lot of trial and error. You'll obviously like make a ton of mistakes along the way. You'll be like, oh, I should have played for a squeeze, and in reality, like, you could have just pulled trumps and claimed. And, like, everyone at the local club is making the contract, and you're, like, trying for this fancy thing, and you go down 3 tricks. But that happens for everything. So just the more experience you get, like, looking at positions where squeezes come up, the more confident you'll be in identifying them in the future. So I guess that would be my answer to the question. Yeah, period.
I think there's one small thing I would add, which you probably aren't going to like what I'm about to say, but one thing that I do a lot, not so much when I'm doing this, but when I play in like bridge-based declare tournaments or just normal things where I'm playing with a partner, and like if I think maybe I could have made some contract and didn't, I'll often go back and look at the double dummy and kind of see where what I did diverged from the optimal thing, and often that'll be some kind of squeeze position.
I think that's I do like this. That is a good point. Now, I think it does depend on what you want to get out of it, but for 99% of people, they aren't looking to be like a world-class expert in the game. They just play for fun, and squeezes are cool. But so for that 99% of people, then of course, click on the double dummy solver and take a look through and try and see if like something fun could happen. If you are trying to like be a world-class expert, though, I would highly recommend not ever using the double dummy solver other than to check answers that you're pretty confident you've gotten the right answer to. You should always think about the problem and try and work it out yourself, and study the position, but try and do the analysis on your own before just like clicking the button that will give you the answer.
Yeah, I mean, I'm using it in spots where, like, if, like, I have this nagging feeling I should have done something different, but I'm not sure what. Like, sometimes, yeah, I just, like, oh, yeah, like, that was dumb, and I can figure it out for myself. Sometimes I can't. Like, sometimes I can, like, tell that something wasn't optimal, but I can't tell what the suboptimal thing was. And it's really nice to be able to look and, and at least, like, whatever, because it just tells you what the right card is. It doesn't analyze it for you. Like, you still have to do the next step for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
So, but just like to sort of, get a handle on what analysis I should be doing, I find that's really useful.
Yeah, certainly. And, I mean, I say that commentators shouldn't click on the double dummy button, and I fully support that. Right, I think 100%. It's obnoxious when a commentator clicks on the double dummy button and then just spits out double dummy analysis on a hand, because players aren't doing that and people aren't perfect. We've seen a bunch of players mess up positions, or misguess things or something like that at this tournament, and these are the best players in the world. So, no one plays double dummy. You sometimes have a double dummy position, but it's hard to work out. But of course, just for the purpose of like learning, I am all in support of clicking double dummy to like help learn.
Right. Like, yeah, just sort of using it to like, figure out what to focus on in your own analysis is really useful. I will, I know you're a complete purist. The only time I use it when we're doing this is if we've like figured out some complicated position and we're pretty sure we're right. After the hand, I'll sometimes just double check to see if we actually were. But like to use it for at the table analysis, I completely agree. It's a bad crutch.
Yeah.
And by the way, speaking of, we haven't done any kibitzing mode yet this tournament, but we could think about doing that at some point if we're looking for, other ways to find points of interest in these deals.
Yeah, I did that yesterday for the women's when we were on break, so you missed it, but it was for like 7 or 8 hands while we were waiting for the Open to restart. But yes, we have not done any for the Open, which could be fun. I've just kind of been busy doing other things like bingo and whatnot, and just I haven't gotten around to it. But yeah, let's see.
As I recall, it was a little polarizing. Some people love it, and some people really don't like it.
Mm-hmm. How have we done on the bingo card today? Are we doing okay? I think we've seen a preempt with 1 fewer card. I'm going to call either Wibbly or Brown's 4 club preempt on the 7 card suit preempt with 1 fewer card. Anything else? Have we seen same contract 2 hands in a row?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Declare guesses 2 50/50s. I haven't really been looking for those.
No.
I mean, we sort of had an end play, but it was the hand with the Ace, King, 10, 9 of diamonds where the end play wasn't actually there.
Ace, King, 10, 9. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so we established that for squeeze and end play, these squares...
They have to work.
They have to actually work, yeah.
Yeah, it's a reasonable rule.
Oh, we saw VP shut out. Man, are we just going to get straight across row 3?
Happened, yeah.
France
so VP
stomps
shutout
Kuwait.
Doesn't have to be, it doesn't have to be the one that we're watching. It just has to exist.
I'm trying to be lenient.
I mean, Brady Butsy is a better line. I think we did have one of those. They were thinking about yesterday, but I thought there was... Oh, yeah, wasn't there some, 2 spade hand where the guy did something really weird? Oh, no, sorry, the 2 hard hand where the guy played a heart to the ace and probably should have been doing other things, including taking a bunch of roughs.
Oh, yeah.
That's almost so weak at the table that it doesn't count, but I would check that box.
Yeah, that's fair. All right. Chat, you have one job for the rest of stream. You know what it is.
To get used to the Z word.
I am not getting baited yet, but don't worry. I'm sure I will forget by the end of stream.
Wait, sorry, you're not getting baited into what?
You almost had me. Okay.
Anyway, back to this thing.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm still in the process of eating. Don't make me choke on food.
Oh. Yeah, we've got sort of, a little bit of a weird hand here with South having West suit and East having a normal negative double, but obviously a hand that cannot stand to pass partner's no trump.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's transfer to diamonds. Unlike the Argentines we saw earlier, this pair will have no trouble figuring out that 2 diamonds is a transfer. Yeah. So East is just going to check this out and we'll be pretty comfortable.
Yeah, let's see. This is the women's event, so I don't know where these teams are sitting. I know Australia was doing pretty well in the women's event.
Yeah, the Australian women's team is pretty strong. I looked at the roster. Germany, I believe, also had a strong team, although I think some of their best players are, Sabina's on the mixed team, and I think a couple of the other strong German women were on the mixed team as well. But Germany's not that strong for open bridge, but historically a powerhouse in women's bridge. Nice try. That doesn't count.
Sia? Is that the one we're thinking of? Look, to be fair, I think it's anyone mentions it, any one of the commentators. So, Craig, you could score a bingo for the chat. I'll allow it.
I guess I could, but I don't plan to unless it's by accident.
See, it's way funnier that way. I like it.
Yeah, so this is going to be a pretty quick plus 110 for East-West, I think. No, I guess they're going to get a pretty quick plus 130. No, I take it back, 110. They're going to play this fourth round of hearts, and I guess they could rough with the 8. And then score a couple of spade roughs with the ace-king and be able to use clubs to get back to draw the last trump. But I think at practice, they're just going to score 110.
Yeah, you probably just pitch a spade here. That seems pretty simple.
Yeah. Yeah, double dummy. We can see the 8 of diamonds is going to stand up, but that's not really a play you can find at the table. Particularly in 2, where you just don't really care about the result as long as it's at least 8 tricks.
Is it even good enough to rough with the 8? So South pitches a club. You go spade, spade, spade rough, club rough, spade rough, cash the ace of diamonds, club rough.
Yeah.
I guess you're barely in time. No, the 7 of diamonds promotes. Wait. So we rough with the diamonds. 8. Okay, South's hand is kind of irrelevant. Spade, 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 rough. Okay. Club rough, spade rough. North pitches a club. Yeah, okay. I think you're barely in time.
Oh, I see. So North pitches a club.
Yeah, but we've only roughed one club.
We've only roughed one club, so they can rough in with a 10 to promote the beer card.
That would be amazing.
Wouldn't count, unfortunately, because it won't be the 8th trick, but it'd be pretty cool.
Yeah.
But anyways, you say declare. Just pitches a spade, which seems like the normal play, and that's that. So, a very comfortable plus 110 for East-West feels like as good a result as they're ever going to get on a board like this.
Mm-hmm.
See the old claim button. Yep.
I think people would pay a lot more money for that, Greg.
Yeah.
I mean, who knows? Maybe he could get a platinum hit single.
Let's see. So, if you're North, probably even if you're playing 15 to 17, you would upgrade. I think I would.
Oh yeah, that hand's awesome. I am so
you're
into
not
the 1 spade bid.
I mean, I think the one problem is if it goes to spade no trump, 2 no trump, it's wrong sided and you have no diamond stopper. But yeah, I think in spite of that, you have to show it as better than a 15 to 17.
Yep. And
South
here
is
they're
going to
gonna
two clubs anyway.
do quite well. I mean, so 6 spades is a really good spot, and 7 spades even makes.
Yeah, now, is this one where you might consider no trump, to dodge a bad spade break, but of course then you can't rough a diamond if you need to?
Yeah, I'm not sure. It'll probably depend on how the auction proceeds, because the South is going to show spade support, and yeah, there's the 3-no jump. Although...
Yeah, probably... probably spades is better, because it's not enough to take the heart finesse. If the spades don't come in, you still need the hearts to split or a squeeze. So, diamond rough's a little more straightforward. Pitch a heart on a club, or pitch a diamond on the other club. Just hope the spades behave. South here. Obviously, they're going to do something because they were planning to show spade support.
Well, that's not entirely clear to me. The 3 small spades is a little bit worrisome.
They're going to make some move, whether it's 4-no or something else.
Really? I think there's a decent chance we see South pass. Like, isn't North's 3-no like 15 to 17 in this spot?
If they're playing 15 to 17 no trump, I would think that this shows a 2-no rebid.
Okay.
And let's just give them credit for both North and South understanding that North is showing better than a 1-no trump opening. Because if they're not, then there's just no point to even kibitzing a table like this.
Well, we are going to head over after this auction concludes.
Yeah.
Before.
But I think we just have to assume that North South know what they're doing, and both of them understand 3-no in the same way, right?
Well, normally in a 2/1 auction like this, the jump to 3-no would be 15 to 17.
Would it though? Because what hand is there that you didn't open no trump?
Well, no.
These days,
some unbalanced hand, I guess. Anyway, looks
right,
like they do
but
get
then
to 6
probably
spades.
has something else to do. We're not living in an era when 5-4-2-2 opens a spade instead of a no trump when the hand's otherwise suitable. So, I think defining this as a 2-no rebid makes much more sense.
Oh, snap. We have some choices. Italy versus France, the 1 and 2 ranked teams from bracket B, or Israel against Netherlands from bracket A.
I think I'd rather watch the Israeli-Netherlands match.
Okay.
We've seen, I think, both Italy and France play before, right? We definitely saw France a couple of times.
Yes.
I think we watched Italy at one point.
We have. Although, that might be the more high-profile match, but from the perspective of, who might not qualify, certainly Israel against Netherlands has a chance to knock one of these teams out if one of them gets a big win. But here we are. So, Israel, Netherlands. I'm at Toledano's Amir's table.
Yeah, I was going to say, Toledano's Amir have been, at least over the last year or so, one of the best pairs in the world. Let's see how they're doing. I believe that they're a strong club pair.
Good question. Okay, I will open up convention cards. Give me 1 second. Yeah, South opens a heart in third seat. Love it. Lead directional.
I would love to get a look at the Herbst brothers at some point. They're playing at the other table because they were a pair that was an Israeli international pair, maybe even as long ago as 30 years, maybe not quite that long, and then kind of dropped out of sight for a little bit, and obviously are back now. So, kind of one of the pioneering Israeli strong pairs where, Zamir and Toledano were both very young. And yes, we did see Rico and Driver play yesterday in one of the segments, I think the third set.
Yeah, we did, but we have yet to check out Toledano's Amir, and I figure that this would be a good group to watch because, I mean, Toledano Zamir are the ones who just recently won the 3-day pair game at the Nationals. So, you know, they're coming off kind of a nice win, and obviously Israel did well to qualify through the Europeans to get here.
Yeah, and I'm looking now, and Ofer Herbst, I just pulled him up at random, played his first youth in '88 and his first Olympiad in 1992 when Israel was fifth. So, you know, an Israeli international for 35 plus years, which I think is longer than either North South here has been alive.
Yeah, so, man, East West did a lot of bidding on the sand. Do we need to talk about that, or should we just like, you know, I'm still eating, and I noticed that East West did a lot of bidding.
I mean, obviously, like they're both a little bit at the bottom of their range, and both thought they were being stolen from, quite understandably, because they were getting stolen from.
Yeah, but this is not going to be a pleasant contract. I mean, they have 3 aces to lose off the top. They have a trump problem. They have a heart problem.
I mean, single dummy, you know, I certainly have a lot of tolerance for both East and West actions. Like 2 spades is totally automatic. West does have extras, you know, in spite of only having 3 trumps. He has a 14 count, and it's, you know, 1 jack. The rest are aces and kings. East, you know, so he invites. East has a 5th trump and heart length, so he thinks there's a good chance he's buying 4 trumps and a singleton. Like, every individual decision was totally reasonable.
Yeah. Well, there goes the ace of clubs. So that's not taking a trick anymore.
Yeah, fortunately they got some leeway on this one.
Do they?
I mean, they're going, you know, with South Trump holding, they're going to get a diamond, and, you know, if Declare roughs hearts, then probably they're going to get a second trump trick.
Yeah, it might be the case that Declare just can't do enough. And so is going to have to... Well, no, right? Because...
I mean, suppose South plays the ace of clubs here, tapping Declare.
Well, I don't...
Like, Declare...
Man, this hand has gotten complicated, but yeah, I think
really
this heart continuation is what South is obviously going to come up with, and this might just be a little bit too much for...
Now it is, for sure. Yeah, like the 5 obviously would have stood up with North having the 4, but like as on the diamond hand previously, is an impossible play.
I think he's going to try and cross to the queen of diamonds to rough a heart with the ace of spades.
Yeah, so at this point it doesn't matter. South has 2 guaranteed trump tricks.
Yeah. Okay, king of diamonds, interesting. South is gonna rough and East is like, what? I'm sorry. Hold on. What did you do at trick 1 again? You let a heart? Yeah, now he's just going down a couple. I mean, I think he's gonna rough with the spade ace here. No. He has a count on South's hand. No, that's... He'll probably rough with the 5. Not that it saves much, but... Oh, he does rough with the ace. This hand went all kinds of south for Declare.
Yeah, no arguing there.
It is still surprising to me that they got this high.
I mean, you know, everyone took a slightly aggressive view. Nothing was so unreasonable, and, you know, sometimes that just adds up to getting a couple levels too high.
Yeah, Will says South could have more clubs. But the thing is, if South has more clubs, why would South duck the ace?
Right.
I get what you're saying. There wasn't a complete count on the hand. And obviously, roughing with the 5 of spades is playing north for the singleton 4. So, you know, like, I get where you're coming from. But also, there has to be a good reason why South didn't lead a singleton ace.
Well, I think it roughing with the 5 also works if north had singleton queen.
Well, no, because the point is you want to avoid another diamond ruff, right? If north gets to overruff, South gets another diamond ruff.
Yeah.
But like,
never mind. Yeah.
You know, you combine this with the idea that South could have led a singleton ace and did not against a suit contract,
right?
And you kind of come to the conclusion that South has a lot of trump tricks, natural trump tricks.
If he had shortness and wasn't looking for roughs, the obvious reason is that he expects his trumps to score regardless.
Yeah. I mean, it's all around just really weird to me, because I think I would have led the ace of diamonds as South. But he didn't, and he does pretty well. Beats it 2.
Yeah, so it looks like 2 diamonds is kind of a classic old-fashioned precision balance positive.
Yeah. Leon brings up that splinters... I don't want to dwell on the point too much, but I hear what you're saying, Leon, that the splinter can be very distributional and therefore doesn't necessarily promise game-forcing values. In a sense, it could just be a very offensively oriented hand. I mean, we could debate that point, but I'm not going to. Craig, you can if you would like, but I'm just going to focus on the action at the table.
You know, the only thing I say to that is, like, sure, like, it could include anything like that, but you just have to cater to the most common hands and, you know, the tail possibilities. Unfortunately, you know, some of those you're just going to end up in a position you don't want to be in.
Yeah.
You know, just always, you know, big targets, not small ones.
Mm-hmm. I mean, again, my last point is just, like, make sure you have a discussion with your partner about it, come up with something that you both like and agree on, and then move forward with that understanding. That's so much more valuable than playing the absolute best methods.
Yeah, and certainly you can have a 30-second discussion that's going to cover 80+% of your possibilities, and for most casual partnerships, that's plenty good enough. It's going to be better than virtually every field you play in outside the top levels.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you sit down in a regional, you've had that discussion, you're probably the only pair in the room.
Well, a little bit of a win for the Israelis on the first board, because they were able to open 2 hearts in the other room, showing a weak hand with both majors, and that got them to 2 spades relatively safely. And then North elected to balance with 2 no trump, showing the minors. They got to 3 clubs, but there are bad splits in every contract, and so Declare ends up going down 2 at both tables, 5 imps.
Funny, you said they were able to open 2 hearts, showing a weak hand with both majors, and I had to look to see whether you meant the east hand or the south hand.
Yeah.
Opening heart lead, I guess. Is that what happened? I missed trick 1 here.
Yeah, low heart, and Declare decided to just duck it around to his ace, figuring that he can always put up the queen on the next round. No need to play it immediately.
Indeed. And maybe you can dodge the lead into north and protect the queen later if you really need to.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I'm not sure how that would happen. You know, well, I guess in diamonds you can possibly maneuver the lead to the hand you want it to be in.
Yeah, so this is kind of a moment, because Declare has 2 major suit aces, and if he can score 7 tricks in the minors, with diamonds splitting and the clubs coming home for 4 tricks, then he could avoid this issue of letting South End to potentially lead a heart through the queen again. But it's probably not percentage to do so. would be my guess. We could work out the math. I mean, I'm certain it's close, right? You do a little bit better than just 3-3. He does fly ace. Oh my god. So now there's actually a big decision moment, because he's going to cash a bunch of diamonds, and then he's going to go club to the queen, club to the king. South dumps the jack of clubs on this trick, and then Declarer is going to have to figure out, do I hook the 9 of clubs on the next round, or do I play low to the ace? It is percentage to hook the 9, but not by much.
Yeah, he can obviously no longer try a heart to the queen, because if he does that, he's going to lose 3 spades in the heart, even if the heart's onside, and go down. So he has to get the clubs right.
Yeah. Yeah, so this is a big play by Declarer to fly that ace of spades there. Ducking would have given him effectively a 50-50 shot at making the contract. The king of hearts could be on side. I'm just going to say it. I'm going to say it. Zia would not have gotten this hand wrong. Chat, you know what that is?
Yeah.
That is a bingo. Congratulations. Which means...
So I do wonder...
I'm going to be gifting subs.
Nice.
And memberships on YouTube as well. So 1 gift sub,
yes,
and 1 membership.
So I was wondering, so the 8 of hearts, I do wonder, given that he was missing a few lower spots than it, if East thought that the 8 of hearts might have been a high card lead rather than a 4th best card lead, and didn't, and thought for that reason that the King of Hearts might have been more likely to be offside and wanted to, not risk it all on that possibility?
Yeah, I think it is possible. What happened? He just cashed out? He didn't take the restricted choice in clubs. Oh my god. Nope. Whoa. Oh man. Well, now it's very true that Zia would not have gotten this hand wrong. I assumed he was going to go right in the club suit. And so this wasn't going to be a big deal. But with Declare misguessing the clubs, how did the defense play? Did South dump the jack of clubs on the first round?
I was not watching.
Spade to the ace. Diamond to the queen and ace. Diamond. Another diamond. Queen of clubs. South doesn't dump the jack. And then club to the king. Club to the ace. It's funny in a way because, if you take the club hook and it loses, you might go down 2. So there's kind of this additional consideration at imps and at match points that maybe it's actually better to play for 3-3 clubs because the imp odds slightly shift in favor of that, since, percentage-wise it's very close, restricted choice versus playing for the 3-3 split, but going down 2 might cost you an extra 2 imps as opposed to going down 1. But man, 10 imps now going to Israel, and Netherlands looks like they're off to a pretty slow start in this match.
Yeah, and really kind of all under their own power. Like, the Israelis haven't done anything bad, but it's not like they've done something to generate 15 imps. The Netherlands team just kind of was on the wrong side of 2 decision hands and lost swings on both of them.
Yeah. Matt asks about the restricted choice math. So it's not just Jack Doubleton. It's Jack Doubleton or 10 Doubleton. The fact that the player played the Jack is somewhat irrelevant because sometimes from Jack 10 third they would play the 10. So that's why it's a restricted choice situation. Like, if you argue that half the time they play the 10 and half the time they play the jack from Jack 10 third, then you have to kind of double count the Jack Doubleton and 10 Doubleton odds, even though you see the jack, right? I think that's like a simple explanation for why this is restricted choice.
Yeah, and obviously, like once you know that they're splitting 4-2 at worst because you never one showed two of them, it's a little different from the odds of like, um, knowing nothing at all about the suit. I guess, right? Maybe not. Maybe that doesn't matter.
Sorry, I was looking at the two heart bid. They're playing like a precision style, so this is
Like
their.
I'm saying, like if you're missing like Queen Jack 6 and you play the ace in the first round, the queen pops up on your right. That's a very different situation from this one, where you've seen that the suit is splitting somewhat normally at worst.
Well, Matt, okay, here. The a priori odds of exactly Jack 10 third versus exactly Jack doubleton. Yes, Jack 10 third is a little bit more percentage, but the point is that here's what I'm going to say. My line of play is I cash the ace of clubs, play a club to the king, and if either the jack or 10 shows up on my left, then I'm going to take the finesse on the third round. So the fact that specifically Jack Doubleton showed up is irrelevant because my line of play was conditional on either that or the 10 Doubleton. So you have to compare 10 Doubleton and Jack Doubleton versus Jack 10 third. Let's go for 2 bingos. I'm not gifting out extra subs for more bingos, but I can totally click off more squares. Maybe we can get a blackout. Wait, Declare goes down in cold contract? Boom, ticking that one off. Absolutely. Oopsies.
Yeah, we've seen.
Sorry. I shouldn't tick this one off. The intention for that square was if Declare has 100% line of play and goes down. So it's not fair. Declare did not have 100% line of play.
You're using cold in its very traditional restricted sense, and not just in its colloquial sense of makeable.
Yeah. Not in the Jones cold sense.
Yeah, I don't think it's just him. Like, I think a lot of people, when they say cold, they mean double dummy cold on normal play.
That's exactly it. But it is termed Jones cold.
Well, I mean, but certainly double dummy cold on normal play, not double dummy cold on deep finesse gimp play.
Right. Oh my god. Look at what happened in the other room here. 4 spades... it had pulled up as 4 spades making. But no, 4 spades corrected to down 1.
Yeah, normal contract, on the spade finesse. Doesn't win, and that's that. Off 3 cashers in the minors. Declare gave it his best shot. He got a trump lead, so hoped that it was from 3 little and that he could drop the stiff king and possibly win a game swing if they didn't lead a trump for 3 little at the other table.
Right. I mean, a diamond to the 9 would have been a big play. Then if they didn't...
Yeah.
I mean, like, if it worked, then you would have enough discards for all of your clubs, but not here.
Well, again, assuming that you could take enough before North roughed in.
Yeah. Where did Jones cold originate? So Aaron Jones, a really strong U.S. expert or world-class player, kept using the phrase that this is cold when he was doing commentary for me for the U.S. team trials. And every time he said it, it was like a massive double dummy exercise to figure out how Declare could actually make it. So yes, he was just like, yep, it's just cold. And Aaron J. Jones, that's the one. Is his middle name actually J? Wow.
Like Homer J. Simpson?
Yeah. North opens a heart. East overcalls 2 diamonds? What is happening? What is 2 diamonds? Guys! You have both minors!
Well, didn't we see, though, that this pair yesterday played some kind of artificial two-suited bid structure?
Oh, God,
Wasn't this the pair that's playing 2-no? Wasn't this the pair that's playing 2-no as Michaels and 2 hearts as something else?
Please tell me no.
Maybe he's just doing it for the lead, but we did see one pair that played a non-standard Michaels treatment.
I mean, he might just think his hand's not good enough for a vulnerable 2-no trump bid.
Yeah,
I can understand.
Level, you certainly want the diamond lead, so...
Yeah, I mean, look, okay, I can understand it. But I don't get it. I really don't understand it. You have 5 in the mind? The suits aren't even bad!
Yeah, and certainly my philosophy is, like, if you stretch a bit on a bad hand, then you want to keep all your possibilities in play.
Yeah, that seems very reasonable, right? Like, you know, if you bid 2-no, yeah, you get a level higher, but you have 2 shots at, like, getting to the right suit, so if they do double you, unless your partner has no fit for either suit, you're probably going to come out okay. If you bid 2 diamonds, obviously, you know, you miss out on getting to clubs.
Yeah, and I think particularly some of your upside in bidding in a marginal hand like East is finding a good save. And if you're aiming at a save, you really want to keep both safe suits open as options. You know, a partner has a big club fit, so, you know, 2 diamonds is like, it's good on getting the diamond lead, it's good on not getting overboard, but it's bad on, you know, hitting some of your big win possibilities.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like, you know, ace, king, 5th of clubs and out, 4 of a major is making, and yet 5 clubs goes down 1. You lose 2 spades and a heart with the diamond hook on.
Meanwhile, in real life, didn't inconvenience North South very much.
Wait, they play 1 major, 3 majors, the minors? Oh my God.
We saw this pair play yesterday, and that 2-no Michaels actually came up.
They do play what? Oh, well, no wonder he didn't bid 2-no. He can't. He would have to go to the 4 level, and that's just insane. Okay, I support the 2 diamond. I mean, I don't support the system, but I support the 2 diamond bid. Wow.
So wait, so what is their 2 heart bid?
Hold, please.
Like, is that like some kind of, you know, 4 spades, longer minor kind of overcall?
Oh, it shows spades and diamonds.
So their 2-no trump overcall is spades and clubs specifically? They're playing 2 Michaels bids to show their exact 2 suits?
Yes.
I mean, like, this is a world-class pair, but usually when I see that, it's at a club because, like, 30 years ago, someone preempted their Michaels, and they had a big club fit and didn't find it. Like, they just got to a position where the guy had, like, you know, 1-5 in diamonds and clubs and couldn't ask because it was the 5 level and they got a 0.
Yeah. Well, they're playing it.
I mean, look, you know, maybe there's more to it than we think, and, like, if there actually is some real value in showing exactly what you have, but, you know, if they're the only top-class player in the pair in the world that does it, that usually suggests that they're not the ones who see something everyone else is missing.
Yeah, and I mean, like, sometimes people just like playing their own system or whatever that they enjoy. But, okay, I'm going to be back in 2 minutes. I'm going to get rid of my food, and then I will be back for commentary.
Yeah, I would say I agree with that generally, but, you know, well, this hand was not passed out. You know, we were talking about, like, really world-class pairs. I feel like sure, some like homegrown stuff and complicated auctions, yeah, but bread and butter stuff, people don't usually deviate from the norm. So I suspect we'll just have one of these, wait for several minutes, and then have a result show up on the board. Yeah, it's true. You can't check off the bingo box for passed out, although I suspect this will be adjusted at some point. So what's probably happening in real life? I think Wes is going to open 2-0, East will transfer, and probably they'll play it in 3 hearts. And they'll lose a heart, a couple of diamonds, a club. So can they... So they certainly don't have top losers. How many winners do they have? They do have to get rid of that 4th club somehow. I guess they could probably do everything because they can pitch a club on a diamond if they need to. So they can take a spade, and 4 hearts is 5, and 2 diamonds is 7, 2 clubs is 9. Yeah, so we'll see if they adjust it to 140, but I think that's a pretty likely real life result. Can we check off operator, please? Yeah, and certainly, we've seen some errors from the Google people as we do at all these things. It's a hard job, but this is one of the less likely classes of Google operator errors. Usually it's just because they don't anticipate that, like, some player might play some unexpected card. I don't think they usually pass up 21 counts.
Yeah, that does seem incredibly unlikely. Should we also mark pass out, though?
Yeah, well, that's what one of the Kibiters was suggesting. Yeah, look, I've done view operating, although not in years. You miss some stuff once in a while. It just happens. You can undo it pretty easily. It's just the same bridge-based interface we're all used to, only with 4 hands visible. The biggest thing is the operators are often reluctant to ask the players to confirm a result, because what happens really often is, like, someone faces their hand, everyone knows how many tricks it was, they don't say anything, they just write down the score and move on, and the operator can't quite figure out how many tricks were scored, even if the players all know it. So when we see a wrong result entered, usually that's why, that the players just didn't bother to formally announce it, because they're all experts to see what's happening, but the operator is a step behind.
So what do we actually think is going on this hand?
I was saying I think it was probably 2-0 opening or strong club opening and show a 2-0, eventually transfer to hearts and make 140 via pitching the 4th club on a diamond. Yeah, probably like a club, a diamond, maybe 2-0 showing a 2-0 rebid, maybe a Kokish sequence.
Mm-hmm. And is East just going to transfer and drop it, or is East gonna?
I think East really. If they play Kokish, which they probably do, they can actually get out in 2 hearts, because I think a 1-0 rebid would be there. Stronger than 1-0 opening, and Kokish and then 1-0 trump might include this range, and then, they're in very good shape on a hand like this. One advantage of Kokish and strong club is, 2 ranges of no trump. When you've, 1 no trump, strong club rebid, strong club Kokish rebid is really good, because all your openings start a level lower than the standard bidders. Like, as we saw when we switched to 2 clubs, including the 2021s, sometimes you play at the 2 level on 20 opposite 0, and when you do, it's really great for your side, and you don't give up anything to do it.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, that's the biggest thing, when it's completely free because you're using otherwise idle sequences, you're in a really great position.
Okay, I see. So maybe something like a club, a diamond, a heart is where they're going to go. Some sort of Kokish 1 heart bid is the idea.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible that they play a more standard version precision where West just starts by showing his suits, but certainly many precision pairs play Kokish. They're like, you don't bury the hearts. One heart is two-way. It's either the no trump hand or a hard hand that you reveal later. So you're like slightly worse off by having to take an extra round to show your heart suit. But even then, it's not even so bad. It goes to spade, even two clubs, and that shows primary heart, secondary clubs. You're basically in the same position as the standard bidders. There's the other club pairs.
Right.
Yep, so the operator is confirming that they just accidentally entered an extra pass, and unfortunately, one of the holes in the view graph system is you can undo most actions, but you can't undo a final pass.
That's unfortunate. But okay,
yeah,
so we will say
time and again. If they accidentally end the auction, there's no going back from that. Anything else can be corrected. It does seem like a serious design flaw. I guess, I assume it's one of these things that, like, it looks to us as, non-BBO code experts, like it must be easy to fix. And, like, in practice, it's probably something where they have to redesign the entire system from the ground up for some dumb reason.
Yeah, I think that's just the way of a lot of software, like old software.
Yeah.
Software maintenance has never been a high, or it. I feel like software that was designed prior to the year 2000 was not designed with the idea that you want to have easy maintenance abilities and easy adaptability possibilities. So,
yeah, my guess would be here that there's something like the auction ends, and like maybe for programming reasons back in the day, they programmed the auction and play separately, so it flips from like auction to play mode, and you just can't go back to the other mode.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, it's true. I think, like modern programming languages obviously were designed with very different goals than, whatever this was programmed in.
Well, I think it also is just like the more awareness about these sorts of issues, because like when computers were new or when the internet was new or whatever, you don't know about like the long-standing difficulties of needing to update the system at regular intervals and having those updates be seamless in terms of implementation. And now that we've had, decades of these like awful updates under our belts, people or programmers care more about the way they design systems from the ground up. So they make it easier to maintain systems. At least that's kind of how I was taught in school. Like when I was an undergrad, no one cared. No one, people weren't just like, oh, it's really important to make sure that your software was good at updating. And now when I go back to like grad school 10, 15 years later, everyone's just like, ethics is really important. I'm in a computer science class and we're talking about like the ethics of artificial intelligence. We're not like learning how to write computer code. They're like, ethics is important. Whatever it is, like maintenance is important. All of these things that we just didn't care about 20 years ago.
Yeah. Greg, to your point, though, it's not just when the hand is passed out. I think anytime there's an auction that ends in 3 passes, like they could just have some long, complicated auction. If the operator accidentally prematurely ends the auction, that's it. There's no going back. So, it's not just this specific case of a pass out.
4 hearts goes down 1. So 5 imps to Israel here. We don't know what the auction was, but in the other room they did open 2-0. Transfer to 3 hearts, I'll pass.
Yeah, it would have been nice to see the Tarzan Club auction to see how they handle that hand, but maybe we'll get a chance to later.
So East opens a no trump. This is 14 to 16. Transfer to spades, all pass.
Matthew O'Farrell, I know this is a very controversial subject, but I am 1,000,000% in favor of eliminating cards. I think Obviously, like the examples of Antoni Nunes and Fischer and Schwartz is a really powerful reason. It just reduces so much extraneous information. There's no possibility of mechanical errors. You can't revoke. Like, I think it both improves the game technically, and it guarantees that a lot of the ethical issues that have come up over the years are impossible.
I like how
Zamir is really nice, but
I like how Zamir is just allergic to leading singleton aces against suit contracts. Yeah, right. He just it's just not on his radar at all.
Well, this would be crazy with a strong no trump on his right.
No, I mean, like, the previous one, I kind of understand. He feels like he has natural trump tricks. I would still prefer to get a ruff. This one, the strong no trump, as you say, on his right, he wants that ace to capture a king. So I get it in both cases, but it's just really amusing. You know, bridge 101 leads your singleton ace against a suit contract. Bridge 102, that's what we're seeing today.
Yeah, and I think, one other thing is, like, sure, our opinions, I think, are very nice to have and all, but the most relevant factor for me is, I think, among experts, yeah, there's some experts that prefer to play with cards, but there's a pretty strong majority in favor of, especially once they try it, switching to tablets. Like, there's a little bit of resistance because there's an adjustment, but once people do it, they much prefer it. So, once the actual players have said that they prefer it that way, I think that's a really, compelling argument to me.
Most notably, the Grosacks hate the tablets, so that's why we know they're good.
Michael Rosenberg is a tablet hater, although I'm not 100% sure there.
I like North Switch of the 7 of diamonds. I mean, no real need to squander the jack, I don't think, in this spot. Nine of spades covered. The South was ready for it, although he does help declare guess the spade suit. A club to the jack and ace. We should see another heart, I think. I believe South has a count on the heart suit. And he does.
Yep.
Good play. So this means Declare actually has a little bit of difficulty in playing out the rest of the hand. This is going to be so funny when South roughs the next trick.
It is true. I am specifically speaking about people who I've spoken to about the U.S. trials experience on tablets.
I can't get over this. This is, again, he forgot to lead his singleton ace once again, and, and now Declare is taking the club finesse. He's like, oh, this is fine. I'll take the club hook, pull a trump, cash.
Well, it's fine. South is now end played.
But this is the second time this set that South has not led the stiff ace. Declare has probably lost it by now, because this is again, he's declared for the second time, and he's given South a ruff after South hasn't led a stiff ace. We have an end play. Only if Declare elects not to ruff the diamond. I will give it to you if Declare runs a low diamond exit around to his queen.
Yeah, he's got to make two regardless. He will just ruff the diamond, but then I'll draw trumps and lose the last trick.
Wait for it. Alright, no end play. Yeah, as Craig said, he just pulls trumps. No reason to risk North winning the Diamond King and giving his partner another club rough there. I mean, just... he's gotta be looking at South through the screen and being like, are you okay? Haven't they taught you to lead singleton aces against suit contracts? Do these guys play a relay? We might get a relay auction. East-West, if not this hand, but maybe later in the set.
They might. I think we saw some pair that played like over normal one openings, game forcing one no trump starting a relay. I don't remember if it was this pair or not.
So spade opener from South, 2-heart overcall from West. North will bid 2 spades. North will not bid 2 spades. Whoa!
I mean, I like his hand for competing to the 3 spade level at some point. This does seem like a minority choice.
Most people would think that shows a 4th trump.
Right.
So East will bid 4 hearts.
Figures, yeah, I mean, sort of figures that like stiff ace and getting to rough them all is like the functional equivalent, but they're playing precision, so he knows that East West have a game, right? That's probably part of his calculation. Well, I guess he doesn't know East West have a game, but he thinks East West are probably more likely to have a game than they would be if South had a standard spade opening. I'm not saying I like it. I'm just trying to get into his head.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice. I think that gave South this 4 spade bid opportunity, because if North just bid 2 spades, I'm not convinced South... Whoa! Whoa! Yeah. Double makes a lot of sense from North's perspective. I mean, not only does he have fewer trumps than he promised, but he really doesn't want partner saving in 5 spades. He doesn't know that 5 hearts is going down. It might not, but he really just doesn't want his partner to save in 5 spades.
Yeah. And again, like, he has 2 surprises for the opponents. He has the ace of trumps, and he has unexpectedly short spades, so that makes the double more attractive.
4 spades is making. Man, is it?
I don't think so.
No. It's not. You just lead your singleton. I mean, so like, here's what happens, right? If you do pull trumps, then you don't have time to set up the diamonds to pitch your heart loser, and if you rough a heart, the defense has a natural spade trick, and if you don't pull trumps, East will be able to get in to play a 3rd round of clubs with the king of diamonds, and that'll promote a spade trick. So 4 spades would always go down if the defense just leads their singleton. I mean, but who knows? Maybe there's like some sign in the room that is like, if you lead your singleton against suit contracts at this table, then you get kicked out of the event. And every player looked at it when they came into the room, and so they know that it's a big risk.
Wait. Can you check the Brady bot overcomplicates things box, please?
It's already checked.
So just lead the king of hearts. If declarer draws trumps, they get in with a diamond and shift to a club then, and that's good enough. And if he doesn't, then you don't need to lead the singleton club immediately.
King of hearts. Diamond.
What do you want declarer to do?
I see. So king of hearts is also good enough.
I mean, the defense has to lead a club at some point before the diamonds are all dislodged, but it doesn't have to be a trick one.
Yeah. But really, like, we are leading a singleton, right? Anyway, 5 hearts doubled goes down a trick.
Yeah, so, another really nice result for the Israelis. I think on a couple of the previous boards, East-West had done it to themselves. Like this one, the Israelis just jobbed them into it. And, like, maybe they misjudged a little bit, but, I think both East and West did pretty normal things, and it was just North's abnormal three spade mid that won a swing.
Yeah, the three spade bid put a lot of pressure on. And, we saw East pause a little bit, assuming the Vugraph tempo is correct. Maybe East was thinking about bidding 4 clubs, hoping that it could have been fit showing. If East had bid 4 clubs and South continued to 4 spades, I'm certain West would not have gone to 5 hearts. But because, East just felt, I have to bid 4 hearts immediately, West had this uncomfortable decision and just hoped that his partner was fitting his hand a little bit better.
I mean, that is a nice spot for a fit non-jump because, as you say, it is really helpful for partner to know exactly where you stand on the hand. And, the 4 club bid natural just isn't that important to having your arsenal.
Right. Okay, 3 spades to me looks like it's a splinter of some kind, like an undisclosed splinter.
Yeah.
Double by South asking, and East is going to show a stiff diamond. Now,
that would be sort of normal, play 2 ranges of splinters, and this is one of them, and the direct splinter's the other.
Yeah, now...
again, keep in mind colored by the fact that West has a super maximum.
Mm-hmm. So 3 no trump asking, 4 diamonds showing a diamond shortness. And, man, 6 hearts makes... I don't know if you want to be there.
West is... I was going to say, West is going to make a bunch of moves here, right? They're playing precision, so that hand couldn't possibly be stronger. Obviously, he'd like to have 4 diamonds and not 5, but this is fine. Even 5 diamonds is fine. Probably you could rough him out.
I'm sure he's hoping his partner has 5 hearts. That would be a lot better.
Yeah, and... in real life on this hand, the defense does have to find a spade lead. Let's not double 3 spades, never mind.
To what? Hold him to 6? Sure.
Well, just, once he pitches the spade away on a club, he can... the play just gets a lot more comfortable.
Right, and Declare may well go down in 6 hearts. It kind of looks natural to me to take a diamond hook. For your contract, because if the king of diamonds is on side, you're just kind of golden. Yeah. 6 hearts happens to make because the king of diamonds roughs out 3rd and north, but it's much more likely that it's 3rd or 4th and south.
Yeah, diamond finesse win, ruffalo diamond, club to the queen, ruffalo diamond, baby catch a couple of trumps along the way, and as long as diamonds are 4-3 with the king on side, you've just got to claim.
Yeah, now... Okay, North leads the 2 of spades. I was going to say things could get interesting if North led the jack of spades at trick 1, but he leads the deuce. Declare will play low. So how many tricks do we have if we just start trying to play this hand as a cross ruff? Zamir has to come up with a card to play when in with the king of spades. So he wins the ace of spades, and is he going to switch to clubs? Is he going to switch to trumps?
You know what, after... I need to step away for a moment. I forgot to take care of one thing earlier.
Yeah,
I'll be right back.
So it does look natural to switch to clubs or trumps. We know Declare has the diamond ace, so a diamond switch doesn't really do all that much for us. Let's say we get a club switch. I would just want to count tricks. We have 3 clubs and the ace of diamonds, so if we take 8 hearts, that would be enough to make our contract. We could go queen of clubs, or ace of clubs, diamond to the ace, diamond ruff, club to the queen, diamond ruff, king of clubs, pitch a diamond. And then actually we could just pull trumps. At that point, all the diamonds are good. I think a club switch, Declare is going to have a pretty easy time of it. On a trump switch, is it the same? we might need to ruff all 3 diamonds and dummy if the diamond king doesn't come down. Yeah, a trump switch makes Declare's life a little bit harder because you might want to win the ace or queen, preserving that king of hearts and dummy to potentially over-ruff North on the 4th round of diamonds, or even the 3rd round of diamonds. I think Declare might go down on a trump switch. He might just figure that his best bet is to take the diamond hook. That would solve a lot of his problems. Ooh, diamond switch. Yeah. See, this is interesting, but I think for the reason that I mentioned earlier, where Declare can now just go ace of diamonds, diamond ruff, club to the queen, diamond ruff. The fact that a round of trumps hasn't been pulled hasn't, like, compromised his trump position. So he can always ruff the 4th round of diamonds with the king of hearts if necessary, and then hope that the hearts split 2-2 later. I think for that reason, he's probably going to fly ace. Would South lead the jack of diamonds, or would that be revealing? I was pretty convinced South was not going to lead a diamond.
I mean, I think he's leading a diamond just because everything else looks worse. I don't think he has some devious strategy here.
Well, like, a club or a heart would be perfectly fine. But
yeah, just, like, doesn't a diamond just feel like the most neutral passive thing in your hand, though?
I mean, to me, a club feels pretty natural because we're just attacking the entries. Like, if Declare has the club queen, so what?
Yeah.
And if partner has the club queen, that's fine.
I guess it's true. Like, even if Declare had, like, you know, queen 10-4 the club or something, it just doesn't matter.
Right, yeah, like, it never costs a trick. And I don't think it ever really costs tempo either. I mean, it's not like the diamond switch somehow helps us in any way. The trump switch seems somewhat attractive just because we know Declare is trying to ruff diamonds and dummy, and maybe a trump switch can somehow magically cut down on the number of ruffs they get. But here we are, the diamond switch. So Declare does have this position where, again, you know, I'm not going to fault him if they play the queen of diamonds. It does seem like it solves all of your problems. The queen of diamonds holds, you can almost claim. You know, not quite, but you're pretty close. Whereas if you go ace of diamonds, there's a little bit of work to do. But, I mean, we've kind of worked this out, right? Ace of diamonds, diamond ruff, club to the queen, diamond ruff. Even if the king doesn't drop, we can still cross back to hand by ruffing a spade or ruffing a club even, and then lead the 4th diamond. And if North shows out, we almost have a claim. If North follows, we can at least ruff king of hearts and hope that the trumps are 2-2.
And this might even look to Declare like South is trying to talk him out of the diamond finesse.
Yeah, but in that case, I mean, if South has the diamond king, actually, the line of play of roughing diamonds and dummy is almost cold. Like, you're almost cold for making it from there. Because, you know, either the king of diamonds shows up or South is following to that 4th round of diamonds, and then we don't need to ruff with the king of hearts later. So, I think...
Yeah,
I think... yeah, the way that Declare works through the possibilities, it almost looks like, sure, yeah, South could have 5 diamonds to the king, in which case we probably do need to stick in the queen here, but that's got to be an unlikely layout.
If North had both the jack and 10 of hearts, they can ruff with one and four with the other. So I think one thing I do like about putting the queen of diamonds is you only need one thing to go. Like, sort of the same thing you're saying. You only need one good thing to happen on the hand with the diamond finesse on. Any other plan needs a bunch of good things to happen, but, you know, here he is playing for a bunch of good things to happen, and he's going to be right.
Whoa.
Yeah, I don't know why I wouldn't cross back to the Queen of Clubs there.
We pulled quite a few trumps.
Yeah, no, he banked on two things being right. The King of Diamonds short and trumps you two, and he was right. I guess, or the Ace of King of Spades roughing out third, which was his additional small possibility.
I don't understand that line of play. I mean, I like the Ace of Diamonds. I think that's kind of clear. But then not just roughing out the diamonds seems very strange. Mark asks, is roughing out diamonds better than roughing out spades? I don't know how you rough out spades. Because you don't have a lot of entries to the East hand, right?
But there, with trumps 2-2, that once he played 2 rounds of trumps, he might as well try to rough out the Ace King of Spades third.
Oh, yes. I mean, like, once you pull 2 rounds of trumps, but... did he set up spades on the hand? No, he ended up setting up diamonds. He was back
what happened at the end? Yeah.
He was
put
in the West hand.
The guy put a diamond on the table, and when the king appeared in North, he just claimed.
Yeah. Yeah, he had to... I mean, at the point he got to, he needed king third of diamonds to rough out. Which...
Right.
That's got to be great card reading, because...
Not quite, right? He could cross the Queen of Clubs and cast the last heart for a squeeze, right?
No, he needs the cross rough.
No, he couldn't. Yeah.
Yeah, right. There's just no squeeze.
All right, well, anyway, all's well that ends well. I think East-West, result aside on this last hand, have not been in great form this set, and I would count this hand in that, given that I think this was not an optimal line of play either. Despite the success.
No, but, I mean, sometimes this happens. So they're taking a break. Very understandably, they're taking a break.
Yeah, I mean, I think there are several smokers at this table. I think at least one of these rarely smokes. And I think also at least one of the Dutch smoke. Quite a few of them do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought we had already marked off Brady Butt sees a better line in the 2-heart partial previously, 1 hearts before 1.
We did.
Yeah.
It led to a bingo.
Right.
I mean, it is an interesting hand. I think this idea that, if you see this thing and you say, well, if the King of Diamonds is on side, I can almost claim, so I should just take the diamond hook. But then you start to work down this alternative line where you're like, okay, I'm going to need other things to go right if I don't take the diamond finesse. But you realize that, like, every time the diamond finesse was working, this other line also works, and you gain on a couple of additional possibilities, then you should take the alternative line.
Yeah, I think, one thing was like, who knows what's going through Claire's head. He thought for a really long time about that diamond, and I think he thought a lot about that suit, but maybe wasn't thinking quite as much about the full hands.
Yeah, and that can happen, and this is a trap that everyone falls into when you're declaring a hand, where you're just like, okay, the defense switched to this suit. I need to work out what the honor location is in the suit. What's the count situation? Do I have any useful spot cards, right? And so you think a lot about what's going on in the suit, and so he came to this conclusion, I think the King of Diamonds is offside. He was correct. Maybe he got this from the tempo or just the way that South played his diamonds, but he was right about that. And so, like, ultimately he does the thing which actually works out, but he might not have realized that, like, fine, the King of Diamonds is offside. Maybe now I should rough out the diamonds. It definitely looks scary to do so. North could have had King fourth, and then you get into a bit more trouble, but the way things played out, he also would have been in trouble if North had King fourth of diamonds. This hand is exciting. Instant 2 spades. Yeah, they come back in, sit down, still talking, And then Toledano picks up his hand. He's just like, yep, seen this one before. 2 spades.
So we'll see what South does here. Obviously he has a hand that all the standard bidders would pretty happily bid 3 spades. Yeah.
Yeah, so 3 clubs looks like a transfer to diamonds.
Right. Whether it's, could be anything or a lead directing transfer. I think we'll have to wait for another hand to try to confirm that. Yeah, so 3 diamonds, whatever. Huh. Yeah, and obviously the Israeli pair is very much an action pair as we're seeing throughout the set.
And I mean, they picked the right colors to do so on this hand, obviously. South does bid 3 spades. West decides he just wants to go after a penalty of 3 spades, probably playing on the fact that these guys open very light and he's familiar with their style.
So meanwhile, check out the result on 23 that just came in, or at least that came in while I wasn't looking. They did make 4 spades at the other table.
And it was doubled. And they led their singleton. Where did everything go wrong? The jack of clubs went to the ace, heart to the ace, spade, queen of diamonds, East wins the king.
Oh my god. So East won the king and didn't cash a club. And that was the end of it, because that was his last entry.
Oh man! Why did East not cash a club?
So a huge miss, because if he had played club there, West could over-up and cash a diamond and get a 500, I think, right?
Yeah.
No, it only be down 1, I'm sorry.
No, it would be down 2, you're right. No, wait.
Yeah, it would be down 1. It would get a club, the jack of spades, the ace of diamonds.
Okay. You're right. Yeah, just down 1. But, I mean, there were multiple ways to get it down 1. East just needed to cash that club when they got in.
Really? He's looking at the 10, so he has to know the jack of clubs is shortness. Why wouldn't he put it on the table?
Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe, all right, well.
Maybe he got the wrong diamond count from his partner. I mean, it's hard to believe, but...
Yeah. I don't know, playing a heart there looks bizarre to me.
Well,
I mean, obviously he was trying to promote a trump trick in his partner's hand, I guess, which he did, but...
Yes. Yeah. Okay. So, on the hand in front of us, East-West have done a lot of bidding, and now they're getting up to the 6th level. And how is this going to do if they end up in 6 clubs?
Well, if they guess the club, they're in okay shape because they can pitch a heart on a spade, although they still got a lot of work to do. 6 hearts looks totally hopeless.
Yeah, 6 hearts has issues because of the natural trump trick in North's hand. It's fascinating. I wonder why East pulled the double of 3 spades. I mean, maybe the double of 3 spades was not penalty. Maybe it was something else. But... And how do they do against 3 spades doubled? They can pull 3 rounds of trumps, and they'll get 2 spades, 3 hearts, and a club for down 2. So obviously not great. It's good that they could pull the double of 3 spades and bid 2 making game, but they got a little bit high. West does have 16 and a nice hand, but a lot of wasted stuff in the opponent's spade suit.
So this lead looks friendly, but this is just a no-hoper since North-South have natural trump trick.
Mm-hmm.
And they have to guess the club, which they probably will, and I guess they definitely will once they know that North has 4 hearts.
Right, yeah, exactly.
But, but it's just one more thing.
So back-to-back double-digit swings, actually. Oh, man. Board 24, East-West got to 4 hearts in the other room. They didn't even think about bidding onto the slam. Heart opener, 2 no trump, some sort of Jacoby-esque style thing. 3 diamonds by West showing something. And East just decided with the 12 count that despite a good fit. He still wasn't willing to risk bypassing the 4 level. 10 imps going the way of Netherlands, and Netherlands is actually in the lead in this match.
Yeah, after kind of a rocky start.
So Ace of Diamonds lead. I think South is just going to continue a diamond. There is the possibility that his partner's over-roughing the dummy here.
Yeah, hang on 1 second. Someone's playing some fairly loud music outside my window. I'm just going to shut this.
Sure.
You probably can't hear it, but I can.
I cannot. There's the diamond continuation. North cannot over-rough, but Declare doesn't really have a useful discard anyway. Pitches a spade. I guess I'm a little surprised that Declare pitched on this trick. It seems like maybe Declare should have taken his ruff immediately, kept the king of diamonds. The plan has to be pull 3 rounds of trumps and then try and guess the clubs. You're still going to need to ruff a diamond eventually.
I mean, I'm also a little surprised that he played the trumps this way rather than catch the king and maybe catch a singleton, something from north, and pick up a 4-card suited south hand.
I guess it doesn't really matter what order he plays stuff in, but yeah.
Well, except he's already lost a trick. If he picks up a 4-1 split that way, he'd actually make it if he guesses the club.
That is true. Yeah. Okay. He's worked out that he's playing south for the queen of clubs, given that North turns up with 6-4 in the majors. So, does get out for down 1, but a little bit
probably
overboard.
6-4 in the majors. You know, I think against this pair, you don't necessarily know the guy had 6 spades.
It could be 5-4. Yeah. Yeah, and 2 diamonds, as Will says.
Yeah, I think when he's 5-4, he's, probably got a little more strength than that, but who knows?
Would 6 clubs have made? I don't think it would make double dummy. And I don't think it would have made single dummy either.
We'll find out because they're in it at the other table.
They are? Oh my.
That's what Al Hollander says.
Wow. Okay. Well, I guess we're about to find out. In this hand, East gets to open a club. He has a nice hand 16 count. Probably too good for a no trump. Hard overcall from South.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's probably like bottom of his range for a club, but as you say, over strength for anything else.
Right. And the one club is precision style, so
right.
The hard overcall, West doesn't have anything to say. I mean, presumably double would have showed 5 to 7. So I don't know if West just doesn't think his hand is good enough, or if double shows something else for them conventionally.
Yeah, who knows?
But
so North sticking to his principles here with another somewhat sketchy-looking preempt.
Yeah, now they get all the way up to 4 hearts, and this contract, of course, is not going to make. The King of Spades is poorly positioned for Declare. Although he might expect that it's probably right side.
Yeah, that'll be a disappointing surprise for him.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, he can't keep East off lead. He'd love to be able to use the diamonds. Well, I guess that'll only pitch 2 spades anyway. He'd still need to find the ace of spades on side. Well, so how confident are you about 6 clubs?
I mean, I don't think it does make double dummy, but it looks like it did. Just hold on a second, because this auction's not over. I'll take a look at 6 clubs in a minute once we conclude the deal here, because it's very possible East-West might back into 5 clubs. They don't. Okay.
I mean, Ace of Diamonds lead, so that was that.
The ace of diamonds lead. And so now if Declare picks up the club suit, they can pitch a heart on the king of diamonds.
Right.
Now, I guess I'm not going to spend a lot of time analyzing, so I'm just going to look at double dummy. Double dummy says six clubs always makes.
Yeah, because you pitch a heart from the east hand, pick up the clubs, you've still got one club to rough with, and you just lose the ace of... Oh, because you have the spades to lose also.
Yeah. So it's definitely more complicated than just pitching a heart and then roughing a spade. Because
no, but you can lead the 8 of diamonds to the whatever, and then eventually pin the 9 of diamonds to set up a trick, right? And then take a finesse against dummy's beer card. You can set up the king 10 6 5 of diamonds for a trick.
I see. Okay, you could do that. That does seem like a way to potentially make the contract. It requires a lot of effort, but the ace of diamonds lead makes
it's
things
just
easier.
Whatever. It's the way the double dummy solver makes it on a non-diamond lead, is my guess.
Okay, is Declare going to make this in 4 hearts? I had commented I thought it was pretty likely that he was going to go down with the ace of spades offside, but the 9 of diamonds lead, or 8 of diamonds lead, I guess it was, picks up the diamond suit for Declare. So now Declare just gets to rough a couple of spades and dummy and take the diamond finesse. He's going to make 4 hearts.
Yeah, it kind of, besides clarifying the diamond position, synthetically gave him an entry to dummy that he needed really badly.
Yeah, now...
Well, I guess he could rough spades, but yeah, it still, gave him a head start on it.
It's definitely possible that Declare could have made it. I don't think he would have. I think a much more natural play from Declare would have been to give up a diamond trick and assume the ace of spades is onside. So, like, if West had led a club, for example, or trump, Declare would just rough the club lead a heart, East would win, play another club, Declare is in hand. Declare could make it if they exit a low spade away from king fourth, which seems really unnatural. Instead, I think Declare would just go ace of diamonds, jack of diamonds, East gets in with the diamond king, and then East would put a spade through. Is 5 clubs making East-West? I think it depends on whether or not Declare picks up the club suit for no losers, because they have 11 clubs between them and they're missing the king and jack. So we could have another double-digit swing on this board if East-West make 5 clubs in the other room and they make 4 hearts in this room.
Double game swing, possibly they pick up the clubs. No, we're told the other room the contract is 4 hearts also.
But 4 hearts could go down, so that could still be a pretty big swing.
Yeah, certainly a very nice result for these rallies, whatever happens in the other room.
Yeah, Jen, the king-jack being on side doesn't really matter if you're an 11-card fit. I mean, it depends how the auction goes. Sometimes you do want to take the anti-percentage play and finesse, but with 11 cards, it is percentage to just cash the ace, hope that the suit splits 1-1. South opens a no trump. The diamond play is 40% times 68 and 50% for the ace of spades to just be on. Well, I think it's much more than 50% for the ace of spades to be on because of the strong club opener, right? If West has the spade ace, East has every other value, and then East hand still is like borderline for a strong club. One no passes round to East, who balances 3 diamonds, which checks out. West can't be too happy about the way this has gone.
No, presumably East cannot bid 2 diamonds. That would probably show 1 major.
Well, remember the diamond play it's not like we have ace jack 9 of diamonds in hand, where we're taking like a finesse against the 10 and then a finesse against the king. You have to specifically pin 8 doubleton. So there's like one exact 3-2 diamond split that you can pick up versus playing for just the ace of spades on side. I mean, you could play for king doubleton of diamonds in the pocket as well. That would also be a reasonable line of play. Okay, enough about the previous board. We'll see if they make it in the other room. Otherwise, we're going to get another big swing for Israel.
Yeah, and kind of shocking for two really strong teams that we've had 4 double-digit swings, including a 16er in 9 boards. Usually when top teams play each other, there's much less, even there's a lot of like action in terms of like interesting things happening. There's often not, 60ths of swings to be had.
Yeah. We do get the 8 of diamonds lead at the other table as well, allowing Declare to just pick off the suit. Okay, Declare has cashed a couple of aces, or not Declare, South has cashed a couple of aces, and now Declare's in with this decision. Percentage in the diamond suit is to just play diamonds from the top, which looks like exactly what he's doing. It's actually really weird to me that Declare didn't ruff a spade or a club before going ace of diamonds, queen of diamonds.
Just kind of on general principles in case it matters later?
Yeah, because, does it matter? No, it looks like it doesn't. What? That's not the play. That's not what happened. 0% chance. No way. He was cold.
Well, again, maybe we'll see an operator correction. The operator may just have like, oh yeah, I know what the guy's about to do.
Also, are we convinced that Zamir played back a spade? He could have played a heart, and Declare wouldn't have been able to make it. Like, the spade return allowed Declare to make it via trump kill. I mean, there's a lot of weird things that happened at the end of that hand. I kind of want to, like, pause it. We'll take a look back at it after. I'm gonna... Here, I will pull this up on the side, and we'll come back to it at the end of play. But Declare could have made that on a trump cue, legitimately, by roughing a trick earlier to his own hand. But then when Zamir got in, if Zamir had switched to hearts, he would have prevented Declare from roughing extra tricks, giving him the ability to shorten himself. When he did switch to spades, Declare could have played for the trump cue. Instead, he played for the 3-3 diamond split. And I don't know. I mean, maybe nothing out of the ordinary happened, but...
Speaking of things not out of the ordinary happening, check out the East-West action on this hand.
Yeah, so no trump weak. 2 clubs. Is 2 clubs a thing?
I mean, it's alerted as something. I'm very curious what. Because West has made a normal statement response, and I am wondering what his plan was. Maybe he can somehow, like, either bid 3 of a minor not forcing or puppet to it, and figure, if partner has spades and not hearts, that he can get out with 3 diamonds and, hope to survive it.
Yeah, so it doesn't say anything on their card. Their 1 no trump range here is 9 to 11. That's all I know.
Yeah, and obviously, it's something that he knew he could get away with, but I'm curious exactly what.
Valerian asks, is a non-playing captain the same as a sponsor? I would say generally no. Non-playing captains... A sponsor, I think, by definition, is just someone who monetarily supports the team. Or members of the team. So I think that it's possible to have a non-playing captain that just deals with a lot of the paperwork and stuff, because maybe it's someone who works for the National Bridge Organization. Like, let's I don't know if Italy has a non-playing captain, but let's say Italy has a non-playing captain. It might just be someone from their NBO who's more of an administrator that, books flights for the team and then gets reimbursement from their organization and stuff like that. So they take care of all of the things that the players don't want to deal with on their own.
Yeah, Joe Stokes is NPC of one of the U.S. teams, and it might be the women, which is sponsored, but like someone to submit lineup cards. Even I don't know how it works in other countries, but at least in the U.S., the team that wins the trials gets some money from the USBF. So even if there's not someone footing the bill for everyone's travel, there's probably enough money to have someone come and do that. I think other countries, may not be able to do that, without as much resources.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's just nice so that the players can focus on the bridge and someone else can focus on everything else. Yeah, it's possible. So the thing is, though, I don't think two clubs would transfer to diamonds because then West wouldn't have been free to bid two hearts like this. So I think it was sort of like temporarily Stamen and then figure it out. And I think this three clubs is a transfer. Oh, maybe no, that doesn't make sense. Why is he bidding three clubs here?
do we think that if the auction had gone uncontested, 1 no, 2 clubs, 2 spades, East was going to pass?
I don't know. I mean, obviously, like West Two Hearts suggested two clubs at the time he bid it was normal Stamen, and you figure it out later.
Yeah,
three clubs looks like a transfer, but why is he transferring when he could just drop it in two hearts? Like something. I feel like there's some piece of information that we could use and don't have. If there's any Tarzan experts out there, please help us out.
Yeah, 3 clubs seems weird all around. I guess my thinking was like maybe East forgot they're playing 9 to 11 in first seat.
I didn't want to say it, but I was wondering that too.
But if he did, he would just bid 3 hearts or 4 hearts. I don't see any reason to show I don't know. Oh my god! South is like, I've heard enough.
Like the Dutch all play transfer after Stamen, like that's great and all, but why are you doing it on this end?
Greg says that he and Jenny play 3 clubs is other major and unspecified minor, which is kind of interesting. Yeah. South was just like, he's getting explanations from West about the auction and finally just like puts his hand up. He's like, you don't need to speak anymore. Slaps 4 spades on the tray and just stares him down like, are you doubling me?
Right. I mean, that certainly is, an unexpected action, but, it looks just fine in practice. And I guess if West leads a trump, it's a little inconvenient, but he can set up 3 hard tricks on power, and, at that point he's in fairly good shape.
Although, yeah, will he set up 3 heart tricks?
I mean, he might just run the jack, but, I'll take 4 spades and 3 hearts and 2 aces and 1 rough at least.
How confident are you about that rough if he runs the jack of hearts now?
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Although he can score 2 club tricks, so I think you're right. I think he probably will make 10 tricks one way or another, by hook or by crook, as they say. There are a lot of ways to do it, and I guess running the jack of hearts actually will work. Jack of hearts to, say, the queen. East wins, goes spade, spade, but we win this trick in dummy. We can now cash a bunch of hearts, pitching diamonds and play a club to the jack. Picking off the queen doubleton in East's hand. Oh, people think North bid 3 clubs.
okay, I was not considering the possibility of an operator error, but that would make a lot of sense.
It's a little weird. I think South would just bid 3 spades if that's what's going on. But yeah, it's definitely possible. But then 3 clubs wouldn't be alerted. Man, I mean, they could be playing Lebensall here, so 2-0 would show weekend. 3 clubs shows values. I don't know. Yeah, it's hard to know. But it could be operator error. 2 diamonds ripped. Oh my.
And I was like, it might even gone 3 clubs past 3 spades, past 4 spades, but the operator was like a little flustered and thought it was just going to be better to put in the final contract and move on.
2 diamonds cracked on board 27. 6 imp swing. And everyone's just letting Declare make over tricks. And yet, no Declare did. Why is everyone just cashing the Jack of Diamonds? I suppose in 2 diamonds doubled, it's not worth scoring the over trick if there's a small chance you're going down. I mean, it's not like 180 versus minus 100 is a huge swing, but 180 versus 280 might not be a large enough number of imps to worry about either. Am I blowing this out of proportion? I think, like, it's almost clear to play for the trump coup from this position.
Well, I think after the double, don't you, like, have a pretty good sense of what's going on there, and, that makes it going with the odds?
That's what I'm saying! Like, you gotta pick up the 4-card diamond suit in North's hand. Anyway. I will show the trump coup after for people who are curious, because I think it's cool. And because I think it's interesting how, like, at multiple points, Declare could have set up the trump coup himself and South could have prevented it. So it's more, like, instructive about how trump coups function than anything else. Have we played to trick 2 yet? We have not. So what happens if we just start roughing a bunch of tricks? Ace of diamonds, diamond rough, ace of hearts, heart rough, diamond rough, heart rough. We have still a diamond, a spade, and at least 1 club to lose, and now we have no entries. Yeah, this sounds terrible. Okay, we can't take that line play. So it looks like ace of diamonds, diamond rough just can't be the way to start. That always has us losing. If a heart to the queen holds, we have enough tricks, right, on a cross rough? So that's one of the reasons why a heart to the queen seems attractive. Like, if we needed 3 heart tricks, then of course we have to overtake the heart with the ace and take the roughing hook. But if we get 2 hearts, a diamond, a club, the spade trick we have, that's 5. 2 spade roughs, or 2 diamond roughs and dummy is 7, and then 3 more spades in hand is 10.
Yes, well, they were saying in the other room they did lead a heart to the queen. Seems reasonable.
No, he said they led a trump at trick 1, and he thinks that Jack of Hearts to the queen is the right play.
Oh, but then he says, and Nab agrees, which I assumed meant
that
in the other
room
that was
chosen. Yeah. Okay, so in the other room, they did play the Jack of Hearts to the queen, and my suspicion, I think Craig is on board, is that Declare will make it, even though they don't get any more diamond roughs. Jack of Hearts to the ace. And Zamir leads the 9 of hearts. East flies king, so that does make Declare's life a lot easier. Now the ace of diamonds, a diamond rough, 2 rounds of hearts, pitching question mark. Certainly 1 diamond. And then what?
say, yeah, do you, I guess, wouldn't you pitch a club, like, hoping you can ruff the last diamond with a 10, and now you're basically just done?
Well, I was wondering if he was going to cross to club ace. Like, if we were going to do this...
Oh, cross the club ace, ruff a diamond first, and then play the heart?
Yeah. Yes, because the queen of hearts could have gotten ruffed, and then they pull a trump.
Right.
So, I think that was a little bit sloppy by Declare, but it didn't matter much. He honestly probably trusted West's count card in the heart suit, so he might have just 100% believed hearts were 4-4, so he didn't care. But yeah, from a technical standpoint, maybe a bit sloppy, even though from a practical standpoint, he might have known the layout. 11 tricks. So all of the match points there for Zamir. Well judged.
Yeah, we'll see whether it's a 1 imp or a 10 imp swing. Or 13, I think, right?
Vulnerable, yeah, if they go down, it would be 13. East opens a strong club. A no trump from West. I think this is a relay. Let me just check.
I think you're right. I think they play a lot of those.
No, one no trump is just 12 or more balanced.
Well, it still might start relays.
Oh yeah, it might start a relay. West has a 17 count opposite his partner's strong club. Do we have a Grand Slam alert? Is that what's happening here? 5 diamonds, 4 clubs, 2 hearts, and 2 spades is 13.
So, yes, the 2 clubs was asking, and 2 spades clarifies how strong West hand is, but who knows?
Yeah, without alerts and explanations, it's going to be hard to interpret. So this might be a relay auction. I'll give people the benefit of the doubt on that one.
So a Hollander, so I guess it's actually 2 clubs asking, 2 spades was shape showing. Like Tino was asking again, presumably in 3 diamonds, clarified what his shape was.
Aha. So West is actually known to have this exact shape. No, sorry. West is known to have 5 diamonds and a flat hand. Will East be able to ask about the Jack of Clubs? Yeah, if only they were playing the Rodwell-Simpson system, then East could ask for the Jack of Clubs to find out about the Grand Slam.
I mean, are they... will they make 13 tricks?
Yeah, they just... I mean, Declare can cash the Ace-King of Hearts and then take the Spade Finesse.
Right. Yeah, true.
Yeah, Elorian, we were watching the hand that Rodwell had the Jack ask during the trials, and yet his partner didn't understand what was going on. 11 tricks made and 4 spades at the other table. I'm a little bit surprised after the trump lead and a heart to the Jack, Queen, and King. Yeah. Because East should just return a trump. Oh, East switched to the Queen of Clubs. I understand the defense. I mean, East is just figuring that if their partner has Ace-Jack, third of clubs, they can take the next 3 tricks, and that beats the contract. Reasonable attempt.
Yeah, and Declare still could have made it by playing club to the Jack.
Yeah. Okay, a couple of relays, 3 diamonds, 3 no, 4 clubs. Okay, Al Hollander is trying to fill us in with some info about the bidding, so I'm just going to relay information. 3 no trump was natural into play, so East has limited his hand in terms of high cards. West obviously continuing on. 4 clubs is showing controls. So West is now, rather than asking questions, West is like continuing to relay out to show his hand. So he has 4 controls. Ace is 2, king is 1.
Let's see. So
5 now might just be pick a slam.
I would guess that 5 diamonds showed in some way exactly, maybe not the exact cards, but that is specifically an ace and 2 kings, but who knows?
Yeah, so 4 diamonds is asking about the controls, ace and 2 kings. So East knows they're missing a king.
Maybe you don't need that many steps to get to an ace and 2 kings when you only have 4 controls. But it was alerted, so it was obviously some kind of continuation of that conversation.
Yeah, relay systems are weird.
Yeah.
It was a crazy hand from the open trials. The ask about the jack of clubs. It was incredible, actually. Hey, Steph.
Yeah, forgotten about that one.
Good evening. So let's see. West has enough to push on over a sign-off 3 no trump. So East knows that West doesn't just have an ace and 2 kings. West must have substantial extras. He has 5 diamonds.
Well, I think he showed extras when he bid 4 clubs, since 3-no was non-forcing, right?
Right, yeah, that's what I mean, right? The 4 club bid pulling the non-forcing 3 no trump is how East knows that West has extra values. So East probably expects the queen jack of diamonds, which gives him 5 diamond tricks that he can count. Ace king queen of clubs is 8, ace of hearts, ace of spades is 10, partner's king is 11, and he does expect partner has 1 extra trick, but maybe not necessarily 2. It seems like 7 no trump would be the right spot if they can figure out if they saw each other's hands, but it's hard to get there.
I mean, it's like, as you say, since you can combine your chances a little bit, it's better than 50-50. It's not a lot better than 50-50, so I think they'd have to be pretty sure that, that it is at least as good as that before they bid it, and, maybe they just don't have enough information to be totally sure about that. Like, Jack of Diamonds is a big card, Jack of Hearts is a big card, Jack of Clubs is a big card, like... for East to count on West for all 3 of those is a little much.
Yeah. Alright, well in 6 no trump there's just 12 top tricks. So Declare is not going to have any trouble in this contract. I think might just play the hand as a show-up squeeze, which is pretty reasonable. So I suspect only 12 tricks. Who knows? Maybe you'll just take the spade finesse.
Maybe.
I think North will lead a passive minor suit. Probably clubs. We know West has 5 diamonds, so a diamond lead's a little bit risky from 10-3.
I guess it's true. You have 12 top tricks and can take either finesse freely without risking your contract, so I'll just pick one and take it, is my guess.
Mm-hmm. There's a club lead from North. And what can Declare do if the diamonds don't provide 5 tricks? I'm just thinking for a second. I guess we win the...
Once again...
Ace of clubs and go diamond to the king, diamond to the ace, so that we're in the right hand to take a major suit finesse of some kind.
Yeah, as long as either one works, we still have 12 tricks.
And then we can preserve the jack of clubs as an
ace,
entry.
King, ace, and yep.
So we can pitch a couple spades on the king, queen of diamonds later and like play for a squeeze or the spade finesse or something at that point. That looks probably correct to me. You know, small extra chances for some sort of squeeze, and you want to manage your entries accordingly.
Yeah. Yeah, I think your main chance at that point is just one or two finesses.
Or the heart's 3-3, right?
Right. Right, you've got time to try everything.
Yeah, so it's still a good spot, even if the diamonds don't provide a 12th trick, but things are going to be very easy once Declare does test the diamonds. Other table got to 6 no trump and made exactly 12. Played from the east side. East, in fact, opened a no trump. I know we've seen some players upgrade these 4-4-3-2 hands that were otherwise, where there were just no issues and had a lot of aces outside of the no trump range, but here they did not.
Yeah, I don't like this hand for an upgrade. You know, you have no possibility of any extra tricks beyond what's in your hand. And what's in your hand is only 5 and you're vulnerable. If partner can't make a game try, you don't want to be as high as 2 no trump.
Alright, Declare decides to play heart to the jack at trick 2. And so that's going to be one loser. Can't claim yet, because he hasn't tested the diamonds.
No, and North is there wondering just what the hell is going on in this hand.
Yeah, I mean, he'll probably continue another club.
Yeah. Yeah, but this just has to look a little weird to him, like, you know, what hand consistent with the bidding is West doing this?
North might have claimed. I mean, he has enough information about West's hand, or maybe declares, West's hand, that he probably knew the diamonds were coming home.
Right.
All right, 3 boards to go. East doesn't have very much on this hand. This time South gets to have all the fun, 17 count. Probably just opens a no trump.
I mean, again, if it's within his range. This might be a strong club for them.
Oh, I see. Yeah, so non-vulnerable, they play a 12 to 15. I got you. One club by South. A spade overcall from Van Prugen.
I like it.
Ace King for it.
I think someone who speaks better Dutch than me can weigh in, but I think the J in his name is a Y. I think it's Van Pruyen.
Van Pruyen. Maybe Steph will yell at me. Or he's just enjoying himself over there in the YouTube chat with me trying to pronounce all of the Dutch names. That could be
or he can just do what everyone else does and call him Rico.
I could, yeah. North bids 2 hearts.
I mean, 8 points in a 5-card suit. I think that's kind of classic precision in this position, right?
Yeah, that is definitely 8 high card points. I can count.
Again, like, yeah, I think this is one of those systems where you're not really supposed to use your judgment. Like, you know, you just count your points and count your hearts and do whatever that tells you to do.
Okay, well, what? That didn't happen. Alright, something weird is happening.
Yeah, so it's up double just to show extras, presumably, and I don't know what 3 clubs is.
Well, maybe. 3 clubs is like North was just like trying to make a takeout double. I mean,
yeah, I guess he can't bid 2 no trumps, so
I thought he did pass. I thought they were doing well to defend 2 spades doubled. I mean, East-West are not making anything.
No, they have 7 top losers. Even if they get manage to compress their losers in hearts and diamonds.
Yeah, and like oddly enough, they kind of can't. Declare actually has to guess the 10 of diamonds for a 5th trick. Because whatever North lead, I mean, North might lead a trump, so Declare can pull trumps. But if North doesn't lead a trump, the defense can get a heart ruff, cash 3 clubs, and then exit a trump. And Declare is left on lead with, oh my god, yeah, I mean, this is... North-South really got done in by the spade overcall. They had a real opportunity to collect a nice penalty against 2 spades doubled.
Yeah, well, look what happened instead.
Yeah, South believed that North was more distributional for the 3 club bid. Understandably so, because, I mean, like, North pulled the double.
Yeah, and North presumably thought the South was showing a really strong hand with 3 hearts.
Mm-hmm.
So this, I think they may have some discussion as soon as the segment ends about what exactly each of them thought the other was doing on this hand.
Wait, hold up a second. Will says they can make 5 clubs.
By setting up the hearts?
Yes, they can make 5 clubs. Regardless, 2 spades doubled would have netted a larger penalty, right?
Yes, I think that's right, because they would get 8 tricks even before Declare got the lead via that ruff.
Maybe, yeah. I guess it all depends on the opening trump lead, because I think North probably would lead a trump.
Right. They would have 6 tricks before the lead, plus the ace king of diamonds to come, plus possibly the 10 of diamonds.
Yeah.
So they get at least 500 and possibly 8 against 2 spades doubled.
But yeah, I mean, if 5 clubs makes, they're gonna be feeling like they dodged a bullet on this one. I guess West continues a spade here.
Ugh.
So how does Declare go about this, right? I mean, the only way to actually make the contract here is to unblock the ace king of hearts, use the king of clubs as an entry, ruff the hearts good, hope that hearts and clubs both split, and then use the king of diamonds to get back to the hearts.
Yep. Honestly, like, maybe even though you might go down a bunch, maybe that's worth playing for. Like, I guess you can't go down too many because you have so many aces and kings, and you have to figure that your counterparts are not anywhere close to this. So, the cost of going down extra under tricks is going to be minimized by the fact that the contract is so different.
Yeah, absolutely. And, maybe a little bit of a distinction between match points and imps on this one, where at match points you can easily understand if North-South get overboard, like from their perspective, maybe 3 no trump is a likely contract at other tables, and they probably also think spades are 5-3. The defense just rattles off the first 5 spade tricks, and you're down 1 immediately, but that's it in 3 now. Whereas in 5 clubs, if you go down like 3 or 4 tricks, you're just going to go 0. But
yeah,
here we go.
He did it.
Yeah, 5 clubs makes. Plus 400. So crisis avoided, although, maybe a missed opportunity for Israel. Ooh. Speaking of 3-0 going down 1, it did in the other room. North-South got there. Presumably there was no spade overcall from East-West. There wasn't. And I guess they're just a trick short. You have 4 clubs, you have 2 hearts, and you have 2 diamonds, but there's no squeeze. West can guard the diamonds, East can guard the hearts. Wow. So 10 imps going the way of Israel on that one. North opens a precision-style diamond, I guess.
Yeah, and once again, we don't know exactly what their minimum diamond length is.
It's 2.
Whether it's 2 or yeah.
A diamond, a
Sorry,
spade
I don't-
overcall.
I don't know exactly what their minimum diamond length is. You obviously do.
Yeah, I'm looking at the cards. So spade overcall, West bids a no trump. East is going to be thrilled about this. I wonder if 3 diamonds is natural. I assume it would be natural and forcing. I mean, I don't think as East we just bid 3 no with this hand.
No, that does seem a little weird.
Yeah, right? Like, so if that's maybe our alternative to 3 diamonds.
Yeah, I mean, obviously East-West really want to get to 4 spades here. We'll see whether they're actually able to do it. Yep, there's a 3 diamond bid.
Yeah, so I do wonder what West is going to do over 3 diamonds. Both 5 diamonds, 4 spades, and 3 no trump all make on the East-West cards. Actually, I'm less convinced about 3 no. You have to make 3 pitches on the first 3 rounds of hearts from East Sand because you have to hold up 3 times.
Writing. So if you pitch 2 spades and a club, let's say, to protect the queen of clubs. 5, 6, 7. Yeah, I think you're still okay, right? Because you only need 2 spade tricks.
Well, from a double dummy perspective, I guess North can cash the king, jack of hearts, and then play the 10 overtaken. Declare has to duck, and then a club comes through.
Yeah.
But, yeah. Okay, anyway, I don't think they're getting to 3 now.
No, but it is a question whether West raises this or bids 3 spades.
Yeah. Or 3 hearts, right? I mean, I think 3 hearts would make some sense. Okay, West just decides, let's play in diamonds, 4 clubs, clearly in support of diamonds.
Yeah. I mean, he has 2 aces and a really nice-looking queen of spades opposite partners. 1 spade bid, so, a partner has an even better hand than this. He wants to make sure that he's done his part.
Mm-hmm.
If you're East, I don't know, maybe just bid 4 diamonds now, kind of as a punt and let partner just place the contract. Maybe over that, West can bid 4 spades,
I'd be very tempted to queue 4 hearts if that's what's going on. I mean, East has a big hand, right? Like, if that ace of hearts is the king of clubs, he's called for 6 diamonds.
Yeah, or the ace, or if it's the ace of spades, true.
So, I think as East you need to make a move towards slam.
Yeah. This is true. You do have the ace, king, queen of diamonds, and partner made a diamond slam try, looking at all little diamonds, so he's got to have something. I mean, he's limited by bidding a no trump in his initial pass.
ATF Richards, is Bridge Base now a Windows app or is it still web-based? I mean, I'm using the web-based one.
Yeah, as am I. I will, unless there's no other way to access it, I don't plan to download an app.
5 clubs also seems like a bid. I mean, maybe East-West aren't exactly on firm footing. It kind of felt like East spent a while thinking about the 3 diamond bid, so might not have been confident about its meaning, and might not be confident about 4 clubs.
I'm wondering if there's any possibility that 4 clubs was an ace asking bid of some kind.
It could be. Both are alerted, so if that's the case, 5 clubs shows an even number of key cards and diamonds with a void somewhere. Do weak asses the Windows-based app still around? It used to be around, and then a few years ago when I also thought it wasn't available. But I'm not sure. I think I tried it a while back and wasn't successfully able to either install it or use it, so I just used the web-based one. It seems possible that 4 clubs is some sort of keycard in diamonds, if that's what's going on, and so in that case, this would be the proper response to show an even number of keycards with a void.
Yeah, like I wouldn't have thought so, without seeing this 5 club continuation, but East Spade doesn't make a ton of sense unless that was the meaning.
Mm-hmm. And they're both alerted, so maybe East and West do know what's happening. Okay, Van Prugen asks partner to pick between spades and diamonds. He's definitely going to choose diamonds. I assume, 5-no got alerted again, but I think this is just please pick a slam partner.
Yeah, I do wonder if West thinks that no trump might be in play. He doesn't. I guess no. Assuming 5 clubs showed a void. Never mind. That's not possible. It does feel like both these players have a pretty good idea what's going on, but not 100% idea what's going on.
Mm-hmm. Whoa!
Yeah.
North doesn't know what's going on. Wait, does North know what's going on?
I think North decided that East and West don't know what's going on, is what happened.
A club lead will beat this. A heart lead I don't think is good enough. Is it? It's not, right? Declare's scoring up 12-10. 12-10? No, that's 6 of a major. So what is this? 60 fewer points? 1150?
920. I think 1070.
1070. Oh, yeah, you're so right. It's 1070.
Right, because the tricks are only worth 20 each.
Will says 1210. I've gotten a lot of 1210s from 6 of a major doubled making. I don't think it's that.
My money's on 1070.
Yeah, it's 980 plus 230 is 1210. 920
right,
plus 190 is
170 though, right?
170 is 1090. Okay. Yeah. Wow. Oopsies. Big decision on the opening lead, right? So Netherlands, I think.
Sorry, yeah. I had the 920 plus 170, right? I just did math wrong. 1090.
Yeah, Netherlands can get back in the match with a big result there.
Regardless of what South should lead, he led that heart quickly, and I think that's a mistake.
Yeah, it felt like maybe South had a good sense of what was going on in the auction, and then all of a sudden these weird doubles came out from North. North doubled 5-no and doubled 6 diamonds. Maybe they have an agreement, right? If East Void was in clubs... Sorry, I'm pausing on that moment to reflect that North would need a lot of clubs, and then North would have opened a precision 2 clubs. Maybe this was just a bad lead by South.
I think it was, because Hearts was the unbid suit, so if North double was Lightner, that should suggest anything but a heart.
I was going to say, North might have asked for a heart lead with the way that he doubled. Doubled 5-no and doubled 6 diamonds. And I think these guys may well have that agreement, right? So, man.
At some point, maybe you want some sequence to, say, lead a spade in case North unexpectedly has the ace-king of spades and something really went wrong for East-West.
Yeah, but where are they going on this auction?
That's true.
Anyway, we're 32.
It just feels like whatever's going on, there was some kind of accident, because if South led that heart confidently, he was very incorrect about his confidence.
Tilda says, I'm pronouncing West's name Van Proyen would be closer.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was saying. Yeah, it is, whatever that J is, it's not an English J, it's a Germanic J.
Supposedly it's the IJ combination that sounds like a Y.
Oh.
Or at least that's what I'm reading. And I trust each and every one of my
all.
chatters other than Matthew O'Farrell. All of your opinions are equally valid.
Sounds reasonable.
This opening lead is not going to cost because the Heart King is offside, right? Looks like the defense is still going to end up scoring a diamond, 2 clubs, and the King of Hearts. The club spots just aren't quite good enough.
Looks right. I mean, obviously, you don't want to lose 2 imps, but, not a huge deal.
No. 12 imps on the previous board, so 6 diamonds doubled making. At the other table, East-West do bid up to only 5 diamonds. North also opened at that table. We got a spade overcall, a no trump, 3 diamonds, and from there, West actually did find the 3 heart bid, kind of temporizing. 3 no trump by East. West continued on with 4 clubs, and the auction petered out. The South got off to the Jack of Clubs lead, so they held them to 11 tricks at that table.
Sam, I know all of these teams generate a lot of action, but I'm still surprised that there's almost 100 imps in these cards, with 2 top teams playing each other.
Mm-hmm. I don't know why Declare is in the tank about this. I mean, it seems as if we just... I know there was a little bit of bidding, but yeah, I was pretty sure we just took we'd take a heart finesse, and go from there.
Yeah, I mean, he got a gifted trick 1, so can't really do much else.
Yeah. Diamond switch from East, doing a good job setting up their diamond tricks, even though it's not necessary with the clubs being 4-2. But good technique on defense.
Yeah. I mean, double dummy, I guess they can, duck a club, cash a club, and exit with a diamond, and then play the guy instead of, playing on clubs to produce a diamond discard.
Well, yeah, sorry. The IJ is in Droiver's name as well. I can't do it. He's the driver. His brother is the bus driver, and he is Bob Driver. There's no way that I'm going to pronounce that Y ever again. But yeah, so Driver can always unblock the Diamond Queen. So there's no real end play.
Yeah. But yeah, he has to do it, and West has to be on the ball enough to hop up with the jack.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Another heart. Probably we'll see a club to the 10. Maybe not. Maybe we'll see a club to the ace. I mean, West would never not split from King, Queen, Jack of clubs, so I don't think it can be right to play a low club. West plays low and you stick in the 10. Meanwhile, East could have Honor Jack Doubleton, like King Jack or Queen Jack Doubleton. You would still need to get a little bit lucky in the diamond suit being 5-2, and the person who gets in on the 3rd round of clubs can't cash a diamond, but seems plausible. May as well play for it. Oh, wait, you're telling me that it is Driver. It's just, with a... Because somehow the I sounds like a Y there, from an English perspective. I see. Club to the 10. What an awful player. Get this guy off the team. What is he thinking? West wouldn't split King, Queen, Jack of clubs.
All right,
no chance.
Go check the Brady throw someone off the team box.
I mean, I had to get that one in. Just anytime I talk about something and the players do something completely different, I have to argue my case in open court. All right, club to the 10 and jack. We'll see another diamond come through here. And this is last board of the set. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to pull up the results when we finish play at both tables so that we can take a look at that, and then I will do the second sponsored segment of the day where I'll play some with Leah. And you can stick around, Craig, or you can head off, but I think the next segment starts at 3.
Yeah, so I think I'm going to step out and do a little more work. Maybe I'll background it to watch the sponsored segment. So I'll see you back here in about 40 minutes.
Sounds good. Ace of diamonds. Whoa, 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 whoa. Wait. What just happened? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Heart. Diamond. Uh-oh. We had a little oopsie-doopsie. I think that's the technical term for it, an oopsie-doopsie. Okay, he has to guess, right? Because it's possible that the person who wins the third club doesn't have a diamond to cash, but no, there's no chance. He's just going to exit a diamond. This was a big, big blunder by Driver here. Oh, no. Man, Israel had a good set, it feels like, at this table. So another game swing going the way of Israel to close out the set. 61-36 is the final score, almost 100 imps over the course of 16 boards in the match. And they win by 25, so that's a nice result for them. Netherlands is going to drop a bit in the standings. There were a couple things I wanted to do before we take a look at Cubids once again. So let's go ahead and do those couple of things. Group A. So these scores are not fully updated. They're a little bit delayed. But USA, once again, back on top, although Israel is going to pick up a few more imps, or a few more VPs and imps in their match. We saw a couple of big results for them at the end of the set. Israel currently in second. Sweden has fallen a bit. Their matchup against Germany, they played to close to a draw, which is really important for Germany. Since they were sitting kind of on the bubble, they still remain in 7th place. Netherlands has fallen all the way to 4th, and now it's looking like the top 3 teams are distinguishing themselves a little bit from the field. Netherlands still up there, but Argentina, solid performance. They played up against Pakistan, the lowest ranked team in the group this set, and they got kind of a nice win. So they're up in 5th. Romania is still holding on to 6th. Germany has moved up into 7th. Ireland in 8th. England is making their move. They had a win over Hong Kong, China here. So they are right on the heels of Ireland. New Zealand has fallen a little bit over the course of today. We saw them have an unfortunate match at the start of the day, but then up against Chinese Taipei, they also got a narrow loss, or they're currently losing by a narrow margin. So they have a lot of work to do if they want to make the knockout stage. In Group B, what do we see going on? France against Italy. So this was one of the marquee matchups this segment. No surprise that it's relatively close, but France has gotten the better of them, which means, given that there's a little bit of congestion towards the top of the standings here, Italy has fallen all the way back into 4th place, just barely ahead of Switzerland. Poland's up in 2nd, China's in 3rd, Italy, Switzerland, then a huge gap between 5th and 6th, which is a little bit unfortunate because that probably means that these 5 teams towards the top of the standings are competing for 4 slots to play up against the lower seeded teams in bracket A or group A who make it out. But there's still a little bit of a tight race. Places 8 through 11 are separated by fewer than 4 VPs over there. In the women's side, Sweden holding on to the first place position. Poland in second, Italy and Norway. US women have dropped to, maybe a little towards the bottom of the qualification standings, but 16th, sitting at 122. There's actually a big gap between them and Brazil, over a full match worth between 15th and 16th. 16th is the last qualifying position there. Still have a few matches to play. In the seniors, Sweden holding on to a narrow margin over USA. France sitting in third, Scotland, Israel, and, here the separation occurs around the 14th and 15th place teams. So Argentina in 16th, only 0.044 hundredths ahead of Switzerland is the cutoff right now. Hong Kong, China just behind them, and Canada sitting a few VPs back. And then finally the mixed, where Germany holding on to still a lead, although it looks like their lead is slipping a little bit over the USA, Croatia, Norway are all catching up to them. But 238, they're still on top. 16th place team, there's actually quite a few teams here, like 11th through 17th, they're less than 10 VPs apart. And they're all fighting for 6 spots, those 7 teams right now. Switzerland's still in it, of course. China's still in it. But those are the current results. I did want to take a look at this hand, though. Let me get rid of these things so that we can all see. So this was the hand where we got to 3 diamonds, and in the other room we got to play 2 diamonds doubled on the East cards. South started with the Ace of Clubs, King of Clubs, cash the spade ace, and continued a spade to the king. All of this seems relatively straightforward, and during the play of the hand, I'd kind of suggested that in the diamond suit itself, the natural way to play the suit is to go ace, queen, jack of diamonds, hope the 10 drops, or take the diamond finesse as Declare did here. But play diamonds from the top is much better than playing low to the 9. Now, that's all in isolation, and I think there's a big difference in that we don't actually have to decide to play for 3-3 diamonds. We can cash a couple of diamonds and then potentially play the hand as a trump coup against North. And I think there's a couple reasons to play for this. So South gets back in and continues the 3 of spades. We play the jack. It doesn't matter. The jack and 6 are equivalent spot cards based on what's happened. North plays the queen. We ruff. So first off, I do want to pull up the double dummy right here just to illustrate a point that I had made earlier, which is that, and I'll back up another trick. South can legitimately defeat the contract here by returning a heart. We'll get to why this is in a minute, but if we step back a trick, Declare can actually make the contract. Okay, it says that you can lead the 2 of diamonds, but that's because Gib will tell you after the 2 of diamonds you have to stick in the 9, or, something to pick off King Doubleton with South, which is kind of irrational. But a much stronger plan would have been for Declare to actually ruff a black card himself in hand, because he was always planning to go ace of diamonds, queen of diamonds. And I think the king of diamonds is marked offside given the no trump bid. I'm pretty sure that's true. Like, you can count up the high card points, and I think South just needs to have this card. So you go ace of diamonds, queen of diamonds, and you get to, let's say, this position. And now there's nothing that South can actually do. Wait, supposedly the 10 of clubs is good enough to beat it? Oh, you're so right. So actually we can't ruff a club. We would have needed to ruff a spade. Okay, moot point. Let's just suppose at this point South switches to hearts, which was the defense that we kind of expected would have worked earlier. Declare can win the king of hearts. Ruff a spade. And now he's down to the same number of trumps as North, and he still has a heart entry to the east hand. So now we can go ace of hearts, heart, and we're in West's hand. And in fact, we probably know from a count that we can just lead a club. So when North shows out, it actually doesn't matter where the last diamonds are, because North will show out on this trick, and even if they pitched a spade, we know South has a club left. So they ruff with the 8, we over-ruff with the 9, and while we technically played this as a trump coup, we in fact would have still made if the 5 of spades and 10 of diamonds were switched. So kind of a cute line of play. We'll take a look at why diamond to the queen, South now can exit the heart, and this doesn't work. Hey, John, when does the next round start? It starts at 3 p.m. Eastern time, so that's 30 minutes from now. So let's say South had actually switched to hearts. Before, we were able to win the king of hearts and ruff a spade to kind of shorten ourselves in trumps. But now it just doesn't work. We cash the ace of diamonds, pitching a club. And if we again try to go ace of hearts, heart to the queen, we get to dummy, but North has an extra idle card because we haven't been reduced to the same number of trumps as North. So when we lead, say, the jack of spades, it's a winner, but North just discards the jack of clubs on it. So we ruff with the 5 of diamonds, great, but now we ourselves are end played into leading into North's 10-8 of diamonds. So kind of a cute little hand, and maybe Declare could and should have gotten this one right, but it's more like an instructive point about trump coups that you really need to start working on shortening yourself in trumps to the same length as the opposition at an earlier point in play. Anywho, cool hand. Now we get to do the next sponsored segment of the stream, since I promised to do this during the breaks, at least for a little bit. Exclamation point Cubids. So Cubids has been generous enough to sponsor today's stream, and since we're a little bit on break, I'm going to show off a bit of their website and how it works. If you were here earlier, I'm going to do something a little bit different. Craig and I played through a practice set earlier in the day, and they have all of these fun daily or weekly competitions that you can play through. The weekly competition offers you 24 deals that you can play. You might need to get a subscription to the site to do that if you're going to be doing it every week, but you do get quite a large number of free deals to play with on your own. If you join through the link that I have linked in the chat, or that is below the YouTube stream, then you'll get a little bit of a bonus to your account if you're a first-time subscriber or first-time person to sign up to the site. I don't think you need to subscribe to get the bonus. Just sign up through the link. But what I want to do is I want to show off the Leah robot. So this is Into Bridges robot. I can go to practice, and there are a bunch of options. Normally, you would want to do this with a friend or your regular bridge partner to get a little bit of practice competition against some of the other pairs that play the same boards, but we're going to check out the robot. Let's do 6 boards because I want to get through this quickly. Robots, opponents. I actually don't know how all of this works, but because I do want to show off a lot of the features of the site, and I've been generously gifted kind of a premium subscription, let's show off some of the cooler features. So advanced robots for the opposition, deal types. Oh, I see. Something that we could do, which I haven't looked into yet, but maybe I'll look into this tomorrow because Cubids also has me sponsored for tomorrow's stream, is you can create deal types. And what these are is it allows you to practice very specific like conventions. I don't know if I can actually type something in like... No, I think I would have to create it on my own. But yeah, it looks like we can create new deal types through this. If I clicked on it, I think I'm just going to try it out like this, and we'll see what we get with Leah. But I believe what we can do is we can bid through some hands, so very similar here. Oh, look, I can see Leah filling in her bids in real time, which is cute. All of these are turning from blue to red. I know maybe the color scheme isn't ideal. I wonder if there's a way, there's probably a settings tab that we can use to change the color scheme on this. I'll look into that a little bit later, but Leah's taking her time to think through the decisions and has come up with some. She opens a spade. We're playing a 2/1 style, and I think this is probably the 2/1 style that Gavin has taught Leah, or Gavin has worked with the developers of Leah on Into Bridge. So here we go. A spade. We'll game force 2 clubs with our hand. On to the next. And this is all very rapid fire, right? So like it's sort of a fun, fast-paced thing that you can do on your own time, which is the nice part of this site. It stores all of the stuff, so you don't have to be online at the same time with your partner to do any of it. I think it's all just kind of a really cool thing overall. The basic bots bid only 1 suit. Gotcha. Thanks, Koopa and Schmeeble, for pointing that out. We have a 14 count, and if we ever miscount our high card points, it tells us over here. I wonder if there's a way to make the cards bigger. Is there? I don't actually know. I can see it fine, but I'm just curious about if everyone else can see it fine. We'll open a diamond. Yes, there is a way to make the cards bigger. Check the settings. I'm a little nervous about clicking on the settings button while I am live, because sometimes that like pops up your password and a bunch of other stuff. So I probably should have thought about this ahead of time, but I didn't. Yeah, your email I'll show. Which is fine. I don't mind. I mean, my email is accessible through my YouTube, I think. If people really want to email me, I put it on Discord as well. But anyhow, I'll look into settings for tomorrow when I'm showing stuff off. A no trump from partner. We got an 11 count. 4-3-3. I guess I would go through statement. Hold on. Do we have 2 no trumps, a game try? What's 3 clubs? Transfer to diamond. So we just play 4-way transfers and everything. All good. No way to bid puppet stamen here. Let's go looking for a spade fit. I think this one's close. Lots of settings for card displays. Gotcha. Schmeeble says on mobile, the cards are much more low-key and easier to read. And you can probably change it. Yeah, I probably should have looked at this ahead of time. This is totally on me. I apologize. I assume everyone can kind of see. But regardless, the interface is kind of really nice and friendly and easy to use. You know, this I always like this as a user interface feature or user experience feature, that like when you hover over buttons, they light up so that you know you're going to click on something. I feel like a lot of people have this undo button and you put your mouse over it and you click, you know, like you're just clicking around and you just don't think it does anything. And then it just undoes whatever. 1 no, 2 clubs, 2 diamonds. I guess I am going to bid 3 no trump. 8 to 15 high card points. Hand 4. I'm sorry, Leah, I'm a bit slow. We got a 4 count, no suit to bid. A diamond. We got 20. Our partner's a passed hand. I think we have to start with double. I often want to think about what my subsequent bids are going to be, but I'll start with double. If partner bids hearts, I guess I'm going to bid no trump, and we'll go from there. A diamond, 2 spades, 5 high card points, 3 card spades. No reason for us to act right now. If partner wants to get involved, she can reopen with double over there. Hand 1. Spade, 2 clubs, 3 clubs. Well, we're in a bit of an awkward spot. We could bid 3 now, which gives up on a potential club slam. If I was playing with my human partner, like Craig, I would probably go a little bit slower here. I would be very much interested in slowing the auction down because I have so many controls that if partner has like a source of tricks and spades, if partner's like 6-4 in the black suits, we can make a slam. I think with this partner, without better agreements, I'm just going to bid 3-no though. Really important for us to right side the no trump, especially at match points. With ace-10, third of diamonds, ace-10, fourth of hearts. Diamond, heart, 2 diamonds, 3 diamonds, showing heart support. Our 14 count has gotten a lot worse. No aces, a bunch of wasted cards in the opponent's suit. We do have a long diamond suit, but we're vulnerable. It's time for us to give up. We got to 3-0. We got what looks like the best contract. Partner has 16. We didn't have a spade fit, not much to it. But a cool thing you can do on Cubids, you can compare your results to a bunch of other people who have bid these same hands. Someone doubled the opponents in 1 spade. That's exciting. Among the pro players that got here, it looks like one of them... Oh, because Leah didn't open a no trump at every table. That's kind of funny. That's really funny to me. But most of the pro players had an auction like we had. 1-no, 2 clubs, 2 diamonds, 3-no. On this one, let's see. We had passed. We had 4 high card points. We have a spade fit, but our hand is still terrible. Once again, no reason for us to get further involved. A diamond, takeout double, 2 hearts, 2 spades from our partner. Oh my god. What do we do now? I would like to Cubid. Oh, 3 hearts is showing a stopper. 3 diamonds is showing a stopper. I guess I'm going to do that. I mean, it's forcing... This would be a way for partner to get out if they only have 4 spades. And then maybe we can back into like 5 clubs or something as our game. But let's start with 3 diamonds. We still have a lot of unshown values. Like, I don't want to commit to just bidding 4 spades with this hand, even though it might be the place we end up most of the time. A diamond, 2 spades, pass, pass. Partner balances with 2 no trump, showing the 18 to 19 balanced hand type. We have kind of an awkward hand. Can I transfer to hearts? I can't. But I could bid 3 hearts. I like how it says 3 hearts is 4 to 11 high card points with 5 hearts. Not realizing that with 11 high card points and 5 hearts, I might have had a different bid available to me on the previous round of the bidding. It could definitely be right to just pass 2-no. Heart finesses are unlikely to work into West's hand. So 3 hearts is kind of banking on partner having a heart fed, and in that case, spade finesses are offside. You know what? You know what? I've talked myself into it. I'm just going to pass 2-no. Even if partner has a heart fed, I think it's very unlikely that we're making a heart game. 2 spades doubled is our best spot. That's just not possible. I mean, I guess we could have the auction at diamond 2 spades double and partner might pass it, but I think partner would just bid 3-no over there. So at least we didn't get too high. The spades are very poorly positioned. We get to play in no trump, so we don't have to worry about spade roughs. Pretty happy with where we ended up. Best contract, 6 clubs. No surprise. You know, like I said, if partner's 6-4 with a source of spade tricks, I would very much have preferred to bid 3 diamonds here, just slowing the auction down a little bit. With partner's hand, she would bid 3 spades, and then I would probably bid 4 clubs. But we didn't get too overboard. We're in 3 now. Probably gonna make. Would have preferred to be in 4 spades, I guess, if we had to pick a game. But 6 clubs appears to be a pretty good spot. Okay, I think this might be the final hand that we're looking at. diamond to heart, 2 diamonds, 3 diamonds, 3 hearts from east. I'm good. 3 hearts east, best contract is where we ended up. We can take a little bit of a look at... Wait. Partner raised 1 diamond to 2 with 3 card support. Very nice. Gotta love Leah. The robots are awesome. So maybe recommendation to people out there, try playing these boards with a real partner. Otherwise, you might be pulling your hair out by the end of it. I'm used to it. I play a lot of Robot Bridge for my streams. But again, we can kind of compare with what happened at other tables. So among pro partnerships, some people opened a diamond and East never overcalled on our left. So we just got to play 1 diamond, which looks like the best result. There's a couple tables that defended 2 hearts from East-West. We got to defend 3 hearts at our table. So did a little bit better than some of the other tables in the room. It's actually really cool, I think, the way that Leah doesn't duplicate actions, because it gives a little bit of variety to the field results, or to results in the event, making it feel a bit more like a real match point field. So that, I think, is super cool. When it comes to like actual rankings, like if we were trying to develop an ELO system around this, I've had comments about this before. I think it's really bad to not seed the hands so that the robots do the exact same thing if they get to the same spot. She's deterministic, but you can choose your own system. I see. Oh, thank you so much. Yes. That's a good call. Which is a little bit weird, but actually that's cool too. So then everything is seeded, so it is deterministic in the bidding and maybe in the play as well, but different systems cause for different actions to be chosen. So this is cool. This does feel like a real match point event if we're playing with the robots. I mean, obviously it would feel like a real match point event if we're playing with humans too. I don't think the robots are necessarily here as the main feature of the site, just to put that out there, but it's kind of a fun thing in case you didn't have a partner who could play through the set of hands at that exact moment. Oh, we have 1 more board. The opponents get to 3 hearts, and we are happy to pass that one out. Nope, 1 final hand. Whoa, oh my god, dude. Oh, partners 4 spades is supposedly fast arrival. Okay. I got you. So partner has a minimum hand, spade support. We do have a bunch of values. I could definitely see a slam making, but I think our hand just doesn't play very well. We have so few entries to partner's hand, and the spades are blocked. You know, I would honestly prefer to have ace-king third of spades, ace-king deuce, and this queen of spades in the club suit than what we hold. Because then at least we could rough the second heart high, go king of spades, spade, pull trumps in partner's hand, and then run the club suit. But here I think we're just going to pass. 3 no trump is the best spot. 4 spades isn't great. Yeah, looks like the opponents may well get a diamond ruff quite often against 4 spades. But 3 no trump is no picnic either. Partner was a little bit aggressive with the 2 spade bid. 5 small and a bunch of values in the opponent's heart suit. I don't think I would have chosen that. But here we are. Will I get rainbow stars? What are rainbow stars? I don't know what rainbow stars are. I'm really excited about rainbow stars. I haven't got them. I'm just not good enough. That's the real answer. So if you want to log in and try and beat me, it wouldn't be that hard, but you could probably play through some of the same hands that I've played today. Rainbow stars are when you beat the par score. I got you. Cool. So we got 14.5. It keeps track of your stars, which I think is like just a general overall rating of the board. And then there's a percentage, which I guess is more like a match point percent that it shows off. But a bunch of cool things. You can, flag deals and message people on deal. Maybe I can't message Leah, but You could like flag deals, for example, save favorites, a bunch of cool things. And then there's even an option to post this deal as a poll, which I don't know exactly how to go about it, but there's a fun little polls feature on the site that you can use to get some feedback on hands if you're curious. And it's actually kind of nice that it's like set up in such a friendly way. You play through a hand that you're curious about, you can instantly just click on the poll feature and make a poll about it. As opposed to like having to type in the bidding and the play yourself, you can just let the website do it for you. So it's a little bit more convenient to do so than Bridge Winners, for example, is the alternative that I've found for bidding polls and such. But that's Cubids, so make sure to take a look. I'm going to dump the link in the Twitch chat again, and if you're on YouTube, you can check out the link below the stream to sign up with my code, and you'll get a little bit of an added bonus for just making an account on the website. Use it to practice bidding with your partner. Super cool thing to do. So thanks so much to Cubids for sponsoring the stream, Emmanuel and Daniel, the guys who run the site over there. And we have about 5 or 7 minutes until the next set of play. That was a really exciting match. So it looks like we have Romania against Ireland or Finland against Poland. Is that it? We have a seniors and a women's event as well. So let me give a quick poll. You all can vote on which match we want to watch. What did we say? Rom, Irie, or Finn, Pole. Yes. Boom. And maybe we'll kibitz someone. It might depend on what Craig wants to do. But yes, maybe we will kibitz someone. Why do I feel like the little bubbles that usually pop up over here are now gone? Is anyone else noticing that the bubbles are gone? Little, like, who's talking bubble? Hello? No? It's just absolutely disappeared from the overlay. That's cool. No problem. What if I, like, reload it? Is it fixed? Nope, I broke it. Oh well. Ah, I did it. I fixed it. Excellent. There we are. No, I didn't get kicked out. I don't know what happened. I just refreshed it. But it's all back. I know that a single person in the past has complained about them. So if more people are complaining about this thing, like this thing here that pops up when I speak or when Craig speaks, then I'd be happy to turn it off. But so far, because like only one person has complained, I have the feeling that most people think it's a positive. But you can let me know your thoughts. Oh, you know what I should have done? I should have allowed YouTube to vote as well. Apologies, YouTube. I always forget about you, but you do exist. Which match to watch? It is Romania, Ireland, or Finland, Poland. Get your votes in. Completely ruins the viewer experience as you're constantly focused on the otherwise black space, 0 out of 10, unsubscribed, unfollowed, stream is even closed while I'm typing this. Yeah, those are some pretty harsh words. Hey, Craig, welcome back.
What did you do? It seems I just missed a little drama. What did you do?
No, I was just asking about the little bubbles that pop up when we talk on the screen, if people care about them. And
is that a Discord thing? I assumed it was.
Well, yes. I mean, but it is something that I physically have added to the my overlay, so it doesn't just happen automatically. Huge drama I'll never recover. I'm getting canceled. Now chat is canceling me.
You could add that as a bingo box for tomorrow.
Chat cancel streamer. Have we had 3 pushes in a row? Have we had the same contract 2 hands in a row? Yes, in fact. 6 hearts.
Sort of. Yeah, I mean, same partnership, different direction.
Yeah.
4 hearts, different partnerships.
All right, have I made a nullo? Like either in speaking or in play? Hey, D-Chill, you see the bubbles? That's good. That's good. You might be a little bit delayed, though. No beer. No beers today. We have not had a beer the entire event, have we?
I think so.
Why do I feel like beers should be happening more frequently? I don't know. Grand been made? Not today. That's actually been an easier square to fill than I was expecting. We've had a lot of grands been made. Have we played in a Cubid or Splinter? Not yet.
I don't think that's happened the entire tournament.
Gotcha. Okay.
I mean, well, not at a table that we watched anyway.
Poll is done, and the results are... Hold while I tally from Twitch and YouTube. The winner is Romania, Ireland by 1 vote. When has anyone ever said 1 vote matters? Your vote could have changed the outcome, chat. So we're going to watch Romania against Ireland in this match. 2 teams that we have yet to see. I just clicked on the top table of the list.
We actually did watch the Irish a couple of days ago.
Oh, we did. We might have seen Hanlon play. Is that true?
Play with, we did with his new partner, Boland, I believe.
Yes. Okay, so let's try and avoid them. Not out of hatred, just because we want to watch more people.
Indeed.
Okay, we have Mesber Fitzgibbon against Teodorescu and Calipetra. I have pronounced those names perfectly. No one get on my case.
So I'm not sure when the East-West Partnership's first international appearance was, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was in the 70s. Played against them in one of the OCBL events recently. 1972. They played in the Miami Beach Olympiad.
Wow. All right, I'm going to pull up some convention cards.
Oh, no, I guess it would have been the same as this event, I think.
So strong no Trump from North.
No, that's not right.
Transfer from South. Is South planning to invite? I guess so.
Yeah, this looks a little weird to American partnerships where this would be a slam try, and obviously that's not what the South Hand has.
I see. Okay, yeah. So most pairs, if they're just going to get to 4 hearts, would go through a Texas transfer. But South has decided, or maybe conventionally, this is their way to sign off in four hearts, and the Texas transfer is a slam try.
Yeah, I think there's certainly no way this was intended as any kind of a slam try, no matter how light.
Okay, so in that case, we do get to four hearts. The opening club lead is going to be somewhat friendly to declare.
It helps a little, but not enough. It solves him from having to guess the spades, but he's still going to probably go down because of the 4-1 trump split.
Yeah, 2 diamonds, a heart, and the king of spades are going to be all that's necessary to beat this contract.
And reasonable. Like, I would just Texas with the south hand and figure, it'll have some play, whatever's going on. And indeed, it does have some play, just not with the bad breaks.
It looks like you don't want to be there, right?
I mean, probably not, but North has a minimum, with some wastage in the Queen of Clubs.
Yeah. All right, club to the
sort of
ace.
Wastage. It's useful, but not necessary.
Comment from Sue, lead directional double takes 4 hearts down 2. Is this true? What lead directional double?
I don't think so, because you can get a rough, but West doesn't have an entry for a second, for an extra diamond to promote a trump back at that point.
And it's not even a promotion, right? I mean, South is out of diamonds.
Oh, right, that too.
Yeah, I mean, East gets a rough with a natural trick.
Right.
Like, technically it's not a natural because, like, Declare could trump coup East, but in reality it is.
I mean, can he even? He's a little entry short to the North hand to do everything.
Yeah, I mean, I'm, like, just theoretically, there is a world where the hearts can be picked up if we have infinite entries.
Yes. Yeah, the card combination suffices, but the actual hand does not.
Yeah. Vikitsa thinking there are ways to find out if partner is minimum. Yeah, I don't think systemically these guys have that on their card.
I mean, you could transfer and raise to 3, and then North can look at his hand, and on this hand I'll pass, but I'm in, I'm in South's camp, I think. You just put it in 4 hearts, figure it'll be close enough.
Mm-hmm.
And I think one question is, how many hands does North have where he would reject 3 hearts and you belong in game? If the answer is very few, then fine, you take that sequence. If you think that some of the time you'll play in 3 hearts, making 170, then you just want to Texas immediately. Or do whatever you do. You can do what this guy did.
Yeah, it seems fine. I think a lot of these hands with a singleton, the general theory is that you don't get enough information by just inviting because partner could have a fitting minimum where you're just making. And so on those hand types, you would rather just gamble to bid Texas as opposed to gamble to go low.
Yeah. Yeah, partner has nothing in clubs or very little in clubs, and most of his strength is in the other suits. You don't really care how strong his hand is. All you care is that it's going to be fitting really well.
Right, so like 6-3-2-2 with this exact same honor structure, I think transfer and invite seems most prudent. But with 6-3-3-1, I think the theory is that you just Texas with these hands.
Yeah, and honestly, I don't think it's worth thinking too deeply about these. As you say, there's so much information you need and so little you can find out that on most of these you're just going to be guessing, so you just choose some guess to make consistently as long as you think you're in a plus position.
Right. So there is a small potential for a squeeze here if West was dealt enormous club length and the king of spades. Declare is going to run the trumps, hoping to squeeze West out of it.
Yeah. I think if he had that much club length and the king of spades would be singleton.
That's probably true. Yeah, I mean, Declare knows about the 5-2 diamond split, so that's a good call.
But yeah, on this layout, declare is going to cash the last trump and then just hope that the 4 of clubs holds up maybe at trick 13, which it won't. Oh, I am mistaken. Spade to the ace. Queen of clubs. 1 down.
And nothing you did really mattered.
No. Just a little bit too much for the defense. I will say that if hearts were 3-2, East may well have led the king of diamonds from King Doubleton, hoping for a ruff, but East probably figured with 4 trumps there was at least some chance that he was actually scoring a long trump trick or a natural trump trick. A little bit too risky to lead King Doubleton into the no trump opener.
Yeah, then, go passive. Like, who knows, maybe some of the time you get to tap dummy and your 4 trumps comes into play in that way.
Yeah. All right, board 2. We're going to see a couple of passes around to West, who has kind of an awkward distribution to show with the extra values.
Like this hand it won't matter because Parter's going to respond to spade, but I think a lot of players would open a diamond and, just figure you can raise a major or raise a no trump.
That's fair. Yeah, it is a 17 count with the singleton queen. Is there a coup on any non-club lead? No. You just don't really have anywhere close to enough entries. I mean, for one thing, you have to pitch a diamond, otherwise a diamond ruff can come, as it did here. So there's really no way to engineer the coup.
And this is a little interesting, somewhat surprising to me. East West are playing a strong club. I had assumed that they were a standard type pair.
Yes, you know what? I have a convention card. I could have looked at this. They are playing strong club. Precision.
Yeah.
So, club a diamond showing 0 to 7. West gets to rebid a no trump showing hold for range. 17 to 19. 2 hearts is a transfer to spades. West is going to super accept, I think, despite having 17.
Yeah, I guess it's possible that they're not allowed to do that after a negative response, but I would think you would have given the opportunity. Like, possibly opposite a 0 to 7, you never want to super accept.
I can understand the logic, but this hand is so outside range from what his partner would expect. It's not just the 4 trumps, it is the singleton. And of course, I mean, we would love to have the singleton queen of clubs be a high card in another suit, but then maybe West wouldn't be rebidding a no trump, So I really think you have to do something. But again, as you say, partner sometimes has 0 and you get too high at the 3 level.
Yeah, like this is very different from super accepting opposite a hand you know nothing about.
Mm-hmm.
Here West knows that with his 17, allegedly they're capped at 24. And, sure, your hand, as you say, is quite unexpected in context, but nonetheless, at least on paper, your side never has game values here.
He is giving it a look. And he does super accept 2 no. I don't know exactly what it shows, but it's not 2 spades. I mean, I really like the decision. I think a lot of people with these singletons, when they open a no trump, they're just like, okay, whatever. Like, I have some trumps in support, but my singleton is, a singleton honor that's wasted, and my high cards are minimum. But the singleton produces a lot of offensive trick-taking power when you have a huge trump fit, like they do here.
Yeah. So I think one reason that I really like this bid is anytime East has 6 spades, you just want to be in 4 spades. So, you're going to play 2 spades on those, and a Yarborough with 6 spades, a lot of those hands are going to provide play for a game. take a diamond finesse, take a spade finesse, hope something good's happening in hearts, and you can just make game opposite a literal Yarborough.
Yeah, like 6-1-3-3 shape with 0 high card points. Game is a favorite, right?
Right.
It's on picking up either the spades or the diamonds for no losers, and that's pretty likely.
Yeah, so in that context, I think West is really on the ball here to make this move, even knowing his partner had a negative diamond response.
Okay, 3 clubs gets alerted. I don't exactly know what's going on. 3 diamonds didn't get an alert.
Yeah.
But I suspect East is just going to blast the game. I mean, he has a 6 count, right? Like, his partner's 17-19, his partner's super accepted. Who cares that it's the stiff King of Hearts? It's probably a working card, and it is,
right.
In this case. Partner can pitch a club on the Queen of Hearts. So...
yeah, I wonder if, it's possible that included some non-spade accept hand types and 3 clubs was to, sort that out or something.
Yeah, maybe. 4 hearts is a retransfer, so West gets to declare 4 spades.
3 clubs also might have been to ask about a 5th spade.
Okay.
Nah, that's stupid. Yeah. Why would he be asking? He would just bid the game.
Yeah,
So.
Hey, Ilorian, back from lunch.
I don't know.
Maybe
this is how they set up a retransfer or something. Who knows?
Yeah, it's a precision system that we're seeing from East-West. So the 1 no Trump response or rebid from West is not unusual in any way, I don't think. I mean, I think this distribution is a little bit weird, but West's alternatives weren't great either if they don't have a forcing 1 of a major showing 4. Like if 1 heart and 1 spade are more like old school precision style, retro precision style, I apologize, then West just kind of has to make up some lie, and 1 no Trump feels like a pretty good description. Other table also got to 4 spades from the West seat and ended up making 11 tricks, which looks pretty normal to me. The Trump's splitting. You just have a heart and a club to lose. The King of Diamonds is in the pocket.
And interestingly, West opened a no Trump, which I guess for playing 15-17 is the right number of points, but it looks a little misdirected to me. Like, it's going to be really bad if your partner has a 6-point hand with a 4-card major and was going to respond 1 of a major.
Yeah, for sure. So that's why 1 diamond might be a sensible alternative.
Yeah, I like opening 1 no Trump on that type of hand almost as much as you do, but I wouldn't do it on that hand. Anyway.
Well, Declare cashes a couple rounds of spades, and that's going to make this hand pretty straightforward.
Yeah, none of this is going to be especially taxing for our West here.
No. And I guess you get a little bit of extra chance to make a 12th trick here by pitching the King of Hearts. Maybe the Ace of Hearts roughs out short, but it doesn't in this case. So he'll just end up with 11, the same as at the other table. And we got 2 pushes back to back. We're getting dangerously close to the 3 pushes in a row bingo square.
Yeah, I don't know much about the Romanian team, whether they're kind of more, down the middle or whether they're an action team.
I also don't know, but obviously both of these teams are really high up in the rankings. Ireland, I believe, is sitting at 8th going into this round, and Romania is up there in 5th or 6th, I think, in the group. This is Group A, I believe. So, they must be doing something right, both of these squads, to be here.
Yeah, Romania certainly has a strong bridge community. Like, you remember, I used to play with Marius Chica. I think you might have played some with him as well. His brother's a strong player. We've seen some other Romanians show up at the NABCs pretty often, and, I think some of them play professionally in the U.S. Like Radu Nister and his wife. I think they got married. Raluca. Have been living here for a long time as full-time playing pros.
So as I was saying, one imp going the way of Ireland on that hand.
So not a push, huh? Nicely done.
I mean, yes, we'll leave it at that. Nicely done.
I didn't see what happened. Did North play hard after the Heart King was pitched?
It's good that you didn't see what happened. I think you should take that as a win. Yeah, there might have been less than optimal defense from
I see.
North-South.
Yeah.
But here we go, on to board 3. One spade from South. North gets to decide how many spades his hand is worth. Is it worth a no-trump number of spades or a 2-spade number of spades?
I think it's worth a 2-spade number of spades. Like, it's it depends, obviously, on how light North-South's openings are. But it looks a little light for a 3-card limit raise to me, although the 6-card club suit is a nice feature.
I'm just reading through their card for a second.
Well, this looks like a Bergen-type bid.
I'm trying to figure out what their one no-trump is in response to one of a major. It is not on the card. They have literally every other bid on the card described, but one no-trump is not here.
Has it been a while since you played Romanian Standard?
It's just been a little bit too long. Okay, well, so 3 diamonds. Sorry, you were saying it looks like a Bergen style bid. It is 9 to 11. Wait, hold on a second. Let me zoom in on this.
So we saw a pair earlier in the tournament that also played some 3-level bid to show a 3-card limit raise. Like, maybe this is just some treatment that's becoming popular.
Yeah, 3 diamonds is a 3-card 9 to 11 raise of the major.
All right, hang on. I'm going to see if Larry Cohen is online.
You just need to alert him to this fact.
I need to tell him to watch any other table, but this one, he is not.
I mean, I think I've seen this from quite a few players. I saw this from... Man, we saw this from...
I don't remember who, but we saw it within the last couple of days.
Anyway, so
I'm gonna say...
it's not that popular of a thing. Look at this! West has gone to the school of lead your singleton against the opponent's trump contracts. Huh. Who would have thought?
Well, East also showed a strong hand. East made a takeout double of spades.
That's true, yeah. East did.
Yeah, so I'm going to say, like, maybe it's just a little too much to play differently over spades and hearts. I like this treatment much more when you have hearts. Because, like, with hearts, maybe you want to get there immediately before they find a spade fit. With spades, you don't care so much if they find a heart fit for a partial, because you can always outbid them at the 3 level.
Mm-hmm.
Like, with hearts, you might just want to make sure they never get the spades mentioned, you know, so getting to the 3 level immediately could be good for that. Here, it's like, well, what's the point?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Looks like on this hand, East-West, despite having 9 hearts, does kind of mean that they weren't making very many tricks in the heart contract. South would lead the king of spades. He has a natural heart trick. There's the ace of clubs, ace king of diamonds. So East-West are kind of limited to making 2 in hearts. But North doesn't know that.
Right.
Yeah, Schmabel brings up the point that it means one no-trump can be non-forcing. Because now you don't need your 3-card limit raise to go into a no-trump. And I feel like this is, again, kind of an older style of theory in terms of 2/1, because most modern 2/1 experts just don't really believe there's a problem with sticking the 3-card limit raise into a non-forcing one no-trump. quote unquote
I think
semi
it's
forcing.
great. Like, you don't have a game. Like, you're a lead against one no trump. Good luck figuring out what anyone has.
Yeah, exactly. So, if you miss the 5-3 major suit fit and opener is minimal and responder has a limit raise, yeah, you play a no trump instead of 3 of a major. Maybe it's not the greatest border match result, but it's all fine. Whereas if you were comparing this with, say, the older style 2/1 when it was first invented, where a no trump is forcing, then yeah, I am on board with this treatment because being able to play one no trump non-forcing sounds great.
And I think one kind of additional wrinkle is like the lighter your openings get, the happier you are about playing one no trump opposite a 3-card limit raise.
Mm-hmm. East did really well on defense here, returning that king of clubs suit preference, giving his partner a ruff, and got in with the ace of hearts to get another ruff. They've taken 4 tricks already. They have the ace of spades coming. This is down 1. So Declare maybe making a bit of a blunder, as it would seem, not hopping up with the club ace at trick 1. That does seem like a pretty big error, though. I mean, you kind of know on this auction that the club lead is singleton.
Yeah. Yeah, so in here, generally, most players play that if the 3-level bid showing a raise is limit raise or better than double is lead directing, and if it's weaker than a limit raise, it's take out of the suit that they have. So here, everyone knows he has a take out double of spade. So yeah, the location of the clubs is, or the fact that the club lead is singleton is virtually guaranteed.
I'm wondering what East thought, or not East, what South thought they were protecting against by ducking the club.
Maybe he thought that a ruff wouldn't cost him because now he would bring in the whole club suit.
Yeah, but I mean, they can cross in hearts. It feels like a little bit of a lazy play, and it cost him 5 imps for it because 3 spades made in the other room. Did they also get off to the club? Same auction, by the way, in the other room. 1 spade, 3 diamonds, 3 spades. We found the 2 pairs in the event that are I mean, there's probably a few pairs.
He was down. He was down if he went up with the ace of clubs anyway.
No. You just play a club back at trick 2. Wow, he played a heart.
Oh, I see, and East only has 4 tricks because, right, 2 clubs, a heart, and a spade. You're right.
Declare got lucky in the other room. I don't understand why we don't just play a club back at trick 2. Am I missing something? I'm sure I'm not missing something. No.
I'm sure you're not missing something.
Okay. Well, we'll just move on. We have an exciting hand in front of us, so I really want to talk about this because West has, a 17 count. I would say certainly too good for a no-trump opener. If you're playing 15 to 17, they're playing this precision style. But, it's quite a strong hand. He will open a club.
Yeah, I agree. Anything else is a mistake.
So North gets to decide if he wants to just show hearts or if he wants to show both majors over the 1 club opener. He decides to bid 2 clubs, presumably both majors.
Yeah, which it's possible that it's like a suction type diamonds are both majors.
Yeah, it could be. It could be. I know chat's been working hard to get that second bingo. We have a couple of possibilities for it. Grand bid and made or 5+ gift subs. Just in case anyone's keeping track out there at home.
I think you did have the 5 gift subs a couple days ago, as I recall.
I did. So club 2 clubs, East decides to bid 3 clubs because he's afraid of getting frozen out of this auction, which I kind of get, but normally this would be a game forcing like 8 or more high card point type bid.
It's close enough. And it's also possible that they relax the requirements a bit in some situations, like especially when the overcall is ambiguous, like things can get a little weird pretty quickly.
Right. Yeah, like especially if this two clubs really was diamonds or both majors. You know what? I can probably look at their card and figure this out. So I'm going to do that.
Yeah, like, you're sitting there east, like, it goes past south bids 2 hearts, it goes past 3 diamonds, and there you are, like, now you got to bid 4 clubs or whatever you do. Not bidding your suit can really just freeze your side out, in a hand like this where you could make a slam opposite minimum values.
Yeah, North's 2 club bid shows both majors, that's it.
Oh.
So.
Yeah, still, you don't want it to go 3 hearts, check back to you.
Nope. So 3 clubs, 3 diamonds from West, not what East wanted to hear. 3 spades showing a stopper. So, I mean, I assume West is going to bid 3-0 with ace third. But
I think so, right? I mean, he's making a pretty good description of his hand. He's got diamonds, he's got a hard stopper, he's got a minimum for his 1 club opening.
Yeah, that's kind of the thing. The hand feels like it wants to play in a suit, and he might have been tempted to go looking for a club fit with his ace-queen doubleton and all of his aces, but he is minimum, so he does try 3-0. We'll see a high heart lead. And how's this contract going to do? Wait a second. Oh, no. Declare has an option to make this contract, but what I was thinking is, imagine if Declare ducks 2 hearts, wins the 3rd round, plays ace of clubs, queen of clubs, ducked, 10 of spades.
I mean, I think, is there any possibility that rather than play ace of clubs, queen of clubs, Declare plays queen of clubs first? Hoping it's a little harder to duck?
Maybe, but probably not. You don't want to go down when North has the stiff king.
That's true.
So Declare can make this if he plays on diamonds, because South has both of the missing diamond honors. It seems a little unnatural to do so. But he could. But this is going to be a very interesting hand if he goes ace of clubs, queen of clubs, ducked, and then leads the 10 of spades. Because North has to pop king. I'm just completing my sentence. I was trailing off. You could have helped. Jumped in at any point. It's okay. It's okay.
Sorry, I'm about to have a sneezing fit.
Okay. Probably unrelated. But
probably unrelated. I'm not allergic to your analysis or anything like that.
Okay, 2 rounds of hearts ducked. So are we going to see this? This could be one of the most exciting moments of the day so far.
Yeah, I think East obviously had this in mind. Like, he bid 3 spades to show a stopper. His partner obliged by bidding 3-0 to show his hard stopper. This is what he was aiming for. You got to wonder how regretful he was about not trying to steer it into 5 clubs.
Man, I do wonder if Declare is going to get deprived of his beautiful opportunity because Declare accidentally has the 10 of spades. Well, the 10 of spades is such an unfortunate card.
Well, we might see the king of spades now. This is kind of be, the old classic. I forget which one is the Deschapelle coup, which is the Merrimack coup, but it's one of those.
Yeah, North could try a spade switch to try and kill some entries.
Yeah.
But man, I'm thinking if Declare has like queen small of spades and leads like the deuce, it's a little bit harder for North to fly king. But if Declare leads the 10, it's almost like cover an honor with an honor. Anyway, we'll see what North does.
North may also think that his partner has the queen of spades because it's, fine, West did have these diamonds to bid, but if he had both majors stopped legitimately, he might have just ignored the diamonds and bid 3-0 over 3 clubs.
Yeah, could be. If North doesn't continue a 3rd heart, I wonder if Declare is going to actually work out that he should play on diamonds.
I haven't looked at the bingo cards in a while. Do you have Trump Coup on it? Because that's come up a bunch of times.
I do not. No. I guess I should put that on the list. You're right.
Yeah, because we've had a few potential Trump coups, and it does come up from time to time. And you could also add some more exotic squeezes into the mix instead of just straight up squeeze or no squeeze.
We've had a hard time finding a squeeze at all, so that seems counterproductive for scoring bingos.
Well, I mean, I think we had a pseudo squeeze on board. Yeah, he does it. And we had a pseudo squeeze on board too in this set, right? Sort of.
Yeah. Okay, King of Spades.
It wasn't really a pseudo squeeze. The guy just turned it into one.
So now, yeah, Declare could play for the King of Clubs to drop here, but he kind of has to. He could have still made this by crossing in spades to play on diamonds.
Right.
But now that the King of Clubs doesn't drop, he just has no chance.
Oh, I see. Yeah, he can't cross the Queen of Clubs to play on diamonds because South can exit a club and set up.
Yeah.
That's a defensive trick.
Right.
That's still a nice defense by North here.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's kind of a cute play, which is neat. You know, North can see the dummy is basically entryless, and he wants to cut off the entry to dummy if that's at all possible.
Yeah, I mean, the Jack of Spades makes it a little trickier, but this is it's not a common position, but it's one that I think most experts recognize when it comes up.
Yeah. There's the Jack of Diamonds. South can cash the King of Clubs. And that'll be the end of it. Down one. So I wouldn't say an opportunity missed from Declare. He took a reasonable line of play, but the defense did really well to reduce his options on this one. And Romania is going to pick up a few imps. Their teammates got to 4 clubs in the other room and ended up making 12 tricks in that contract.
Yeah, I would say that's kind of a missed opportunity for the Romanian team, that once you get to some number of clubs above 3 no trump, that number should probably not be 4.
Yeah, it would have been nicer for them over there if they did find their way into the club game. There was a little bit of competition from North-South, so they didn't have the auction all to themselves.
Yeah, still though. They kind of they got the big picture right. They just kind of got the, the smaller picture of exactly what level to play it wrong.
Mm-hmm. North here has a big hand, so 18 count, nice 6-card major. I mean, it looks like they'll just open 1 heart with this one. South has 13. So he'll probably start a heart pass to... Hold on. I need to make sure that they don't have any weird major suit raises.
Yeah, see how you bid this hand in classic Romanian methods.
I think they just start a heart 2 clubs.
Yeah, I wonder how many clubs the guy needs for 2 clubs. I would guess not very many.
I think they might be able to do it with a 5-card diamond suit.
Really, that extreme?
Two diamonds is not game forcing for them.
Oh, interesting.
It's natural in showing diamonds and forcing 1 round, so maybe you do it on game forcing hands with diamonds, but I could imagine you wanting to game force with 2 clubs early on some hands.
Like an old-fashioned, kind of pre-2/1 game forcing unless you rebid the suit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's something I haven't seen in U.S. Bridge, even, at, club and stratified bridge levels in a very long time. I feel like that went out in, the 70s or 80s.
Now, 6 hearts is actually a pretty interesting contract. I mean, I don't think there's any way Declare goes down. Everything is just friendly other than the ace of clubs being offside. But you have multiple chances to make it. You can play for, the diamond hook or the ace of the club hook or the diamond hook basically is one plan. You could try to rough out the clubs, pick up the 4-3 club split, both of which will work.
Yeah, I think probably, win some opening leads, start by leading a club up, and then, adjust your plan accordingly.
Yeah, if West doesn't switch to diamonds, which I don't know if they would, then you do have time to basically combine all three chances of trying to set up the fifth club and otherwise falling back on the diamond finesse.
Well, setting up the... Oh, I see, yeah, because you have one pitch on the queen of clubs and one on the long one that works.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think West probably would shift to the 8 of diamonds. That'll give Declare something to think about.
Yeah, and so a priori, it's percentage to reject the diamond finesse and just play for the clubs to set up. It's 62% to play for the 4-3 club split. And that might be bolstered a little bit by the fact that East is giving honest club count.
Yeah, and also, who knows, with the fact that East isn't leading a diamond, maybe is a little indication that he has the king of diamonds, that he doesn't want to lead away from it.
Mm-hmm.
Like the 10 of spades is going to be, obviously, the choice, no matter what contract or how the auction goes. But, some of the time, it might not be. But I think East would never lead away from a king into a very strong hand.
A priori needs to be added to the bingo card. All right, I accept that one. I do say that phrase often enough that... But the thing is, I get self-conscious if it's on the bingo card. See, that's the thing. I feel like I gave people a freebie today by saying Zia. So if it does show up...
When you talk about odds frequently, there's really no way to avoid that phrase.
It's true, if you want to be accurate. Okay, it is added.
Well, I'll see if I can think of anything else that might be suitable.
Eric says, finds the auction a bit confusing. Doesn't 4 clubs deny a spade queue, or 3 spades would be conventional? It is a good question, because if 3 spades was, say, non-serious, then 3 no trump would be the replacement spade cubid. I do wonder if 3 spades would have been the spade queue, 3 no would have been non-serious. And to clarify that North had serious slam interest, North wanted to bid 4 clubs. I do agree that it seems almost like South's 4 hearts was forced because South doesn't have a spade control. But I don't really know how to answer that. That is a good question, though.
I mean, it's also possible that, it looks like that 2 spade bid was artificial in some way, but maybe 2 spades followed by 3 spades. It's just how you show a 6-5 when you have it, and he couldn't do it for that reason.
So they do get 4 no trump key card, 1430 responses. So South showed 1. 5 diamonds asking about the queen. 6 clubs showing the king of clubs and the queen of hearts. North is just going to sign off in 6 hearts, I think. Same contract reached in the other room. They did make it. I'm a little bit curious about the line of play, which line of play was taken. Ooh, there was a bid. West doubled 6 clubs in that room, and East still didn't lead a club. Spade around to the ace, club up to the queen. Diamond switch from West, as you said, 8 of diamonds was played through. Declare did fly ace of diamonds and played for the clubs to split, and he was correct.
Well, everything was correct, but yes.
Okay, club lead in this room, so 5 of clubs.
Kind of interesting, yeah. So this is... I think West will win the ace and shift to a diamond. Again, to force Declare to commit himself before he gets any more information about the hand.
I'm trying to figure out what their leads are.
I mean, it's possible that they play mud leads or second, fourth. It's also possible the 5 is just like some random false card. I mean, maybe they play third, fifth, and it's a false card, because I think that would be consistent with Declare trying to goad West into going up with the ace, holding ace 10 but not the jack.
I actually just don't see this lead on their card. They don't tell us what they lead from 3 small.
I think whatever they lead for 3 small is probably not this. Maybe it is. Oh, actually, probably, yeah. It could be this, and, Declare may just have misjudged a little bit here.
Yeah, East in the other room just didn't care about partner's lead directing double of 6 clubs. They're like, I already planned to lead my spade sequence. You can't stop me.
This table, West did not double 6 clubs. East just did it instead of leading a spade anyway.
Yeah, he's just like, oh, I heard the double from the other room. So let's lead a club. There's the diamond switch.
I mean, maybe Declare will finesse now, because he might think clubs are 5-2 from the opening lead, in which case he can't set them up and he needs the finesse.
Yeah, this is tricky. So if we do pop the ace of diamonds, we go ace of hearts, heart to the king, low club ruff, just in case West has ace jack doubleton.
Right.
Spade to the queen, king of clubs covered and ruffed. And then we can cross back with heart to pitch our diamond losers.
I think he's going to take this finesse, but we'll see.
It's not a pleasant spot to be in. Yeah, especially if that 5 of clubs was not conventional. I don't know why East wouldn't lead a conventional club. Eric says they lead second, fourth, and second from 3 small, so this is normal.
So basically just second and fourth throughout.
Yeah. Okay, 2 rounds of hearts to dummy, pulls all the trumps. Make sure we preserve a high heart and dummy. What? This is still fine.
I think he's just going to start clubs immediately.
That's fine. That's fine. We could have gone ace of hearts and a heart.
That's fine. Yeah, he'll rough this, ace of hearts, heart to the queen, king of clubs, and it all comes out the same.
Yeah. Wait. Is this good? I guess this is fine.
I mean, obviously, Wes is doing his best to, to give Declare a way to go wrong, but he wasn't falling for that one.
What?
No one's under leading the ace of clubs in this auction.
Why did we play the 10 of hearts to the queen? Okay, you know what? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I think I'm getting on Declare's case, but
it's possible he didn't, right?
I guess. Yeah. 1430. Push!
I'm going to step away for just 1 second here. I'll leave you to it and be back in a moment.
Sure. On to board 6. So 7-6 is the score. Got a little bit of excitement, but no massive swings, although board 4 was kind of cute. Will says, seems pretty unlikely to ruff a club low and lead a high trump. I agree. I mean, there were a lot of things that looked very suspect about this plan. I do think the order suits were played in was correct, which still seems a little bit suspicious to me. I mean, you could just finish pulling trumps and then set up the clubs. But here we are. In the other room, 4 hearts was bid and made. That looks about right to me. 2 spades and a club to lose, but East-West have a big spade fit, and they might have had... I guess they don't have an unfavorable save. So passing out 4 hearts does appear to be the best thing for them to do on this one. 2 passes. South doesn't want to open the 10 count. 1 spade by West in 3rd seat. All seems pretty normal to me. North has a chance to overcall some number of hearts, and whether 2 hearts, 3 hearts, or 4 hearts is the bid, I'm not really sure. Depends how much weight you want to give to your short suit honors, as well as the fact that you're favorable opposite a passed hand partner. They do have a good save, Eric says. A heart, a club, and 2 diamonds. Oh. I was on to something, and then I just second-guessed myself last minute before counting. Good call. So North does decide to kind of take the middle of the road approach, 3 hearts. I think South is going to bump this, 2 aces and 3-card heart support. Wow, in the other room, West didn't open, which made it much easier for North-South in the auction. South was able to bid Drury after a 4th seat opener from North, and they got to 4 hearts really quickly. There's a pass out! Spoilers. 4 clubs. That's a pretty big bid. That is a pretty big bid from South.
What's that?
What is 4 clubs?
I mean, I think 4 clubs is, a fit showing non-jump here since he's a passed hand.
Is that a good decision? I wonder. Anyway, spade opening lead, kind of natural from East Sand, so the defense is going to cash, well, 2 tricks pretty quickly and sit back and wait for a club. This will be a push board, 4 hearts making in both rooms. Three hearts is defined as preemptive, conventionally, which makes sense at these colors. So, I don't know. I guess South really was worried about West coming in 4 spades if he just bid 4 hearts. That it doesn't seem likely.
I think we're answering my question earlier about whether the Romanians are an action pair or sitting your chair kind of pair.
Yeah, just straight down the middle, 3 hearts on the 14 count, 4 clubs on opposite a preempt on 10. Yeah, sometimes I understand, trying to get both suits in if you want partner to be included on the decision making. And of course, the more wide-ranging your partner's preempt is, maybe the more useful it is to do so. But this isn't one of these auctions where the precision pair is going to open a limited 1 spade and then with no help from their partner bid 4 spades later in the hand. So I just don't think that West ever bids 4 spades, and I don't think East ever bids 4 spades.
Maybe he knows his partner well enough to think there was a chance he was going to make.
Well, make a slam, you mean?
Oh, wait, sorry. Which hand are you talking about?
This one.
Oh, is he? Yeah. Oh, I see. I'm sorry. I was a little distracted. Yeah, I guess he was bidding 4 clubs to, set up a 5-level decision, but you think it's a 5-level decision that they'll never have to make? Is that
That's kind of my argument. When do the precision pairs open 1 spade in 3rd seat, and then when their partner never bids, they just bid 4 spades later in the auction? That just doesn't happen.
Oh, right. East-West are a strong club pair, so yeah, it's true. Such a thing is basically impossible.
Yeah, so, maybe it was just, momentum. He was like, sure, 3 hearts comes to me. We're at these colors. I'm going to show both my suits. It's all good. Not really necessarily thinking through the implications of all the bidding on this hand. But anyway, it looks a little bit silly to me. It doesn't really cost. It's not like somehow that got them off to the killer opening lead on defense, but there we are. 2 push boards. We do have pass out on the bingo card. Boom. Two passes around to north. Ugh. It's 11. He passes.
Yeah. If they're an aggressive opening pair, I like this pass a lot. The value of opening is negligible once your partner is limited to less than 11 or so.
Yeah. Your side can't have a game, and, so the only downside
your side can't have a game. Your side can't have a part score. Look at that hand.
So 3 passes go around to east, who opens a diamond. Precision style.
Yeah, so West, of course, is not going to be super excited about his alleged diamond fit, because really one diamond just says that he says either minor in precision.
Hold on. I just need to clarify how the auction went in the other room for the pass out, because I want to make sure that all 4... Oh.
And how did the auction go? Like, I think there's only one answer to that question when the board passes out.
Incorrect. Check the auction in the other room.
Well, I see it. And I see it went pass, nothing.
The auction's not over yet.
Could be some operator thing. I mean, what's his name? Is it Pearson points? Is that the fourth spade opening roll? Fourth head opening roll?
It could be, yeah. I call it rule of 15 or whatever, where if you add up your high card points and number of spades and you get to 15, then you should open. But
right, so this hand doesn't qualify on that metric?
I mean... No, this is just a programming error. You know how, most bridge auctions, if 3 passes happen, the auction is over? Maybe that's what happened here. 3 passes happened, and then the auction is over.
That's not possible. I suspect what happened is 3 passes happened, the auction was not over, and the operator said, oh, they must just be passing this one out. That hand is worthless in 4th seat.
Yeah. Operator has been reading up on the Pearson points.
Yeah, also, when I use bridge base, I use the confirm bids and plays option, but if you don't, then it's easy to misclick an accidental pass, and I guess in this position, if it's a pass that ends the auction, it's going to be really bad for, for the way the software is set up.
So let's see, on 2 diamonds, it looks like, we do get a correction. 1 no trump.
Yeah.
Wait, we have to unbingo the bingo. Bingo unbingoed. There we go. So North gets to pull the last diamond, although with the 10 of spades falling, the Jack 9 are both going to be good. Declare can knock out the Ace of Hearts, and is going to make an overcheck. So this will be 1 imp going the way of Ireland to tie up the match after 7 boards. 7-7 after 7 boards. Is anyone feeling lucky? Will this count as a beer? Not when diamonds are trumps. No, we're using standard American rules for beer cards. I should probably have a exclamation point beer command so that people can access beer rules. A quick rundown for anyone who's unfamiliar. If you win the last trick with the 7 of diamonds in specific circumstances, your partner owes you a beer, or sometimes your partner can pass it on to the opponents if he feels like it is their fault. And those circumstances are diamonds are not trumps, or you are on defense, or the contract is doubled. And sometimes you get double beers if you win the last trick with the 7 of diamonds, the contract is doubled, and diamonds were not trumps. Or if the contract is redoubled, and diamonds were trumps.
I think diamonds trumps qualifies for a beer the game level or higher, or for some people, slam level or higher.
Oh, is that also standard American?
I think so. I mean, I'm a game or higher person. I think everyone is a slam or higher person.
Gotcha. Okay. Also that. How rare would a pass out be nowadays with aggressive players? I don't think vulnerability really matters. Who's the vulnerability is for children person? Is that Larry Cohen? Someone said that.
I've heard that quote before, but I don't know from whom.
Okay, so wow, East, what a shocker! Didn't open a no trump with that hand. Chicken. I think that pass outs can happen. I have seen it in some of these high level games. It's certainly a lot less frequent than it was 40 years ago because, as you say, a bunch of people are getting more aggressive with their opening bids. But it can definitely happen if fourth seat has extra values, but kind of like bad extra values, you know, like queen jack doubletons and such. You can have a 12 count in fourth seat with like a queen jack doubleton and no aces, and the rest of the table, you know, first seat has like the rest of the table is like 10-9-9 in terms of high card points. None of them can open, and your hand just isn't worthwhile in fourth.
Yeah, I think one really big difference in the modern game is, you know, in the old days, the points were like two guys had 11 and two players had 9, then it would just often be a pass out. Now, if two players have 11, two players have 9, chances are one side or the other is playing an open every 11 count style.
Mm-hmm. So strong club from East, 2 diamond overcall. Double from West showing values. Double from West is an interesting choice.
Yeah, it's probably just forced in their system, you know?
Yeah, I mean, West could have gone after a penalty.
Well, except unless he can't, right?
I mean,
like if pass just denies, right? But like if pass always denies some number of values, and East is often not going to reopen with a minimum club bid, that's really bad.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Like it's just possible their system isn't set up to collect these low level penalties, which I think would be bad. Like if you're playing precision and you don't collect low level penalties, you're just begging them to interfere with your strong club auctions.
Yeah.
But you know, it is just possible that they've decided that's not important enough to worry about.
Man, 2 diamonds doubled was going for a massive number.
Well, North-South are probably going to go for a slightly smaller but still large number in 3 clubs.
Is that somehow better?
No,
3 clubs is even worse.
Is it even worse?
Yeah, because they can cash 4 spades by pulling a round of trumps.
Right. Yeah, who knows? I would suspect that if they didn't go after penalty, it's because they can't. Because as you say, it looks really attractive with the West End.
Yeah, the 9 of diamonds is a big card. The singleton heart is nice, and the fact that you have quick tricks on the side as opposed to like scattered values. But obviously, you're competing with your side's game. You know, you have 10 high card points. Your partner opened a strong club, so the game is pretty likely on your cards. King of clubs opening lead. How's Declare going to do in this contract? Are we making a game or not? Probably. We have 4 spades, we have 2 diamonds, we have 1 club, and we have 1 heart. I guess we can set up the heart suit. I guess we also can set up an extra club after this lead. Okay, we're probably fine. And the defense actually has some issues in communication. If they were able to attack the diamond suit, then we would be in trouble, but they can't.
Yeah, it's wondering, like, I guess East-West don't have a better spot available. You know, the 6-1 heart fit is playable, but it's not like it's better than this.
Yeah, they did well to get to no trump because in hearts, with all of the bad splits and the minors, Declare actually is in some considerable trouble, I think. Maybe not. Maybe you just win the opening lead and go ace of hearts and a heart. No.
Yeah, I think you're certainly.
That's not good enough. Ace of hearts, jack of hearts, maybe? Well, anyway, we're not defending four hearts. It would be an interesting contract to think about and might be reached in the other room. But yeah, that 10 of clubs showing up, I think Declare just plays back a club now. He's probably thought about this, but the 10 of clubs should give him pause to reconsider. If the 10 of clubs didn't show up, maybe he would have needed to work on hearts or something like that.
Yeah, I'm wondering whether there's a reason to unblock the 2 spades first before playing a club.
Look at this. The other table got all the way up to 2 hearts in the east hand and made exactly 8 tricks.
Yeah, I guess you were right that hearts doesn't play very well. And the problem is, Declare, you can, play a club now and start setting up a trick. You're going to have a hard time continuing them and cashing it without crashing the spades.
Oh, this is so true. Yeah,
so maybe
man.
This is just better.
Okay, so it's not... You can't just set up a club trick. But, diamonds are 6-0, so the opponents can't attack diamonds. If you play... Let's say we unblock the queen jack of spades and play a club.
How about we just play a heart now? Planning to lose 2 hearts and 2 clubs. Yeah.
Yeah, this is probably good enough. I was, again, considering the entry situation, but this is fine.
I mean, if South had hopped up with the queen of hearts there, it doesn't help because he doesn't have a club to start setting up partner suit, so...
Right. Yep.
Yeah, I think this looks like it was as good a shot as anything, and it does work.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. Seems perfectly safe. North cashes the queen of clubs, hopefully, and that didn't work. Try again.
And possibly not a ton of hope there, because Declare might have held up.
Heart to the 10 and queen, a spade comes back, Declare gets the rest at this point.
Yeah, Declare just got a claim.
Yeah, plus 430, 8 imps to Ireland, they got to game.
Yeah. Yeah, so breaking the tie in the match, nicely done.
Yeah, in the other room, East opened a heart. West was a passed hand, so East went a little bit low with the 16 count, just rebidding 2 hearts. And they never really had a chance to get to game.
Yeah, so understandable. 3 hearts is a little much on the East hand. West has an automatic passive 2 hearts. I don't think I would rebid 3 hearts because the queen jack of spades now are a little more valuable, and 2 hearts is really a massive underbid. But
you would have had to play it a little bit better because Declare.
No.
Well, Declare only made 2 in the other room.
Right, but West would correct 3 hearts to 3 no trump. He wouldn't raise.
Ah.
Probably. I think at that point you just hope partner has a club stopper, or...
there was a club bid from North.
Oh. I see, I thought it just went a heart of spade 3 hearts.
Nah, heart of spade 2 clubs. Anyway, board 9, we're halfway through. There might be a little bit of a break. Pass by North, East opens a spade with a 12 count, limited precision style opener. 2 clubs from West, game forcing. North is not going to get involved, despite the vulnerability. So we'll see if East rebids, say, 2 diamonds or 2 spades with his hand. Or 2 no trump, I guess.
Once again, this looks like kind of a game forcing with or without clubs kind of bid.
Yep. And I imagine if West can show hearts and ask about diamonds, East is going to end up declaring 3-0 on this one. I wonder what the pause is. Maybe the pause was East describing 2 clubs to North because it's alerted.
Right.
And describing 2 diamonds to North because it's also alerted. That's very possible.
Mm-hmm.
So 2 diamonds, kind of a popular thing if 2 clubs is just artificial, that 2 diamonds is also artificial in waiting. You're just like marking time, trying to hear what your partner has to say in terms of their game force. Keeps the auction a bit lower. That way, if West has 3-card spade support, they can bid it at the 2 level, and then you can start your slam exploration from there.
Yeah, 2 diamonds, basically just kind of like, it's sort of the equivalent of the old 2 spades catch-all, except it has the advantage of being 2 bits lower.
Right, yeah. So 2 hearts from West probably confirms natural clubs with hearts on the side.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe. I mean, I'm not guarantee. I suppose West could be 2-4, 4-3 and bid this way.
And maybe he would bid 2-0 with that, but, not if East could still have 4 hearts.
So 2-0 from East, probably just natural. He has diamond stopped, 3 clubs from West. We see a lot of alerts, so I'm not convinced I know what's going on. 3 clubs could be some sort of asking bid at this point.
Yeah, or it could just sort of be like quasi-artificial, like, just kind of like a last chance for East to do something other than let the auction die in 3-0 trump.
Right. Now, this hand might be a little bit scary for East-West, because Declarer's percentage play in the club suit is to go ace-king, and that may strand the entire club suit if South has queen-third. You could definitely see yourself going down 4 tricks after that start if you misguess the clubs. Okay, this 3 spade bid is interesting because I think West is probably going to bid 4 spades over this. I'm not certain. I mean, and again, I don't really know what East is showing.
Yeah, I kind of wonder at this point whether there's a little uncertainty between East and West as to what's going on, because East hand certainly looks as nondescript as it gets, and yet...
Yeah, he's taking a little bit too long with some of these decisions if they were in a familiar auction.
Right, and also, like, what does he think his partner is asking him to show? Because, like, it kind of looks to me like he doesn't have anything worth showing.
Yeah, so there is 4 spades from West. Kind of no surprise, given that East may have suggested a diamond stopper, but then 3 spades shows hesitance about no trump.
Right.
And how's this contract going to play? The spade splitting is very friendly for Declare. The clubs are probably going to come home because Declare is just going to take the percentage play in the suit. So you have a diamond, a heart, and a spade to lose. You might not have to guess the hearts. I mean, South might lead a heart.
Right.
Wow. That is conservative in the other room. 3 spades making 4 from East-West.
Also a little weird to sort of find the spade fit and then... I wonder if there was an accident, like, 2 clubs, maybe not game forcing, but then 2 hearts, 3 hearts, like, at that point, I think, passing 3 spades is, a very inconsistent action.
One thing I'd say about West decisions in the other room is that if West believed that their hand was a bit of a misfit, which it sounds like is what was going on. Wes thinks that they're in a 5-2 spade fit, so he just wanted to get out. Oftentimes at imps, it's better to like try your luck at the contract that provides the highest score. So, you know, like if your plan is to pass out 3 spades, maybe just bid 3 no trump. The hand's a misfit, but at least if you're going to go down, you offer yourself a chance at plus 600 as opposed to offering yourself a chance at plus 140.
And especially when we have a 7-card spade fit, if the hand is effectively going to play at no trump anyway, like sure, we might be able to rough a diamond, but we might not. If we're going to, you know, be forced into a no trump type line of playing 3 spades, we might as well play a no trump line in 3 no trump.
Yeah. Well, so they missed out.
But also, like, I don't know their methods, but, you know, did East really limit his hand at some point? I guess he must have, but, you know, that looks like a partnership destroying action by me. To me, you know, by the West End.
2 hearts, I think, is a weak no trump. That's my guess.
Oh, I see.
But I'm not sure.
But still, opposite a weak no trump. I just want to hope the partner has either the queen of clubs or that the clubs come in and put it in 3 no trump. So it's not like that makes things better.
Sure. Well,
anyway,
in 4 spades here, we got the heart opening lead, which was my comment about maybe Declare doesn't have to guess the hearts because they got guessed for him. Now South switches to the 10 of clubs. I mean, this would be a good play from Queen 10 third. And I think South and every other defender in this event is very capable of making this play. But sometimes things are just the way they seem, which is that South switches to the 10 of clubs from 10 doubleton, and you take the percentage play in the club suit. But we'll see. I mean, Declare kind of has enough tricks to do everything on his own. If he was able to rough a diamond, pull trumps, then he wouldn't need the club hook. He could take the heart finesse. But he just doesn't really have the entries to do that anymore. And one thing you kind of know as Declarer is that South doesn't have a singleton club. Because this South definitely went to Bridge 101 school and would lead his singleton against a suit contract. Should we have Bridge 101 moment on the bingo card? I feel like we should. I'm going to add that.
Yeah, you know, I prefer, week 1 of 5 weeks to winning Bridge, but Bridge 101 is fine also. And do people still read 5 weeks to winning Bridge, or is that just like a hopelessly dated reference?
I am certain I have never picked up or looked at any word from that book.
Are you familiar with its existence?
I think only in passing from conversations I've had over the past few years. Like, I definitely do not believe I knew it existed 10 years ago.
Yeah, so it's actually out of print, somewhat surprisingly, because, it was the standard beginner book for a very long time. I tried to buy a copy for a friend at some point. I don't remember exactly when, but within the last decade, and was quite surprised that it's only available used and with quite a premium.
So Declare looks like he's well on his way to making this contract. The 10 of hearts is kind of a cute play because now he can remain in hand to rough a diamond, but it's not like the hand is over yet. He still needs to get back to his hand to pull trumps. He roughs the jack of hearts. And now he's going to need the trumps to split, but, there's no alternative. King of spades, spade.
Yeah, and when it's not like the defense, if the defense can cash trumps, if the queen jack are in the same hand, it's not like they have winners to cash anyway, so he's not going to go down many.
Yeah. All right, trumps have split. That king of diamonds is good. We don't even need to pick up the clubs.
Yeah,
well done,
sir.
Ten imps going the way of Ireland, and they're opening up a bit of a lead, which is good for them because Romania was ahead of them in the standings, and they were kind of sitting on the bubble.
Yep. Just gonna go grab another glass of water. I'll be right back.
Board 10. So East has a 7 count, gonna pass. South, I believe we've seen them be a little bit conservative about their opening bids. I don't expect them to open on the South hand despite the 11 count. So West will get to open a diamond, I guess, in third seat. Hey, Dwarf Shortage, how many teams make the cut? It depends. So 16, basically. We're going to be cutting down all of the events to 16 teams for the knockout stage, and then we'll play a round of 16 for one day, and then the quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals will be 2-day matches from there on out. In this group, there are going to be 8 teams that make it out of 17 total. So I think Ireland coming into this match was in 8th, and Romania was in 6th. So both of these teams are currently qualifying, and probably still will be if the score stands, but Romania will drop a bit, and Ireland will move up. North is a junior. North is a cool junior. Hashtag. Gotcha.
The other kinds?
Well, like Zach Grossack was a very uncool junior when he was like 18.
Okay, that's fair.
Like back in his child days. But now he seems pretty cool.
I'm not sure why you would have said he was uncool in those days. Like, he always had a really good sense of humor.
Yeah, but he didn't have like the slick outfits.
Stylistically.
Yeah, like
stylistically he's not cool, but like as a guy he's cool.
Yeah.
I mean,
one no Trump in the North, one no Trump in the West. We could have had the bingo square. Same contract played by both teams. Or the same team.
I think. Yeah, I mean, I guess, but maybe one no should be an exception. That's a common one.
I mean, we gotta keep the people happy somehow. We need to fill in bingo squares every once in a while. Hey, Timo. I must be knackered. It has been... I think it's been a good week so far. We still have another week and a few days to go of the event, but I'm feeling pretty good, pretty lively. Two rounds of spades. Looks like we'll get a third round to... Wait, South must have opened. South did open. I was incorrect. I claimed that South was not going to open the 11 count, and maybe he feels a little bit bad about the way this hand has played out so far. So what does Declare do at this point? We only have one more entry to the North hand in the King, Queen of Clubs, and that's of course if we overtake the Jack. Decides to lead a diamond to the 9? Yes.
I guess, yeah, I'm a little surprised you can play out hearts. That seems like a pretty straightforward way to take some extra tricks.
This seems
I
like
guess you can do that from either hand. I guess, yeah, you can play the heart from either hand.
Yep. Alright, so the fourth spade cashes. Declare is going to ditch a heart from both hands. And I guess as West, we probably switch to hearts. You know, Declare with Jack, whatever of hearts, looking at that Ace, King, 10, fourth, probably would have played a heart rather than a diamond. He pitches a club?
That's bizarre.
That was a trick! Bro! You can't just... I mean, wait, maybe this is genius. Maybe he's swindling West into going Ace of Clubs club. There's no way, right?
There's no way.
I mean, also East would signal. That is strange. he did get a club switch from West. The jack just holds. Okay, so now we knock out the ace of diamonds. And I guess East can win and put a heart through. So how's Declare gonna end up? We got 2 more diamonds, 2 hearts. And that's it. Down 1. Yeah?
Is there any way to... No,
I mean,
I
presume...
West winners.
You know, I presume that if West wins the Queen of Hearts, they will cash the Ace of Clubs. I'm just guessing.
Yeah, I wonder if West is lazy and ducks this. He's going to regret it.
Yeah.
And we would have finally been able to check the beer box.
That's true. That's true.
And that would be pretty embarrassing if West did not overtake and cast a setting trick and then never got it.
I would hope not, but yeah, we'll see how Declare handles the end position, but it doesn't look like there's really any way to go wrong. Even if you go King of Hearts Heart, West is just going to go Ace of Clubs Club. Right, 10 of Hearts to the Queen. West cashes the Club Ace. Declare can pitch a diamond. And that'll be all she wrote. So 1 no down 1, 1 no making 1 for opposite sides is going to be a push board. Kind of the match point disaster. Everyone vulnerable and your side's declaring a no trump. All right, board 11.
Complete nothing deal.
Yeah, 10 count for South. No, 11 count. But this is definitely a worse hand than the previous one. Only 1 4-card suit, scattered honors. Although I was incorrect about predicting South not opening the last board.
Yeah, like I would open playing with you just because, like, we know that this is a hand that we would do this on, but I would not open it playing with even most players that I play and open every 11 style.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I talked Glenn Milgram into playing that style, even though it's, like, a little, outside of his life and bridge, but, like, with him, I would not open this, even though I would open most 11s. Like, this hand is really pretty horrible.
Yeah, South is giving it a look. Just triple counting the high card points. Looking around for any reason to open, maybe.
I mean, if you're playing, 10 to 12 no trump, it's just perfect.
Yeah, Kit Woolsey would be having a field day with this one. He'd be like, so, your system says that you can play a 10 to 12 no trump, and you pick up this hand, and this hand is just a perfect description. Yeah. Like, 7.5 KNR falls right in the middle of that 10 to 12 range, so you open a no trump. Your partner forces you to a slam.
No, it's the other way around. It's like, you've got, like, a wall of text explaining all this, so you decide it's right to open a no trump.
Yeah.
And then you flip to the next page, so you pass.
Yeah, exactly. So 2 passes. North, we would have been able to check this box if it was on the bingo card, but...
the 2 fewer?
Yeah, 2 fewer. I even made it easier because we weren't getting any of these preempts with 2 fewer cards.
Yeah, so I don't love this action by North. I get it that he wants to preempt them out of 4 hearts, but, it's not totally clear to me why. I feel like it's like a little bit deciding what the hand is before you know anything about it. We can always outbid them later.
I think 4 spades is fine.
I think it's fine. I just think 1 spade is better.
You do miss out on getting to play in clubs if you open 4 spades.
Yeah, you miss out on getting to play any number of spades below 4 if you open 4 spades.
Yes. I mean, for what it's worth, I like 4 spades, but I understand where you're coming from.
So does this guy.
Yeah, it seems all right.
I mean, I don't hate it. I just think 1 spade is better.
Yep. Declare has pulled trumps. The clubs are set up. So, how did 4 spades go down in the other room? I'm sorry. I just saw the result. I mean, even if you misguess the diamonds from here, Declare still has 10 tricks, right? 5 clubs, 5 spades. And weren't we always playing the clubs this way? I guess Declare went ace, king of club. What happened? Ace of hearts lead. Club to the king. Spade hook. Heart. Oh.
Now he lost with trumps.
Oh,
so now he misguessed the diamonds, didn't have an entry to take the club finesse. Is that what happened?
Yeah.
Yep, that's exactly what happened.
Wow.
Yeah, I can see it.
Handled the endgame nicely. He just the opponents just kept cashing suits that he was void in, and he kept discarding.
Yeah, I saw that he pitched his diamond on that heart. That was
Well, and then he pitched a club on the queen of diamonds.
No, I didn't look that far. I just got as far as when he misguessed the diamond.
Yeah. That's kind of funny. There were a lot of undos. Not sure how reliable the endgame cards are. I think the endgame happened the way that it's now described in the movie. I think that's exactly what happened. Because I think that is a well-played end position from Declare. But yeah, it's possible that anything could have happened. Okay, what all's going on? So after the club lead at this table, Declare has no issues. East did get Declare to misguess the diamonds by switching to the 10. But the clubs have already been set up. West tries to no veil, give partner club rough. Declare can just pull the last trump and claim. 10 tricks, so nice result for Romania. They fight back. They pick up a game swing on this one, 11 imps. No, 10 imps, 420. 5 boards to go. You know, I kind of like the Ace of Hearts lead against 4 spades all pass from East.
Yeah. Yeah, like you're right to have, partner might have strength there, and your right-hand opponent probably has shortness, is here. Like, we can see that's exactly why he opened 4 spades.
Yeah, and you kind of get to look at the dummy. A lot of the times these 4-level preempts are cash out scenarios for our side.
Mm-hmm.
So we might need to switch to diamonds at trick 2. And we won't be able to do that if we don't lead the Ace of Hearts.
Yeah, like the odds that we run into the king on our right with partner holding the queen are quite small in this auction. So the ace, even when it's quote unquote wrong, probably it's not costly.
Yep. Good morning, V8. 2 passes around to East. Yeah. Gets to open a diamond, precision style for them. South will overcall heart.
East cannot open a lead directing 1 club bid since that is strong in his methods.
Yeah. So we should see heart from South. West will pass. North gets to make a limit raise in diamonds. I don't know if 1 spade would be forcing for them. Yeah, North just bids 2 diamonds. 2 hearts from south, kind of understandable despite partner having a limit raise and us having a little bit extra in the way of a 13 count. Partner's a passed hand. So south with the flat distribution decides this just isn't a hand for game. And he's kind of wrong. Partner's singleton club fits perfectly. The spade honors are great. The king of diamonds fills in the suit, and the jack 10 of hearts are ideal. So
yeah, and partner's 2 diamond bid may have been exactly 3 hearts, and once it's 3 and not 3 or more, the south hand, flat with only 5 trumps goes way down in value.
Yeah, the big thing about the hand is just that the singleton club ups at 3 small, which is an ideal fit.
Everything fits absolutely perfectly. The other room they made 5.
East-West are really into these Doubleton opening leads.
I mean, I know you do not like Doubleton opening leads. I've always been a fan. Not that I necessarily look for an excuse to lead a Doubleton, but I might lead a Doubleton fine.
Yeah, 10 Doubleton, a little more scary. I mean, I understand it with King third of trumps, right? Now you have trump control, you have a little bit of a better chance of getting partner in to give you a rough before Declare can pull trumps.
Yeah, sometimes it just restricts Declare's options if there's a rough floating around.
So Declare wins the king, leads a club, which I understand. If spades were 4-1, this would kind of be necessary. It would be reasonable to just duck a heart, though, at trick 2. With the spades all coming home, if the defense, doesn't do anything fancy, you can just cash the ace of hearts and then run spades, pitching your club losers. Doubleton is a similar school of thought as singleton leads. They're like, singleton leads work out so well. Let's try and lead doubletons also. It's like twice as good because you have 2 of them. So there's the spade return. Goes around to the 8. Now Declares in great shape. Runs the jack of hearts. West gets in and gives partner a rough with the 9 of spades because they led from 10-9 third. What does that say about void leads? Well, I think it speaks for itself that 0 times 1 is 0, so void leads are infinitely worse than singleton leads, and that seems to add up with the rules of the game. If you lead your void, you're probably going to get penalized. Diamond to the jack, queen, and ace. I mean, Declare here is only in 2 hearts. There's really nothing to think about at this point. He'll probably give it a bit of a look and then just shrug and do something. Elects to rough a club. With the 4 of hearts. I see. Crosses to a club and then is roughing another one with the 10 of hearts. Roughs the winning 9 of diamonds. Roughing the king of diamonds would be a bit more stylish. Ace of hearts, the queen falls.
Yeah. If it didn't, he would still have 10 tricks.
Yeah. 10 imps to Ireland, so immediately bouncing back.
Oh, got our second complete Yarmore of the tournament. We had one yesterday. No card 10 or higher, and we got another one today.
Yeah, and North has a beautiful hand opposite it. 19 count. 7 diamonds. Most people don't play some sort of like A-call style 3 no trump opener, but the North hand probably qualifies for that. So North-South not playing the Precision Club, they're just going to open a diamond, I imagine. Unless North wants to get fancy and do something else. It's definitely not strong enough for a 2 club opener, so I'm not sure what the alternative to a diamond would be. He does open diamond, spade overcall. South is like, good, I'm done with this auction. 2 spades from West. I think... Man, North has a tricky problem. Will says whatever North does, East-West won't find their slam. I have not been looking at the East-West hands. Do they make a slam?
Yeah.
They make 6 hearts, right? Yeah.
Yeah, we're 6 spades, right?
Not quite, because you don't have an entry to the West hand.
Yeah, you need... Yeah, but North would just lead the ace of diamonds. Now you do.
Actually, maybe you always did. Because even if North leads the king of hearts, there's no way to get South in.
Yeah, it's true. Like, even if you're lazy and don't lead the jack of diamonds, South can't even cover the 8. It's funny.
Yeah, 6 spades by West. South can double dummy, of course, lead a club. To beat 6 spades. So North bids 3 now, and East has to be thinking, like... that they have a pretty good hand. I wonder if this is just going to pass out, though.
I mean, maybe he's just thinking about doubling it. You know, he does have 3 aces, so even if the declaring side has a long diamond suit, it's not going to be sufficient. You know, 7 diamonds and a spade is only 8.
Yeah, it's actually really interesting. Okay, he does double. Now we're gonna test the mettle of the players. I think East is just gonna lead a low spade if North sets this. Okay, North runs. But yeah, a low spade.
Yeah, like from the player's point of view, if West had one of those aces, he could get in and lead a spade, and it would just be the end of the world.
Well, 4 diamonds got doubled. I see you. East is just unaware of what to lead at trick 1. I think you lead the 9 of diamonds. Maybe the jack of diamonds. Probably the 9. No, I would say jack. Jack of diamonds, yeah. Ace of hearts is going to work out great here. I don't think this would have been the lead against 3-no doubled. Alright. The heart continuation seems kind of clear. Not give anything away. Declare can win. Cash a few diamonds. And how badly is this going to go for him? Whoa, he didn't even put up the 9 of hearts. That seems like an error. West can just throw a few hearts. Now, if Declare does run all of his diamonds, which is often the thing to do in these spots. Did West throw the 10 of hearts? There's no way this is happening. There's just no chance that this is the way West is defending.
You know what probably happened was, like, maybe the 10 hearts was played earlier, and like the operator thought it was a low one, and he kind of like made up for it by just getting out of his hand now.
I see. V8
like he probably did play 2 hearts, but not in that order.
V8 says, nothing personal, just East-West don't have enough points to bid slam. Good call. Yeah.
So how, meanwhile, I guess the defense can just sit back and wait for everything, right?
Wait, hold on, chat. We have another square. Look at this.
Uh-oh, what did you
3
just
spades in the east, in the other room. Played slam and a part score. Big mistake.
Right.
We still don't have a second bingo, though, by the way.
Yeah, still got 3 wards.
Yeah, so Declare is at the point where cashing another diamond might give up a legitimate chance for a club trick. If he could pick off like a queen doubleton or a 10 doubleton or an ace doubleton in the club suit. He doesn't know that the clubs are splitting 3-3.
Yeah, and I'm nicely done by East-West here. Like, you know, I guess, like, once you double 3 no trump, you're basically committed to doubling 4 diamonds with 3 aces, but, you know, you're a lot happier doubling 3 no trump, I think.
Wait, East has no more hearts. East needed to go ace of hearts diamond, right? East needed to save an exit card. Now Declare just exits the king of clubs. I'm sorry. I think I'm tired. That's my excuse.
Yeah, they'll still get 4 tricks more for down 500.
Right. Yeah, they'll get 500, which will be a nice result given the East-West pair in the other room got to 3 spades and made 4. There's the king of clubs exit. Nicely done by North. Club to the queen. Spade comes through. 2 down. I think Declare is going to be pretty happy with the result overall. But 8 imps to Ireland, who's now ahead by 26 in the match. 3 boards to go. End play, good call. Still no second bingo. This is one of those games where you have to find like the square to hit that doesn't give you a bingo. Because the board's getting pretty full.
Yeah, right. So, I wonder if the player's taking a little break here.
I wonder if South is yelling at his partner.
Well, no, like we just. Oh, sorry, the other tables. We just got a result of board 14 with us at the other table.
Yeah. I don't know. Romanians can get very vocal at times.
They're a fiery people.
Very passionate, I believe is the word. So he gets to open a heart, precision style. Kind of nice for their side. I don't think South is going to overcall spade, but maybe he will. I mean, if it starts a heart, a spade, 4 hearts, you don't bid 4 spades as North, do you?
I certainly wouldn't.
Yeah, your hand's a little weak. Also, in the precision context, West might not have a preemptive hand type.
Yeah, it's true. But, you know, also, like, we only have 3 trumps, so, you know, you figure, like, partner, whatever, like, maybe they can ruff a couple of hearts. We could have a trump problem. We have no high cards. You know, why punish partner for a simple 1-level overcall? You know, if we can make a heart game, isn't he 100% of the time going to double when 4 hearts comes around? Or we can make a spade game, rather?
Maybe. Well, we'll see how it starts.
I mean, if he has, like, extra spades, yeah, sure. But if he has enough to make a spade game in high cards, I don't think that he's going to sell out 4 hearts.
No. South is thinking.
If we just have some massive undisclosed trump fit, then, then that could be bad.
South does overcall spade, so I think we will see 4 hearts. Again, precision style.
Yeah.
And North,
Yep, no
I believe wants...
Even this North is going to pass, come on.
Well, I don't think it's so crazy to think four spades could be a good bid. You know, you don't always get doubled. He does bid four spades.
All right, you're more on the ball than I was.
I mean, it might not be a good bid. I just think that it's a reasonable thing to consider with the singleton heart. Often four hearts is just a transfer to four spades. Five clubs?
Here.
Okay, look at this. Four spades has earned their side of game swing. There we go. Because five hearts is not making. Ace of diamonds and two spade tricks at the very least.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably it. But the huge result for the north-south pair to push your opponents a level higher.
Yeah, this match got exciting. I mean, we were like 1 imp, 5 imps, small swing, game goes down, part score makes 1 imp. Okay, 8 imps, 10 imps, 10 imps, 10 imps. We're going to see another 10 here. 11 even.
And
No,
four
10.
spades was a good save.
Yeah, four spades was a good save. Now, I think a lot of that is due to the fact that the opponents do have a 10-card heart fit, which is not guaranteed, right, from the precision context. West might have a 13 count with 3 hearts and bids 4 hearts. All right, 2 rounds of spades. North probably just shrugs and switches to clubs. And Declare will score a couple of diamond tricks. The ace is on side, so 4 hearts made in the other room. But that's going to be 1 down. 10 imps going back the way of Romania on this board. So it's a bit of a topsy-turvy match. Ultimately, Romania's down by about a slam swing going into the last couple of hands. And I'm going to take a sneak peek at the current standings just to get a sense for where everyone is.
Yeah, so we 16 imps with 2 boards to go, and yet another possible action hand here coming up.
Ooh, yeah, 8 hearts. So passed by South. Now we'll have to see if West is allowed to open this a strong club in their system.
Right.
Yeah, V8 makes a good point that the 4 spade bid, oftentimes with East looking at 3 small, he suspects his partner's short in the suit. And that just wasn't the case here.
Yeah.
So this is a reason why you often don't really want to trust the opponent's bidding. You should trust your partner's bidding and let your partner worry about what to do when they have shortness in the opponent's suit. Wow, what a hand. East-West just have the first 14 tricks when they get in.
Yeah, it's true. Like the last hand was one where the partner of the limited opener knows much more about the deal than the limited opener, so the limited opener normally should defer to his partner's judgment, and here bid in front of him incorrectly.
4 hearts in the East. I'm sorry. I have to look at that auction.
Like that, presumably. They play transfer major to preempt openings, I assume.
Ah. Well, kind of. They opened 3 no as a good 4 of a major preempt.
Right. Yeah, so there you go.
Okay, West does open a club. Strong club. 2 clubs game force. I don't think they're going to get too high. I mean, East has a minimum game force. West has hearts, but East is never going to accept any sort of slam tries.
West might just bid 4 hearts now to kind of, show the freak nature of the hand.
I'd be very nervous opposite a strong partner. But yes, I could...
There's East game force, yeah.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. It would be nice if West could show like a minimum hand with really long hearts. They start with 2 hearts, so East probably bids 2 spades to pattern out. Unless they have some sort of like relay structure over this, but it doesn't look like they do. I will say this group has kind of really started separating itself, all of like the layers. We'll take a look at the updated rankings at the end of the round, but currently there's large gaps between many of the teams towards the top of the standings, and even 8th and 9th. There's a bit of a gap.
Yeah, I get these long round robins. By the end of it, they do tend to sort themselves pretty accurately.
Okay, so West kind of took the slower approach to show a weekend with long hearts and context. 2 hearts, 3 hearts, 4 hearts. East tried to suggest 3-0 as a possible playing spot, but here we are. So North will get to lead a big spade, probably just asking questions about the auction at this point. And I suspect North is just going to try and cash a second spade.
Yeah, like maybe if they play count, he might have some reason to try a low diamond, hoping for a miracle.
Yeah, the thing is, on a low diamond, it doesn't even help. Because you kind of want to cash 2 spades and then play a low diamond. If we can score 2 diamonds but only 1 spade, that's still only, 3 defensive tricks? He leads the ace of diamonds. Looks a little bit unusual to me with that spade holding, but maybe he knows something that I don't about the auction. I mean, East 3-0 bid had to show a diamond stopper, right?
Maybe he thinks that the best defensive shot is a diamond rough.
Yes. Okay. That makes a lot of sense, actually. If he's suspicious that he's only cashing 1 spade, which maybe he is on this type of an auction, then yeah, he's going to need that spade entry to give his partner second diamond rough. All right, ace of spades, king of spades. Good defense. Holds declare to 11 tricks.
This is going to do.
I guess we cross in diamonds to play a heart to the jack.
Huh?
We want to protect against 4-0 hearts.
Oh, I see, right. As long as we're not worried about a club rough, I guess we're not.
Right. Yeah, the defense had multiple opportunities to get a club rough, so...
Right.
Crossing diamonds, heart to the jack.
Yeah, like if they had let a club earlier, we might be a little worried about this play, because then clubs could be 4-1.
Yeah. Oh, heart to the 10 and ace. Fair enough. Once the 10 has showed up, it's safe to go ace king.
Yeah, good point.
Okay, push board. We're on to the last one of the set. 16 imp difference between the 2 teams, but as a short spoiler, both are still in qualifying position.
With how much time to go, there's 4 more matches after this one?
So this is round 12 out of 17. There's 5 more matches.
Right, 17.
All of the teams are going to play 16 matches against other teams, and then 1 bye.
But there's 17 rounds because of the bye.
Yep. All right, West gets to open a spade. We got a lot of distribution here. North has not great suits, but the right vulnerability to show 2 suited overcall. Let me just see if I can figure out how they do that before it hits the table.
Yeah, right. Given that we haven't seen everyone playing Michaels yet.
North decides not to take a call with 6-5 and the spade void.
That's crazy. Yeah, I think that's a very strange decision.
Yeah, it might end up working out, like, kind of okay, because I think South has a decent chance of bidding 5 diamonds here at these colors. Which he does. Man, West has a tough decision over 5 diamonds now. I mean, queen fourth of diamonds is a trick. You have 2 aces. Partner probably has some stuff for the 4 spade vulnerable bid. West doubles.
Yeah, I don't think it was really possible given that he's 4-6, but a 4 no bid, planning to correct clubs to diamonds will work much better for him.
Yeah. The
2-card disparity is pretty bad for that action, but it is a little annoying to leave a 10-card heart fit on the table.
Well, maybe we can put the blame on North for this one for not showing their hand earlier.
No, yes, that's true.
But yes, I mean, these preempt auctions work. This is probably a high point of the precision system where you get to have this auction that starts a spade 4 spades on hands like this. Mm-hmm. And, East's hand could be anything from a 3-card, 12 count to a 5-card preempt, and you just don't know. West, back in Bridge 101 school, has led their singleton against a doubled suit contract.
Yeah, so I'll be a little surprised to find out the opponents have it. I guess East will be surprised to find out he's giving his partner a rough.
Well, South is also surprised that West is getting a heart rough.
Yeah, good point.
South is just rechecking his glasses after this one. Heart to the ace. He dumps the queen. This is a good play. Oh boy. Now,
I'm looking at that dummy. East just has nothing to do but play back a heart, right?
Is it possible East tries to give his partner a club rough?
Yeah.
The 5 of hearts could be from 8-6-5, depending on what their opening lead carding is. Yeah, as Will says, it's kind of like the ruff is coming with a natural trump trick. Declare could run the jack of diamonds on the first round of the suit to pick it up, pinning the singleton 10, but obviously East-West can tap dummy to re-score the queen of diamonds as a trick, which comes with its own problems, because then they give up a spade trick. But yeah, it's not so clear-cut as just the heart rough comes at no expense. And I am pretty convinced that if a heart gets roughed, West is probably going to play the ace of spades next. Was it good to dump the heart queen? Well, we're naturally... The way to false card as both declarer and defender is to play a card you're known to hold. And South is known to hold either the king or queen of hearts. So this seems like a pretty reasonable false card. I don't know, is there some alternative? Does this not make the heart return safe? Well, I would be very concerned that if we return to heart, then South has king-queen doubleton. West could be 6-3-4-0 in shape with 3 small hearts, 8-6-5. Depending on the opening spot card leads. If East-West lead middle, up, down, or whatever, then East should be able to figure this out.
Yes, poor East does have, he sort of has a lot to think about, but mostly he just knows that he kind of has this, somewhat random guess, which is going to swing a colossal number of imps.
I mean, it turns out it doesn't, because 5 diamonds just always
swing a
down.
colossal number of imps, yeah.
I think 5 diamonds is just always down. I could be wrong about this. If we get a club switch, declare ruffs runs the jack of diamonds. And then plays on hearts. Ruffing another club to ruff out the ace in the process. Is this enough to somehow make it? I don't think so.
Well, yeah, I mean, this, he's lost one trick and he's going to lose a spade and a diamond if he does that, right? Because he won't be able to do it, or possibly, no spades but 2 diamonds.
Yeah. I think he's just at least down 1, no matter what happens.
I mean, a spade return from East, I think, would be okay.
Yeah.
Right? Not optimal maybe, but it would work out fine in practice.
Yeah, it all comes out to about the same thing, and I guess he's thought everything through and decided, yes, let's force dummy. That'll protect partner's diamond holding, and yeah, here we go. Ace of diamonds. Now declare can ruff a club back to hand and knock out the diamond queen. West can cash the spade ace. This will be 1 down.
Yeah, and, some of the time, maybe declare is hoping that the ace of clubs pops up. I guess it wouldn't really matter. You can pitch a spade on the king of clubs, but not productively.
Right, yeah. King of diamonds, jack of diamonds. West will cash the ace of spades.
One would hope.
So down 1. Now, in the other room, I mean, huge result for Ireland over there. Wait, that didn't happen, did it? There's no way. There's no way. This would still be a big result for Ireland, but there's no chance that... I need to go back. What spade did East play when they forced the dummy? They led their second highest, the 6 of spades.
Yeah. Yeah, kind of standard-ish. So...
Oops!
So West forgot to cash the ace of spades. Is that what happened?
That is exactly what happened.
Yeah, at the end I missed... the play was going a little fast, and I looked away for a second, and next thing I know, it's 550.
Well... So that, at the end of the match, does hold the bleeding a little bit. Romania loses by 21. Ireland could have picked up quite a few more imps if they had managed to defeat that contract with the result in the other room. 5 hearts doubled, making 6. Now, let's head over and take a look at the standings for today, or for where we are in both of the groups. So on top of Group A, USA is back on top, and not by a small margin. They had a huge win over Chinese Taipei in this set, and in the meantime, Israel and England played to close to a draw, with England getting the better of that match by a couple of imps. So Israel has slipped. They're now almost 3/4 of match behind the US for the first place position. Sweden pretty far back, almost a full match back of first. Netherlands is up there. Argentina. Romania, with that loss to Ireland, is still in 6th, but Ireland has clawed their way up into 7th. Germany is in 8th, with a draw match against Argentina this set. And England, I mean, they're knocking on the door. 125.
Yeah.
They're about 6 VPs back, a bit less. New Zealand has slipped.
Comeback, though, given their early struggles.
Yeah, so New Zealand is having a tough time of it. I mean, they played up against Spain this round. They got a small victory, but they still have a lot of work to do if they want to catch up. Still possible. Chile is also there in 10th. Spain is a little bit lower on the standings. Over in Group B, we have Italy up in first. Switzerland somehow, they got a blitz this round. That's how. They blitzed Korea 20-0 to move up into 2nd place. China is up in 3rd. They've had a good day. They just defeated France by a large margin to overtake France for the third place spot. France is still in fourth, Poland in fifth, and then again, there's this enormous drop-off between fifth and sixth over a full match. So those top 5 teams, Italy, Switzerland, China, France, Poland, competing for the top 4 spots in the group, where they're going to have easier opponents, asterisk, in the opening round of the knockout stage. Denmark, Finland, Brazil, Norway just sitting right outside of qualifying right now. Less than 4 imps separate those 2 teams. India and Hungary a little bit back. Over in the women's, we have Poland sitting atop the standings. Italy, Sweden, Norway, all the way down to 16th place. Japan currently there, although, man, is so close between Japan and Argentina. Less than a tenth of a VP as the cutoff point in the women's event. Seniors, USA back on top, almost by a full match worth at this point. Sweden is up there, 207 in second. France, India doing quite well. Germany, Scotland, all the way down. Canada sitting in 16th, barely above qualifying. Switzerland hot on their heels. And then in the mixed, finally, Germany still kind of running away with the event, although it is less than a full match between them and second place Croatia. USA's in third. They're in round 20 of this event. Wow. They have to play 29 matches or 28 matches or something like that, so they have these short 10-board sprints. USA in third, Italy in fourth, Poland in fifth, Norway, all the way down to France. But there's actually a reasonable separation over here. Almost a full match between the 16th and 17th place teams. I would say we would like to see that at the end of the group stage, just so we're convinced that we got the right teams in. But currently France is the last one qualifying. So what is with Morocco having played 10 boards? Oh, in the mixed? Have they played 10? They've played 10 boards, the score is 0-0, and they're... and the VP... This nice glitch, by the way.
I wonder, is it possible that that's, there was a forfeit or something, and it's, kind of screwing up the display or something?
Yeah, I do wonder. Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, that's really strange. I mean, I would kind of understand if it said 6.5, 13.5 for some sort of penalty, but 13.5, 0? Yeah. The scores aren't going to add up. I don't know.
Yeah, it's so strange, and it suggests that, because this stuff is all automated, right? That suggests that there's some exotic explanation.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe they were also ejected from the tournament. Could be. It could be. I don't know. That's really weird. Good catch. I wasn't paying attention to the side of the screen. But just a final shout out to Cubids. I will drop the link in the chat once again. They're sponsoring today's stream and tomorrow's stream. So if you're not familiar with their website, make sure to check them out. Use my link below the YouTube stream or in the Twitch chat to register and get a little bit of an extra welcome gift on their site. Great place to practice bidding with your partner or your favorite robot. V8 asks, is there a buy round? There is, but that was not the buy round for their team. There's a buy round on the bottom of the scoreboard. South Africa has it in that event.
I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, take care, Craig. Thanks for joining. See you next time. All right, chat. I'm also done for the day, so thanks for stopping by. Today was day 4, I think. Day 4 of either 10 or 11 or something like that for the event, probably 11, of the World Bridge Games. And looks like we're seeing the groups all kind of shape up. We have a good idea of who the tops of the group will be coming out of the round robin. Still a bit of battling to do for those 5th through 8th place teams, though. So they've got a lot of work if they want to make it out of the round robins. And I will be back again tomorrow, 9 a.m. So have a great day.